Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the DN WhatIf, with another fanfiction. This is the movie of What If Sheru Became Aizawa's Responsibility. All credits for this video go to their respective authors, so please support the real author. Check out the link in the description for more details, and go to the story link to say hi to the author. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now, let's get into the fanfic. Aizawa yawned and rubbed his eyes. He had such a busy night with those villains, and is still expected to teach these kids. He sighed looking out at those looking at him. He still needed to interrogate that girl he'd caught after this. He wasn't looking forward to that one bit. She obviously wasn't willing to tell him anything. She made that clear last night. He looked down to his hand. A bite mark was scarred and bruised on it. She wasn't very willing. In his mind, he went over what happened. He stood face to face with some members of the League of Villains. He got some information about a weapon they had, and were working on it. But all he saw was a young girl in a black singlet and filthy sweatpants, standing with that damned handman and his caretaker. How did he find out? Shigaraki asked, obviously upset. Aizawa smiled at his anger. That was the reaction he was hoping for. But his quirk is useless now, Kirishima stated, causing Shigaraki to laugh. That is true, he commented back. Suddenly Aizawa got a feeling of dread. He looked between the three in front of him. They seemed confident with themselves. Except the girl. She just looked at him with sad eyes and a frown etched on her face. He'd never seen her before. She was covered in bruises and small cuts. Her long black hair was sticking out all over. Some even covered a bit of her face. She seemed important. But he was only judging by the way the other two were guarding her. Kirishima turned to the girl. Be ready, because this is where you show us that saving you wasn't a mistake. The girl nodded, and suddenly her face changed. She was staring Aizawa down, as if to show she wasn't afraid. Just as suddenly Shigaraki jumped at him, fists flying. Aizawa easily dodged, but then Kirishima jumped in. They weren't using their quirks. That meant Aizawa couldn't stop them with his. They continued like that for a bit, and it was safe to say Aizawa was winning, but he'd forgot the girl. She stood there that whole time, watching and studying his movements, learning how he fought, and how to stop him. Just as Aizawa thought he'd won by catching Shigaraki, Kirishima yelled, not for his comrade, but for something else. Surebu. Aizawa looked to the voice, curious as to what he meant, but was greeted by a blade being waved in front of his face. He moved back, eyes following the arm to see the face of a killer. That girl, her eyes, that smile, she was ready to kill. She had changed from a normal girl into a psychopath in less time than it took for Aizawa to blink. Activating his quirk, Aizawa looked at the girl, but her speed, strength, and agility seemed unaffected. She wasn't using a quirk. She was a naturally skilled fighter. In her left hand was a knife. She had no form of weapon in her right hand. She was out for blood. Hit after hit, Aizawa tried desperately to dodge them all, but she was so fast, he could barely keep up. Something seemed to make sense to Aizawa at that moment. This was her plan. He was used to hand-in-hand combat, but juggling her as well as his captive was proving to be too complicated. He had to keep her at bay and use his capture weapon for Shigaraki at the same time, so he was on the defensive, not offensive. She knew all this, and used it to her advantage. There was only two things Aizawa could do. 1. Drop Shigaraki and get the girl. 2. Keep this up till someone came to help. He couldn't keep going for much longer. She'd tire him out. But he couldn't just let go of a member of the League of Villains. Thinking quick, he kicked the girl's left leg. She stumbled with the knife, waving it around. Surebu, you idiot! Shigaraki spat at Aizawa, squirming in his hold for the first time since he'd been caught. Kirishima leapt to the girl's side. You better not have hurt her. Then it hit Aizawa like a train. The girl was his only option. The way those two reacted to a minor thing like that. She was why they were here in the first place. This secret weapon involved her somehow. He needs to get her. Are you okay, Surebu? Kirishima asked, panicking. Surebu, as they'd called her, just brushed the other off and glared at Aizawa. Mine, she yelled, pointing the knife at him. Kirishima only backed away and Shigaraki froze. She was furious with what Aizawa did. It showed on her face. In a split second, she was back to hitting. Aizawa thought out his next move quickly, and executed it just as fast. He threw Shigaraki with his capture weapon, and Surebu watched him fly. Within seconds he had removed her knife from her hand and grabbed her instead. He held her in his arms as if hugging her from behind, but her arms were caught. Once he had her subdued, he ran from the other two before they could figure out what had happened. She began to yell, giving Aizawa away no matter where he was, so he used one hand to cover her mouth, silencing her. He continued to run and used his capture weapon to go faster as he began to swing through the city. He landed on a roof far enough away from the two villains. He was tired and ready for a nap, but he still needed to get her somewhere safe. Speaking of, she was kicking like her life depended on it. "Stop moving, you're making this difficult," Aizawa stated more than asked. Just as he finished those words, she got her mouth slightly loose from his grasp. But it was just enough for her to sink her teeth into his skin. Aizawa yelled out in pain and moved away from her mouth. "That's the point," shouted Aizawa. Hearing his name, Aizawa froze up, coming back. He used his capturing weapon to wrap her up, then made her face him. "Where'd you learn that name?" He was set on figuring this out. But all she did was smile and slowly stick her tongue out at him. Aizawa glared, then decided to call Nezu about this. By the end of the call, it was decided that Aizawa had to take her to UA to be held and questioned. Even though that was the plan, she didn't say another word to Aizawa, or Nezu, who joined in the questioning. She'd become a mute. Looking back at his hand, Aizawa sighed. She was good. Too good, and only a child. Aizawa guessed she wasn't much older than his students, and yet, she was a challenge. Her alone. She knew he movements before he could make them. It wasn't something he's ever had to deal with before, not to mention she didn't use her quirk. He checked. It was all her own skill. Where she got that talent was something he'd need to ask. While looking at his hand, Aizawa realized something. That bite mark was the only injury that drew blood. He had the occasional bruise, but that was it. She had carried a knife, but never actually hit him with it. Only waved it around so he'd see it. She wasn't planning on actually killing him, or causing a bad enough injury. The knife was just a distraction. It was all a game. She was just playing. Aizawa didn't know if he should be upset with her crazy game, or be happy she didn't want to hurt him too badly. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Aizawa internally groaned. He had to go back to work. At this point, he felt like he never got a chance to relax. He sighed tiredly as he walked through the crowded halls to get to the teacher's offices. He had to get some paperwork done, then he had to continue with that girl, as well as figure out how to get her to talk. He walked into the office, and a few greeted him. His high school friend snaked his way over to him, as loud as ever. "You look even more dead than usual," Hisashi laughed, leaning on Aizawa, who was overly irritated by the act. Aizawa brushed the other off and continued to his desk. "When are you going to see that girl?" Aizawa looked to Hisashi. "It's all anyone here seems to be talking about. We've all seen the report. There was 3, and out of all of them you grabbed her. Why?" Aizawa noticed that the two had everyone's attention, and they were all asking this same question to themselves. "If you read the report, then you'll know that there was something about a secret weapon the League of Villains has a hold of. I was hoping that, as a new member, she'd be more cooperative. But she seems to be even more complicated." Hisashi laughed at his friend's words. "How about I have a go?" Hisashi suggested. Aizawa looked at his friend with a small smile. That would be slightly amusing to watch. The idea stuck, and Aizawa just nodded, thinking of how his friend would be talking to himself for who knows how long. "Have fun," he stated, grabbing some papers. He had to go through schoolwork for the next day. Once he'd finally finished, he went to go to the girl. By the time he reached the containment room, he was honestly a bit worried. Hisashi had been there, with her, alone, for almost an hour. He opened the door and moved into the room. Like most other interrogation room, this one was split into 2 areas. The first was the room where people could safely watch the interrogation behind bulletproof glass, and the second was where you'd hold the person in question. Aizawa had walked into the first room to see Nezu sitting next to Toshinori, watching as Hisashi babbled to Surebu, who looked quite bored of the one-sided conversation. Honestly, Aizawa didn't know why they were friends. Hisashi was loud and dramatic, while he was quiet and hated big crowds. It made no sense, but here they were. Still friends after all these years. Aizawa suddenly felt a bit at peace. He should have known she was being watched. He closed the door and moved up to the glass. Hisashi really enjoyed talking to himself from the looks of it. "She looks irritated," Toshinori stated, noticing Aizawa, who only shrugged. "Do you think you can get her to talk?" "Depends. Has she eaten yet?" Aizawa asked, noticing some food on a plate near Nezu. "She's refused to eat anything we give her," Nezu stated, picking up the plate. "This is supposed to be her dinner, but I don't think she'll eat it." Aizawa grabbed the plate. "I'll give it to her," he stated. As he began to move to the door, there was a loud crash. Everyone turned to the direction of the sound that seemed to be replaying over and over, only to see Surebu hitting her head on the table. Hisashi looked to the glass and shrugged. Maybe she's ready, Aizawa stated, going through the door. The door slammed behind him, and both Hisashi and Surebu turned to see who it was. Once she made eye contact with Aizawa, an evil grin appeared on her face. I was wondering when you'd join the party. Aizawa sat across from Surebu. Neither spoke, only stared. Aizawa was glaring and Surebu was grinning. The plate Aizawa had brought in was placed on the table in between them. Hisashi had walked out soon after Aizawa walked in. Honestly, it looked like the better choice for him at that point. The second Surebu had opened her mouth, shock ran through everyone. Even Nezu and Tashinori on the other side of the glass. All they could do was look at her. Aizawa stepped forwards, being the first to shake off the shock. I'd hardly call this a party, Surebu smiled at his comment. Me either. Parties are a lot more fun with good music and games. But that's the expression, so get over it, Shota. Once again they were shocked. All except Aizawa. You told her your name? Hisashi yelled, looking at Aizawa in horror. Aizawa only shook his head. She already knew it, he stated, moving over to the table. At least you're talking now, he told, placing the plate on the table in front of her. Surebu gave off a chuckle at the movement. If you don't eat it, I will. Go ahead, Aizawa looked at her confused. If you think I'll trust anything you give me, then you're just plain stupid. She crossed her arms and looked at Hisashi. Besides, your high school friend seems a bit lost. Aizawa looked at Hisashi, then what she said seemed to proses. High school friend. Aizawa instantly looked back at Surebu, slamming his hands on the table. The sound of cutlery hitting the glass of the plate echoed through the room. How did you know he and I even got along in high school? He growled, sick of her cryptic nature. Surebu only moved up to be inches away from Aizawa. Wouldn't you like to know? She whispered so only he could hear. Her hand moved up to Aizawa's face as she poked his nose. Boop! A high-pitched noise came from her. Slowly, she sat down, smiling. Seeing that Aizawa was getting somewhere with her, Hisashi got up and was about to leave. He turned back to the others at the door. Aizawa had sat in the chair he was in and appeared to be glaring, and Surebu waved enthusiastically. Without even second-guessing his actions, he had closed the door behind him as he pulled up a chair to watch from the other side of the glass. Aizawa was not giving up here. He was going to get something out of her, even if he was going to sit in that chair all night. He sighed and grabbed the plate. Silently, he pulled it over to him and grabbed the fork. Surebu's smile instantly disappeared. What are you doing? Eating, Aizawa stated, simply eating a bit of the rice. Surebu watched intently as he willingly swallowed the food. If I was planning on killing you, I would have done it last night. I wouldn't waste my time with poisoning your food. He put the fork back and pushed the plate over to her again. Her eyes were glued to the plate. The room was quiet. Then a small growl came up in the space. Aizawa watched as the girl in front of him seemed to grow sad. Her eyes began to water. She was obviously very hungry, but refused to eat. Once again, Aizawa sighed. Fine, he stated, grabbing the plate again. He was going to pull it back over to him, but then a hand grabbed his, stopping him. Aizawa looked at her. She was having a mental discussion to decide if she should or not. Aizawa couldn't even imagine how confused she was, or how scared. Going out on a limb, he began to push the plate towards her. She looked up, shocked at the movement, but she only saw Aizawa smile, and suddenly she felt a bit better. She smiled back, not the one she used on him before. This was a genuine smile. Slowly, she began to eat. It wasn't much to eat, but it looked like she'd never eaten something like that before. Aizawa had sat there quietly, waiting for her to finish. Once she did, she pushed the plate back to the center of the table. Thank you, she mumbled, leaning back in the chair. Aizawa looked at her wide-eyed. A villain just politely thanked him. He was not expecting that in the slightest. Shaking the shock from his system, he began to question. What were you doing in that alley? What I was told to do. And that is none of your business, Black Beauty. Aizawa stopped. What did you just call me? He knew he was off topic. He just needed to make sure he heard that last bit right. Black Beauty, she repeated, as if it was obvious. Aizawa went back to glaring. Don't call me that. He didn't understand this girl at all. Okay, Shota, 1 second she's rude. Not that either. The next she's lost in her own mind. Aizawa? And then she's back to being rude. No, he didn't understand what was going through her head. And if he was going to do this, then he should at least know how to read her actions. Fuck face it is then. She was really getting on his nerves now. Eraserhead. It's my hero name, and that's what you should call me, he stated on an angry tone. Just at that point, she began to laugh. I know, Aizawa was beyond confused with her at this point. He sighed, placing his head in his hands as he leaned on the table. Looks like it worked. Aizawa looked at her furious. What worked? The distraction. Aizawa froze. You stopped asking and got distracted. Aizawa went through the last couple of minutes in his head. She stopped him from asking about her activities last night, by insulting him, by doing something she knew would get him off topic. At least tell me why you didn't just kill me, he said, leaning back in the chair. His head was hanging over the back of the chair, so he didn't know that she was staring at the table in front of her, having another mental battle. After a few more moments of silence, Aizawa looked at her. She was glaring at the table, unmoving. Surebu, she jumped at the sound of her name and looked to Aizawa. Why? He asked, leaning forwards. If I answer this one question, then you'll stop asking me questions. For tonight? Fine. I'm happy with that, Aizawa agreed. She looked back at the table, as if she was uncomfortable with the topic. I don't want to kill. I don't like how it feels to kill someone. I'm not going to kill unless it's my only option, because I hate to do it. Aizawa started at her, processing everything she just said. She knows how it feels to kill someone. When did she need to kill someone? Why would she need to kill someone? This one answer led to even more questions, and he couldn't deal with them all. He looked to the glass, knowing that the other three were still there watching, and maybe just as horrified as he felt about this. He sighed and looked back at Surebu. She was about to cry, he knew it. She was forcing it all in. Every emotion she felt. Aizawa thought that maybe that memory of the time she did kill someone was running through her head over and over. That maybe she was mentally torturing herself with just that memory. Aizawa stood from the chair. Surebu, she looked back at him. Don't let the regret of that one time get to you. Instead, just let it go and be happy with the fact that you managed to separate yourself from the ones who kill for fun, he told her before leaving. He felt bad just walking out like that, but he honestly couldn't do anything else. Once the door closed behind him, he looked to Nezu, Toshinori, and Hisashi. They all looked like they'd just had that conversation themselves. Suddenly Surebu broke. She was screaming at the top of her lungs. Aizawa looked through the glass, thinking she was pulling a Bakugo and throwing everything to find a way to escape. But she hadn't moved. She just sat there screaming, and there was nothing any of them could do. 2 days. That's how long it's been since Surebu answered one question, and it only led to more questions to form. Aizawa hasn't pushed for more answers. After watching her scream till her voice cut out, though she needed some time. Both days Aizawa would walk in at the same time, with a plate of food. He sits there silently as she ate. He'd ask normal things like how she was that day, or if she liked the meal, while she'd answer politely, being grateful for the change in pace. Aizawa ended up giving off information about his progress daily, but not much ever actually changed. It was the 3rd day of this, and Aizawa had a small change in the plan. Instead of walking in with a single plate, he had 2. Surebu looked at the plates curiously. 2? She asked as he walked up to the table. I decided to eat with you. Better than walking back and forth getting both of us dinner at different times, Aizawa stated, putting the plates down on the table. Surebu nodded, seeing his point. You sure you want to eat dinner with a villain? She was sarcastic as she said the word villain. Aizawa stopped and looked at her. He sat down across from her and casually started eating. You don't think of yourself as a villain? He asked, pointing his chopsticks at her. She smiled and began to eat herself. Just because I was with the villains when you saw me, that doesn't mean I'm one of them. Aizawa took a moment to think of what she had said. She had just told him that she was not a villain, but she treated him like they were enemies. He could never figure out what this girl was thinking. He'd have to work harder then. So you're not a villain? He was curious as to her answer. She had never been upfront with her thoughts on villainy. What is a villain? Aizawa stared, confused by the question, and waited for her to explain. What defines a villain? Is it someone who does a wrong? Or the person who made them do the wrong? Sadly, this did not clear up Aizawa's confusion. You're not doing a good job at explaining this, he sighed tiredly. Surebu smiled, kindly nodding. There are many kinds of villains, Shota. Aizawa ignored the name. He'd honestly stopped trying to get her to call him by his hero name. She wouldn't stop. Society only sees the one villain. The person who breaks the law and is caught doing it. Surebu looked down at the table. That's what a villain is in the sight of society. But in a different light, society is the villain. Aizawa only grew more confused as she went on. How could someone who decides what a villain is be the villain? Who do you think makes the villain, Shota? Surebu looked up at him, and he looked back at her. It was a good question. One he'd never thought of before. Society, he guessed, given the conversation. Surebu's evil smile told him he was correct. She had gone back to the crazy, bloodlust girl he met that night. Almost like a switch went off in her brain. The world around a person is what makes them Shota. If the world sees a person worth their time, they shall be of worth. If all they see is a villain, well, she leaned back, throwing her arms up. Who can argue with that? Aizawa's eyes grew wide. He had to admit, he saw her point. What she said is true. To the villains he fights, this world is a horde of villains they had to stop, and heroes were the main villains. Then there's the people who have no choice. Aizawa broke out of his thoughts. You always have a choice, he stated without thinking. He believed he was right. Everyone had a choice. I didn't, Surebu stated, changing personally again. She looked down at the table sadly. My whole life has been decided for me. Who I am, where I live, who I belong to. None of it was my choice. Out of everything she had just said, one thing stood out to Aizawa. Who you belong to? He asked, honestly worried. But her reaction only made him worry even more. She looked at him directly with a huge, stained smile on her face. You have a choice now. Her smile was gone. You could tell me the villain's plans and be a hero. Or don't tell me and let many innocent people die. Or, Surebu interrupted. I could keep my mouth shut and not betray those who gave me a home, who saved me. This way a plan that can't work won't happen. This statement struck Aizawa. So I was right. You are a part of this weapon the villains have? Aizawa stood leaning on the table. Surebu laughed. Shota, she spoke through laughter. I am the weapon, she stated, pushing her empty plate away from her. And how are you the weapon? Surebu pretended to zip up her mouth. You'd rather stay here and be a prisoner than tell me what I want to know, he asked, causing her to shrug. Why? What is so special about them? She stood up, copying Aizawa's stance. They treat me like a human. Not an object. Not an animal. A human. They gave me a bed, food, a house I can call home. I've never had that before. Aizawa paused. He sat down, thinking of her comment. Maybe she was just being loyal to the only people she learned to trust. This only meant one thing. He had to gain her trust completely. Only problem was, she'd never trust anyone as long as she was their prisoner. Nezu watched Aizawa in disbelief. Did he hear that right? Was Aizawa really asking what he was asking? He took another sip of his tea. He took this time to think over what he heard, then decided to ask, just to make sure. What was that last bit? He was really hoping he heard it wrong. He needed it to be something other than what he heard. Aizawa sighed, trying to calm himself. He knew it was a long shot to ask this, but it was all he could think of to get Surebu to talk. I know it's a crazy idea, and quite strange. Aizawa was only going to explain, but Nezu interrupted. It's not happening. I am not going to endanger everyone in this school like that. Surebu stays where she is. I'm not letting her wander the halls freely. Who knows what will happen? Nezu was trying to reason with him, but Aizawa needed to get this done. You don't understand, Aizawa yelled suddenly. He was not taking no for an answer. She won't tell us what we want to know unless we do this. She's only helping the villains because they were nice. Maybe if we show we trust her, she'll help us. Nezu was stuck staring at Aizawa as the man reasons with him. She stays in that room alone. She doesn't attempt to escape, because she doesn't want to. If she did, then there is no way I would stand a chance. She is an opponent I know has a few things up her sleeve. She is dangerous. I could barely keep up with her. I don't just want to get her to help. I want to help her. If the only place she has to turn to is the villains, then I want to change that. She's a good kid, just with the wrong crowd and state of mind. Aizawa sighed, rubbing his eyes. She needs help. So you want to try and pass her off as a US student? Aizawa, that's not how this works. Nezu attempted to explain, but it was useless. She can't stay in there. She doesn't deserve it, Aizawa had to admit. He had grown attached to the girl. He wouldn't say it out loud, but he had to admit it somehow. If we can change her perspective on society, then we can stop the villains' plans and save not only her, but many brave heroes and innocent people. Nezu stopped to consider this idea. Aizawa had a solid plan. Just put her in my class, and I'll be there to keep an eye on her. Fine, Aizawa looked up shocked. What? I said fine, but she's your responsibility. Your plan. You deal with the consequences, Nezu stated before taking a long sip of his tea. Aizawa smiled, then bowed. Thank you so much. I won't fail you, he practically yelled. But before Aizawa could move from his chair, Nezu quickly added. Find her a room. Make sure she stays there and leaves only for classes, or if you are there to supervise. I'm not going to have her run amok, Aizawa nodded enthusiastically. And this was the part Nezu was most worried about. If this is going to work, We need to make sure that she doesn't get mistreated by other students." In other words, Nezu took a deep breath, as if to remind himself that this was for the best. Only staff can know where she came from. As far as anyone else is concerned, she came from another school as a transfer student. Aizawa looked at Nezu in complete shock. He was actually planning on lying to every student in this school and their parents. All for a girl he didn't even trust? Without thinking about those words too much, Aizawa thanked Nezu, bowed and walked out. He walked through the school grounds till he made it to the dorm rooms of Class 1A. There had to be a spare room somewhere. She couldn't share a room with one of the other students, and he couldn't kick one of the other students out into another's room just for Surebu. That would be too suspicious and would put her at risk of being figured out. Aizawa sighed, walking through the female's wing. There was always a spare room here. There was never enough girls to fill out the rooms. Aizawa didn't even think when he started to stress about it, but he was sure he forgot something. He picked a room closest to the floor. Then he thought it over. She'd be close to the exit. But if he chose a higher room, she would have a balcony and might run for it. As Aizawa thought this over, he remembered something. It was quite early in the morning, but not too early for everyone to be in bed. So where were his students? He looked up at the closest clock he could find. "I'm late," he yelled, sprinting out to get to his class. This was going to be a very long day for him. He could tell. It was already a long morning. He just wished he would get some sleep before he became the guardian of the closest person they had to a villain. Aizawa sat in the classroom dozing off. He didn't get his wish. He'd been up all day and all last night talking with Surebu. She was quite the chatterbox once you got her started. It reminded Aizawa of a very loud friend of his that he could never get rid of. "Aizawa-sensei." Aizawa's eyes shot open, and he looked over the room to see everyone in the room watching him. "Are you okay? You've been a lot more tired than usual." Momo was the one speaking, and she seemed worried. Then again, the entire class looked worried. "I'm fine," Aizawa yawned. "Just been working overtime with a small matter." "No need to worry," he tried to reassure, but it only did the opposite. "Maybe you should take some time off," Suyu suggested, poking her tongue out as she spoke. Aizawa smiled at the girl. "If only that was possible. Looks like my workload's about to double in the next couple of days." Aizawa sighed, sitting up properly in his chair. He had to stay awake a little longer. He seemed to wonder if Surebu had the same trouble he did. She stays up all night. Does she sleep through the day when Aizawa isn't there? Maybe. She's got the time for it. Is it hero work or the class work? Izuku's voice appeared in the room. A mixture of both. "I've currently got a villain in questioning, and I'm working on something for Nezu," Aizawa explained. Questioning? Mina was way too exited about this for her own good. How long till he has no other option but to talk? That's the problem. Mina's face dropped at Aizawa's words. Damn villain is too stubborn for their own good. I'm not getting them to talk anytime soon. Aizawa rubbed his eyes, thinking things over. Surebu was probably the most trusted villain in the world. He couldn't believe that he actually trusted her as much as he did. But she did admit that she'd rather stay than go and help the villains. So maybe Aizawa could relax a bit. Maybe. The bell rang for the end of class and students began grabbing their things. Before Aizawa could get up to leave, Bakugo stood in front of him. "If you need someone to make that villain spill the information you need, I can help," he grinned. Aizawa sighed, looking at the boy. "I won't be needing it. Nezu and I have began on a new plan that we know is going to break the stubborn thing." Aizawa spoke harsher than intended. But Bakugo seemed to just push Aizawa's limits some days. Today was one of them. "If there is anything you need other than that." Momo appeared behind Bakugo. It was then Aizawa realized that there was a few other students who had stayed back. "Just ask and I'll see what I can do," Momo finished. Aizawa thought over her words. It seemed everyone else was at an agreement. "Actually," Aizawa smiled tiredly. "There might be something you can help me with." Momo stood straight, looking at Aizawa intently. Momo led Aizawa through the girls' dorms with Tsuyu and Uraraka following. "So we're getting a new girl in Class 1A? Uraraka asked, exited. "Yes. She's coming from a very hard place and Nezu and I are hoping to help her," Aizawa explained. He didn't lie. It was just a half-truth. Only missing out the fact that she was a villain. "So does she have a bad home life? That seems tough," Tsuyu croaked in. Aizawa stopped and turned to the girl. "I wish I knew. But she isn't one for sharing the dark details, so please make her feel welcome. I don't want her to feel left out for coming into class later than everyone else." Aizawa spoke softly, trying to help them realize that this was important. The three nodded at Aizawa in understanding. Finally, Momo stopped by a door. "This room is right next to mine." This way I could keep an eye on her if you'd like. Aizawa couldn't stop the smile that spread across his lips. He felt quite proud of his students some days. This was one of them. Unless it was Bakugo. Without wasting any more time, Momo opened the door to a completely empty room. There was a large window that led to a balcony. This made Aizawa rethink. They couldn't let her have a balcony. She could easily escape. But then again, this was Surebu he was thinking about. Finally, Aizawa walked in. So when are you moving her stuff in? Uraraka asked, smiling at her teacher. But when all she got in return was silence, that smile faded. Aizawa-sensei, she spoke. All she has is the cloths on her back. The school didn't even get her a bed. Aizawa sighed, realizing that there was a problem. Okay then, Momo spoke firmly. When will she be here? A few hours maybe. If not, then tomorrow, Aizawa answered. It's settled. I'm going to get the room done, Momo stated, walking through the door. At first, Aizawa was surprised at the thought. How could Momo set up Surebu's room without anything to put in it? Then he remembered. It was Momo. She could make anything she wanted, and so he nodded and walked out, going to find his new student. Aizawa had practiced his speech to Surebu. He wasn't sure how she'd take it. Honestly, he thought she'd be offended. The idea of her, someone thought of as a villain, going to a hero school like a normal kid. Maybe this wasn't the best idea. He took a deep breath once he stood at the door to Surebu's current prison cell. He thought over his next few words before opening the door. There you are. I was starting to think you weren't coming today, Surebu said the second that she saw the door open. But you did forget your dinner, she chuckled. It was then Aizawa remembered her dinner. Aizawa looked at her thinking. Then an idea came to him. Get up, he ordered. Surebu looked at Aizawa confused. You want dinner or not, he asked. Without a second thought, Surebu stood up and began to walk over to Aizawa as he opened the door again. You really trust me enough to let me out? Surebu asked, watching Aizawa walk out. You have no idea about how much I trust you, Aizawa whispered, hoping she didn't hear. But her smile proved she did. Just go, he told before watching her walk out of the room. They got to the cafeteria quickly, with only a few moments where Surebu wandered off to look at something. In fact, now that Aizawa thought about it, she was acting like this was all new to her. The school environment, that is. It was the small things that had her eyes sparkling. It was only now, while Aizawa sat across from her in the large empty cafeteria, eating his dinner, that he realized she never had that sparkle in her eyes before. Never had the look of joy. The day they met, she was a completely different person. Her eyes were dull and hopeless, almost like she'd given up. Now Aizawa was watching her as she ate her dinner with a huge smile as her joyful and hopeful eyes darted around the room curiously. He couldn't even stop the smile that appeared on his face. Well, someone's happy. Those 3 words reminded Aizawa that she was actually paying attention to him as well. She seemed to really like the idea of keeping an eye out for any movement. Nothing ever got past her. It was at this point of time Aizawa believed he should bring up the new events. Actually, I am quite excited about Nezu's latest development, he stated casually. In the corner of his eye, he noticed that Surebu was interested in what he had to say. He had noticed that when she liked the conversation, her ears would twitch, and she'd limit her movement to focus more on the conversation. If she's disinterested, she'd keep moving, but she was still. Seeing this, he continued. We were discussing what to do about you. Nothing new, I see, she chuckled, finishing off her food. Yes. You see, I had a thought that maybe we could give you a bit more freedom. Once again, she chuckled. That explains why I'm out here. Not exactly. I was in a rush today and just forgot your food. I wasn't planning on walking all the way down here, then back to the interrogation room just to get you your food. Aizawa spoke honestly. He felt really lazy today for some reason. What I meant was that I want you to become my student, he stated plainly. Surebu sat there frozen at his words. In other words, you'll have your own room to stay in. You'll have to get to classes in the morning and stay there with everyone else till classes are over. Then go back to your room. So I can walk from one place to the other on a schedule. Yep, freedom. Surebu folded her arms across her chest and turned her head away. You'll be allowed to wander freely at lunchtime like everyone else. You'll be allowed to spend time in the common room with everyone else. You will have a curfew like everyone else. The only difference is that I'll have to lock your door at night and unlock it in the morning, Aizawa explained, staring the girl down. Do I get a say in this? Surebu sighed, slouching. Aizawa paused before continuing. If you want to go back to the interrogation room, then fine. I wasted all that time for nothing, and this conversation never happened. I just thought it would be a bit less boring for you and easier for me, Aizawa spoke honestly. Surebu looked off into the distance in deep thought. You'd actually trust me to get to class and to bed on time? She asked, not looking at him. Yes, I would, Aizawa told, finishing his food. The two stayed silent for some time before Aizawa sighed. You don't have to answer me right now, but a few of the girls are quite eager to meet you. Aizawa stood grabbing his plate. But before he could go put it away, Surebu latched onto his hand. Aizawa turned angry that she nearly made him drop the plate. But once he saw her face, all he could do was stare. She was staring down at the table in disbelief, almost like she was struggling to think. She hadn't moved from her chair, but she was now kneeling on it rather than sitting. Her right arm was the one that had grabbed him, while the other was just a clenched fist. Momo. Aizawa was frozen at what he heard. And Uraraka. Surebu looked up at Aizawa with teary eyes. And Tsuyu. They're actually trying. She looked back down. Aizawa felt both scared of what just happened, and bad about how she reacted to the thought of people being nice enough to do something for her. The more Aizawa thought, the more he realized that something as simple as that would have an effect on her. She would have come from a very horrible place to end up with the League of Villains. Aizawa kneeled down in front of her with a soft smile. You don't normally get treated kindly, do you? Surebu shook her head, answering Aizawa's question. You should get used to it, Aizawa stated, standing up. Surebu's eyes followed him as he did so. And maybe find a way to stop whatever quirk you just used. Her eyes widened at his statement. He'd figured it out. Some people don't like the invasion of privacy. How he figured it out, Surebu didn't know, but she'd hide it from anyone else, even if it meant she could never use it again. A look of determination took over Surebu's features as she stood from her chair. Let's go meet the class then, she stated, grabbing her plate and walking away to put it where it belongs. Aizawa smiled, following a bit behind her. Aizawa was walking along the school grounds to Class 1A's dorm rooms with Surebu right behind him. She wasn't acting exited like before. She seemed rather nervous, actually. Her head was facing down and her eyes were shifting from side to side. She had her arms crossed so that her hands were hidden. It was that detail that made Aizawa think. All she did was touch him, and out of 20 students, she knew exactly who he was talking about. It had to be her quirk. That was the only conclusion he could think of. But what exactly was her quirk? And why does she seem so upset about him knowing? Questions Aizawa knew he'd have to work for. Once Aizawa saw the building, he sighed. There it is. We're almost there, he informed the one behind him. But he didn't get to move any closer. Something stopped him. He turned his head to see Surebu had clung onto the back of his shirt and froze. She was scared. Why wouldn't she be? Everywhere she goes, all she feels is hate. Only way she's been treated is as a villain. Why would this time be any different? All she'd do is suffer. She couldn't help but let dark thoughts take over her mind at that point. All the pain and suffering from her past was proof. She could never belong anywhere. As if reading her mind, Aizawa spoke in a soft voice. There might be times when they disagree, but these kids are kind and caring teenagers who will show you the true meaning of being a hero. Surebu looked away. They won't know where you found me. Only staff will know, Aizawa shot quickly. Surebu let out a small sigh and nodded. Slowly they began to go to the dorms, but Surebu never let go of Aizawa's shirt. This caused Aizawa some confusion because he was not familiar with this side of the girl. She was usually so confident, but now she looked even more lost with every step she took. In the dorms, Momo, Uraraka, and Tsuyu walked back into the common room with the others. Mina smiled seeing them enter. So what did Aizawa-sensei have you do? She asked, seeing Momo slightly exhausted, while both Uraraka and Tsuyu only wanted to sit down. All three looked as if they'd just done manual labor for the last half hour. I'm just hoping it was enough, Momo sighed, sitting down next to Uraraka, who was currently on the lounge. Tsuyu sat on the floor. Me too, Uraraka agreed. Tsuyu looked over at the two. Well, given what Aizawa-sensei told us, I don't think we need to worry too much about it, Tsuyu reassured. The other two nodded, seeing her point. After what they were told, they shouldn't worry too much. What are you talking about? Kirishima asked, leaning over to look at them from his spot on the floor. Before any of the girls could respond, someone knocked on the door. All three smiled, thinking the same thing. She was here. Wonder who that could be, Izuku thought out loud, looking to the door. Momo stood up and speed walked towards the door. To say she was excited would be an understatement. She was mentally screaming. She opened the door with a smile plastered on her face. Both Uraraka and Tsuyu were up and walking over. Once Momo saw Aizawa, her excitement grew. Aizawa-sensei, she spoke cheerfully. Aizawa nodded, then looked behind him. Momo followed his gaze and saw her. The new girl, But Momo wasn't happy. Once she saw the girl, even just the tiny bit she could see, all she could be was worry. The girl looked like she'd been through hell on earth. "Hello?" Momo spoke quietly, waving at the girl. She lifted her head, showing her yellow eyes. That, Momo thought, was a unique feature. She's never met anyone with that color of eye before. The girl scooted behind Aizawa a bit and out of Momo's sight. Momo's frown deepened. "May I come in?" Aizawa asked, breaking Momo's thoughts. She nodded, moving out of the way. Once she did, Aizawa slowly moved inside with the girl grabbing onto the back of his shirt. "You can let go now," Aizawa stated as Momo closed the door. Everyone watched as this girl, whose eyes were glued to the floor, let her arm drop back to her side. Momo walked over, smiling once again. "Hi, I'm Momo," she introduced, holding out her hand. Sheru turned to look at the hand offered, but instead of taking it, she just stared at her own. The room was silent for some time before Aizawa spoke up. "This is Sheru. She's being transferred to Class 1A and will be living here with you." Everyone looked from Aizawa to the girl. Sheru seemed frozen as her eyes hit the ground. "Well, I'm Tsuyu. I'm looking forward to sharing the classroom with you," Tsuyu told with her tongue out. Sheru nodded in response. Aizawa looked at her. She'd suddenly become so shy. "Uraraka, it's lovely to meet you." Uraraka stepped in. "Thank you," Sheru whispered, causing shock to spread through the room. "I was informed that you three have helped Aizawa get ready for my transfer," Sheru continued. Uraraka nodded at that statement. "Yes. We were getting your room ready," she responded, looking to Aizawa, who only shrugged. Uraraka's eyes were drawn back to Sheru because she had bowed. "I thank you so much for the effort and kindness, but I don't deserve it in the slightest." Bakugo scoffed at her actions. To him, this was stupid. She was acting stupid. The way she was talking was stupid. Her presence alone was stupid. Aizawa grabbed Sheru by the shoulder. "How about we go see that room before we thank them?" he stated, causing Sheru to nod. Quietly, Momo led Sheru as well as Aizawa to the newly made room. Momo had led them to the room's door and waited. She wasn't sure what Sheru was expecting. She took a deep breath. "Honestly, we haven't done much," she spoke, looking back at Sheru, who only shrugged. "I don't have high expectations for anything. It only leads to disappointment." Momo looked at Sheru, slightly shocked by her words. But Sheru only looked to the floor shyly. It was almost like she hadn't said anything at all. Momo looked back to the door and slowly opened it. The second the door had completely opened, Sheru looked up. Sheru's eyes grew wider and wider. As Momo said, there wasn't much. A small, but empty bookshelf on the wall of the right side. A reasonable-sized wardrobe with a lovely pattern on the left wall, next to a desk with a chair. Lastly, a mattress lay in the middle of the floor with pink and purple-themed bedding. There was even a small teddy bear on the bed, laid down on the stripped pillow. Momo looked at Sheru just in time to see a tear roll down her cheek. Momo began to jump around frantically. "You don't like it? I'm so sorry. Tell me what you don't like, and I promise I'll fix it." Momo spat out word after word, trying to stop the girl from getting upset. Uraraka and Tsuyu had walked up, curious as to what was happening, but once they saw what was in front of them, they looked from one to another, realizing they had failed. "This is mine?" Sheru croaked out. Momo froze, looking at the girl, seeing a small smile. Maybe she didn't mess this up after all. Aizawa put his hand on Sheru's shoulder. "All yours," he stated. Hearing this, Sheru ran into the room to flop onto the mattress, laughing. Momo, Uraraka, and Tsuyu all watched as Sheru ran around the room laughing to herself, arms stretched out like she was an airplane. Once she stopped, she looked at the three girls with a huge smile and teary eyes. "Thank you so much," she bowed. Momo felt a wave of pride wash over her as she smiled. Uraraka smiled, nodding, happy with the result. Tsuyu tilted her head, walking in. "You have a change of cloths in the wardrobe. You have a school uniform, casual cloths, both summer and winter, and some pajamas. You can get changed if you want." Sheru nodded at Tsuyu and moved over to the wardrobe. Slowly, everyone but Sheru had walked out. They went back to the common room to wait for Sheru to finish changing and come down. But they were overwhelmed by questions the second they were spotted. But through all the questions, Bakugo's voice boomed through the room, stopping everything. "Why the fuck is she here?" The room fell silent for a moment before Aizawa sighed. "She has nowhere else to go. Nezu and I are hoping to help her." Once again, a half-truth escaped his lips. "Help her?" Izuku questioned. There was silence. "She doesn't have the best background from what I know. We want to get her away from that, so be nice," Aizawa spoke firmly. He honestly felt like a father telling his kids to play nice with the new neighbor's kid. As that thought was tossed aside, Aizawa felt a small tug on the back of his shirt. He turned around and saw Surebu, wearing exactly what she was last time he saw her. "You're not going to get into something different?" he asked over his shoulder. At his question, Surebu flinched, staring at the floor. Aizawa sighed, curious about her drastic change in personality, as he drove a hand through his hair. He turned fully to Surebu before guiding her back to her room. Aizawa never thought that this would be the way she'd behave in this situation. He thought she'd be more social, but she seemed overly shy. They got back to the room, and Aizawa sat her on the mattress. He walked over to the wardrobe and started to look at the clothes. It seemed fine. It was warmer weather, so Momo had gotten Surebu some summer cloths. The shorts and small shirts, but all in fashion. A tug on his shirt alerted Aizawa of the fact Surebu was behind him. "Do I have to wear that?" she asked, voice wavering slightly. Aizawa looked over to the girl, but her head was down. "Wear what?" he asked, frustrated. He missed the girl that would simply grin and state what was on her mind. She moved over to grab some clothes from the wardrobe. She grabbed the girl's uniform. "You don't like the uniform?" Aizawa asked, crossing his arms. "It makes me feel uncomfortable," she stated, putting it back. "This all makes me feel uncomfortable," she told, looking away. "Surebu, it's me. Whatever it is, say it," Aizawa told her. Her body shook at the way Aizawa spoke. She really was uncomfortable. "I don't like short cloths," she stated, eyes closed, and breathing was slowly quickening. Aizawa's eyes grew slightly at the news. He thought it over for a moment before deciding. "I'll get you the male's uniform, okay?" She looked at him with teary eyes. Aizawa sighed, thinking that this girl would be the death of him. Whether or not that was a good thing, he needed to find out. Surebu was alone in her room. She'd refused to go anywhere since Aizawa left to go to work. She felt so out of place here. She didn't know if she should have agreed to all this, but it's what was happening, and there was nothing she could do. Finally, she looked at the wardrobe again. A thought came to her mind as she walked over to the wooden object. She reached out to open it as carefully as possible. Then she began going through the cloths once again. The first one was the uniform. She could only frown before moving along. There was a pink tank top with a pair of jeans. Surebu fumed at the sight before looking down at herself. There wasn't much difference between what she was currently wearing. Once again, she moved along. It was a long-sleeve black shirt with butterfly patterns and black sweatpants. She shrugged. Next was a light blue striped shirt with long pants and a big jacket. This made a small smile hit Surebu's lips. She looked over the winter set once again before she noticed a pair of dark blue gloves. Her eyes were wide as she looked at the piece of woolly clothing. Surebu looked around the room before making the decision to try on the gloves. They slipped on her hands perfectly, each finger individually placed in its own spot. A smile spread over her lips. "This'll work great," she whispered to herself before going back to the wardrobe. There was a last set of clothing that got Surebu's attention. It was a purple long-sleeved button-up shirt with fluffy purple pants. Her smile grew, and she instantly reached out to grab it. Eventually, she was walking to the girls' bathrooms. Thanks to Aizawa's knowledge of the dorms, though it was quite limited, she found the room easily. Even though Surebu knew she shouldn't be doing something so childish right now, but she was so excited. It had been almost a month since she'd had a clean pair of cloths to wear, and she's never worn fluffy cloths in her life. She peeked into the room, hoping no one was there. Thankfully for the girl, everyone was still in the common room discussing tonight's events. Surebu let out a small sigh at the empty room and practically ran to the mirrors. She froze, looking herself over in the reflection. "It's been a long time, hasn't it?" she asked, reaching out to her reflection. "Last time I saw you was, what, 3 weeks, 2 days and 5 hours ago?" She smiled slightly. "You look a bit better than last time. Looks like you've been eating better." She continued to talk to her reflection, as if it was a normal act. "At least your physical appearance is getting better, huh?" She let out a small chuckle. "I don't think I can say the same about the mental state of a girl with the name Surebu." She looked down at an offending sink that stood between the girl and her reflection. As Surebu continued this conversation, Jiro happened to walk past and heard someone talking. Curious as to who it was, she snuck in and saw Surebu having a good old chat with her reflection. "You okay there?" Jiro ended up speaking, even though she was just seeking around. Surebu jumped at the voice and turned to look for its owner. Once she saw Jiro, her heart began to calm itself down. "I'm fine," Surebu yelped out. Jiro smiled at the reaction. She couldn't say that she wasn't slightly amused by the other's reaction. Jiro thought over her next moves. She knew practically nothing about this girl, only what Aizawa had told the class. and that was almost nothing at all. What Jiro wanted was to know who she was dealing with. "I'm Jiro," she introduced, walking in. "Do you like music?" she asked, not even letting Surebu attempt to adjust to the idea of a conversation. Surebu straightened up and turned back to the mirror. "Yes, I do. I wouldn't be alive today if I didn't," she mumbled out. Jiro's eyes grew at the news. "You don't mean that literally, do you?" she found herself asking. Her body was stiff at the idea, and she was hoping Surebu only mumbled like that was because she was shy. But she could see the other's face in the mirror and knew it was literal. "Do you want to talk about it?" she asked, leaning on the sink next to Surebu. "I'm fine, thanks anyway," Surebu mumbled out once again. Jiro let out a sigh. She guessed Surebu wasn't one to share. "Then how about telling me why you were talking to yourself in the mirror?" Jiro sighed out, wanting something to go off of. Surebu flinched at that statement, but nodded. "I never really get the chance to look at myself in a mirror, so when I do, it's like a whole new person is looking right back at me. I guess it just feels right to talk about how different I look. It brings it to reality." A small silence came over the two. Jiro was a little bit worried about this girl. Aizawa was right, Jiro mumbled out, causing Surebu to look over to her. "You haven't had the best life before this." She looked away from the other girl, knowing there would be a pained expression painted over her face. But surprise ran through her body when she heard the other begin to chuckle. Jiro looked over at her to see her looking at the mirror. "It wasn't the best life, but it definitely wasn't the worst. The way I see it is, I made it this far. That just means my life was better than those who didn't make it. As long as you live, your life is worth living." A smile was strained on her face as she looked over to Jiro. "I'd better get back to my room. It was nice meeting you, Jiro," was the last thing Surebu had said before she was skipping out of the room. Jiro just stared at where the girl used to be, the words echoing in her head. Surebu lived by her words to Jiro. She had gone straight to her room to stay there. That was until she heard a knock on her door. Needless to say, it was a surprise to Surebu. She's gone to the door and opened it to see Mina standing out in the hall in her pajamas, and with a big smile on her face. "Hello, I'm Mina Ashido," she introduced in a single-song voice. Surebu was a bit uneasy about how happy and kind-hearted the other was. Surebu thought about how to deal with this, and mentally agreed that she should be kind back. "It's nice meeting you," she said with a small smile. There was a silence over the two. Mina didn't know what to say, and Surebu hadn't had much conversation where she had to be kind. A few minutes passed before Surebu thought of something to say. "I'm guessing everyone's cleared out off the common room." Mina heard even the smallest conversation starter and jumped right in, literally. She jumped up and grabbed Surebu's gloved hands, holding them up. "Actually, there is a few of my friends that are still down there that really want to get to know you more. Do you want to come down?" Surebu looked at the girl and knew that each word she spoke was completely honest. There was no lie traced in her voice. To this, Surebu nodded. Mina had led her to the common room with a skip in her step. Surebu was beyond confused at how carefree the pink girl appeared to be. Surebu couldn't remember a time she was anything like this. She was honestly curious what it felt like, but there was no time to ask. Before she knew it, they were in the common room, and Surebu regretted agreeing to this almost instantly. There in the common room was Kirishima, Kaminari, Shiro, and Bakugo. It was a group of boys, and Surebu was instantly set off. Kirishima, Shiro, and Kaminari were playing with a deck of cards, and Bakugo was watching the TV. They all seemed distracted by what they were doing at the time. But that didn't stop Mina from running over and jumping on Shiro. Next second, there were Uno cards everywhere. The three playing began to protest as Mina helped Shiro pick up his cards. Bakugo began to rant about how loud they suddenly were, and a few apologies were heard. "What happened to you anyway, Mina?" Kaminari asked, glaring at his cards. Mina rolled her eyes at his statement and gave Shiro his cards back. "I went to go get another player, guys. I told you this," she explained simply. Kirishima grinned, looking at the pink girl as he put a card down. "Surebu agreed to come play, by the way," she mumbled, walking back over to the girl. Suddenly all eyes were following Mina as she practically bounced all the way to Surebu. "You going to stand here all afternoon, or are you going to come and play?" Mina chuckled out once she was with Surebu. Said girl looked at the pink-skinned teen with worried eyes. "What game is this?" Surebu mumbled out. From the lounge one could hear Bakugo growling at her, and turned away from the two girls. Mina tilted her head at Surebu's question and cleared her throat. "Just a bit of Uno. We may end up playing something else soon though. We get bored easily," Mina explained, trying to hold her smile. But the look of pure confusion on Surebu's face forced that smile to fade. "Have you ever played Uno before?" Silence befell the room as everyone seemed to stare at this poor girl as she shook her head. Kaminari's brain seemed to short out in that second. Kirishima began to yell out question after question as Shiro attempted to calm his red-haired friend. Mina seemed to slip into shock and Bakugo slowly turned to glare at the girl. Is that really so shocking? Surebu asked, tilting her head to the side. She didn't understand any of this at all. Mina came back to the present only to grab the girl's arm and pull her over to the small coffee table where her friends were playing before. Surebu, you need to understand that Uno is one of the most common and popular card games in the world. How could you have never heard of it? Mina more shouted than asked. The sudden outburst of the naturally calm pink female caused Surebu a bit of distress, making her react on pure instinct alone. Without even realizing it, she had pulled the arm Mina grabbed back to her body, bringing Mina with it. Seeing the girl falling in her direction, she moved her other arm, just managing to elbow the girl's pink cheek and unintentionally pushed her away. The pure force Surebu had put in her defense was more than enough to knock Mina over, so that she had hit the table with the back of her legs and toppled over, causing the cards placed down to fly everywhere. Mina! Shiro yelled out, grabbing the pink girl's arm to help her up. Kirishima began to stand to help Shiro get his friend off the floor and the table. Are you okay? Shiro asked, helping Mina sit properly on the ground. Yeah. Mina groaned in response, rubbing her injured cheek. That was a really hard hit though, she trailed off, looking up at Surebu, who seemed to be holding back tears. What was that about anyway? Mina asked calmly, looking to the girl with a smile. Surebu backed up a few steps, seeing this moment go through her memories. This wasn't the first time she'd done this, and she couldn't help but hate what she'd become. I'm so sorry, she mumbled out before covering her mouth. I shouldn't have agreed to come. Her voice was muffled by her gloved hands. Tears began to leave the corners of her eyes before she could stop them. Mina looked at the girl with a sad face. She opened her mouth to protest, but Surebu spoke up before she could even form words. I'm too dangerous to be around people, was the last thing she had said to them before running back to the stairs and disappearing from sight. Silence filled the room as everyone stared at the last place Surebu was seen. Uno cards littered every surface within a 6-meter radius. Some even got stuck in Kirishima's hair, but not a single person had moved to pick them up. Surebu's words seemed to replay in each of their minds. Even Bakugo was mentally trapped by this girl's words. Where did Aizawa say he found her? Kaminari whispered with a tone of pure fear in his voice. Everyone's eyes slowly wandered over to the electric blonde, but none of them could answer his questions for the simple fact that Aizawa never told them where, only small details as to why. No one had gone to meet Surebu after the destruction of Uno. Word had spread about the conversation Jiro had with Surebu, and how Mina's cheek became so badly bruised. No one liked what had happened to the bubbly pink girl. If it was Minta, then it would have been completely different. But it wasn't. It appears that Surebu wasn't quite on good terms with anyone, and it was only her first night. It was clear to see that the next day wasn't going to be easy either. She had woken up early in the morning out of natural habit and waited in her room until she heard a knock. By the time that it happened, she had been awake for 2.5 hours and managed to fit herself in the wardrobe out of curiosity. Hearing the knock, she moved fast and attempted to get out of the wardrobe, but only tripped and fell face first into the door, forcing it open and causing her fall to continue. She fell to the floor with a loud thud, but her legs were still partly in the wardrobe. A bit of cloths had tangled her legs so that she couldn't move them. It just happened that the wardrobe door was opened with such force that it bounced back to close, only to slam into the back of Surebu's right calf. Pain instantly rippled through Surebu's body, and she instantly let out a sharp scream of pain. Suddenly, Aizawa bursted through her dorm room's door. He had knocked, hoping she was awake, but when all he had heard was a loud bang followed by her scream, he panicked. He didn't know what had happened to her, but he wasn't willing to wait around while she was in pain. He looked around, but never thought he'd find Surebu laying down with her face on the floor and legs tangled in her wardrobe. Seeing this, Aizawa let out a small sigh. She looked completely pathetic, and he never even thought that this was possible for the girl who could defeat him in hand-to-hand combat. The fluffy pants she wore didn't help with this in the slightest. Surebu, are you okay? He asked, casually walking over. He received no verbal answer, but sniffles were heard as she moved her head in what looked like a nod. Aizawa froze for a second. Are you sure? He asked again. This time he became more aware of her movement. Her body was shaking slightly and her shoulders gave a little bounce every now and again. Are you crying? He asked, slightly worried. He really hoped she wasn't. He didn't know what he could do, since the last time she cried, there was nothing he could do but stand there uselessly watching. Surebu lifted her head slightly to look at Aizawa with her tear-stained face and bloody nose. I'm sorry, she hiccuped, moving her legs slightly to attempt to get out. I was trying to get to the door, she explained, wiping her tears away the best she could while holding her body up. Aizawa sighed, walking over to her to untangle her legs. He grabbed the piece of clothing and noticed it was a long-sleeved shirt made out of a super flexible material that had gotten a good hold on her ankles, so tight he could barely move the fabric. How did you even manage this? Aizawa found himself asking as he began to get frustrated with the shirt. Surebu flinched at the slightest harshness in his tone, but that single movement caused Aizawa's hands to slip and the fabric to tighten. At this point, the blood flow had stopped getting to her feet and was becoming uncomfortable for her. Surebu, just don't move, Aizawa ordered once again, trying to untie the girl from her own stupid decision. Eventually, Aizawa had given up the idea of keeping the shirt in one piece and had gone down to the dorm's kitchen to get some scissors. It turns out that they were both late, because Aizawa wanted Surebu out before breakfast, so she had someone to help her. But everyone in Class 1A was currently in the kitchen, either cooking or eating, but all froze seeing Aizawa. Do you kids have a pair of scissors close by? I need them. He spoke as calmly as possible at this point. Everyone turned and looked from one to another. Finally, Bakugo walked over with a kitchen knife. This is the best we've got, he stated in a bored tone, passing Aizawa the knife. Aizawa looked down on it with worry on his face. Chances are that Surebu would hate this idea and most likely come out injured. But what better idea did he have? As that thought came to his mind, he heard a thud from above his head. Everyone looked up at the noise as thud after this came into earshot. What's that? Izuku asked, fear in his voice. Aizawa thought for a moment, and as far as he could see, everyone had come down. All but Surebu, who was trapped. At the last thought, an image of Surebu struggling and the wardrobe falling on top of her came into Aizawa's mind, and he found himself running back up the stairs. Without thinking, he ran right into Surebu's room, expecting the worst. But he had found Surebu up on top of the wardrobe, trying to untangle her ankles herself. Aizawa looked from the spot on the floor where a clear blood stain was forming and back to the top of the wardrobe. He couldn't figure out how she had managed. The wardrobe was a good 2 meters high off the ground, and would have been a struggle to get up with all your limbs, but with only your hands. It wasn't until he heard Surebu's growl of frustration that Aizawa snapped out of his thoughts and began to move again. He walked over to stand in front of her with a small smile. Surebu saw him and began to laugh nervously at her situation. I was hoping to get out myself, but I seem to have found why you were struggling, she laughed out, scratching the back of her neck. Aizawa shook his head and showed her the knife. The second Aizawa had stated they'd need to cut her out, her eyes grew to an impossible size as she slowly backed up. Aizawa hummed at her response. If you think it's a better idea, you could do it yourself. I'd understand if you don't trust me to do it yet, Aizawa explained, holding the knife out for the girl to take. Said girl looked from the knife to Aizawa before nodding and taking the offered blade. It was a difficult task, and Aizawa would be lying if he didn't say he was panicking. Watching Surebu cut herself free the way she was isn't the easiest thing. She kept cutting herself and blood seemed to cover every fraction of her ankles and hands. Finally, the girl was freed and her smile was a dull and faded one, and Aizawa's was non-existent. Both had small looks of worry that clearly showed. What now? Surebu had found herself asking as she sat on the wooden object. Aizawa only looked at her bloody covered skin. It was like a murder scene had played, but only on her ankles and hands. I'm sorry, Eraserhead, she'd mumbled out, causing Aizawa's head to snap up to look her in the eye. She never called him by his hero name before, and he couldn't help but wonder why this change had happened so suddenly. Then he saw the look in her eyes. It seemed to be a mixture of fear and sadness. It was something he'd seen on only one other person before. It was also a look he hoped he'd never have to see again. Without even thinking, Aizawa had grabbed the girl's bloody hands and lightly pulled her down from the top of the wardrobe. Once her feet hit the ground, he wrapped his arms around her for a hug. It wasn't something he normally would do, but he couldn't help it. It was like she had an effect on him he'd never had before. That thought alone scared Aizawa. He hated the idea of growing attached to anyone, yet he somehow felt the need to hug a girl he knew came from the villains. It's Aizawa, okay? Surebu's ankles and hands were cleaned off and ankles were wrapped in bandages. It wasn't the best job ever, but it would do until Surebu agreed to see Recovery Girl, who she wasn't fond of hearing about at all. Soon after that, the two headed downstairs to find the class was almost ready to head to classes. It was at this point that Aizawa realized he had to skip breakfast again. A sigh escaped him. Then he remembered Surebu hadn't eaten either. He looked back at the girl. She looked uncomfortable with all these people around the room. How about you quickly get something to eat? Aizawa suggested, causing a look of surprise so show on the girl's face. Why? She asked before realizing what she'd asked and covered her mouth. Everyone turned their heads to look at this exchange. Some had looks of disgust and others were curious. Aizawa turned to face the girl, slightly worried. Because breakfast is essential to someone's daily life, Aizawa explained. But the look the girl had given him said otherwise. He gave off a deep sigh and pinched the bridge of his nose. Please explain what is so confusing about eating in the morning. Aizawa closed his eyes. He was honestly over today, and class hasn't even started yet. I thought it was something rich people did because they could afford it, Sheru explained. Aizawa's eyes snapped open at that comment. No. Actually, everyone who lives in a house has breakfast. Unless they are too busy or too stupid to worry about their weight and health. Aizawa attempted to explain in the kindest way possible. But the second Sheru's face had deflated, he couldn't help the sigh that escaped him. He really should start counting how many times this girl makes him sigh a day. It would be something to do, and she knew how to make him sigh. Suddenly Sheru smiled, looking up at Aizawa. Does that mean lunch is for everyone as well? She'd asked. Aizawa's face was one of worry. He couldn't help the fear that crawled into his mind. How could you not know this, Sheru? He found himself needing to know. She seemed so exited just to know how often people eat food a day. This was common knowledge to a human. But now that he thought about it, she only ate one meal a day while in questioning. You answered your own question, Aizawa. Sheru had once again broke Aizawa free from his thoughts. He looked at the girl blankly and saw the strange smile on her face. He could feel physical pain having to look at her sad eyes. She seemed so broken-hearted. He couldn't even bring himself to ask what she meant. I'm not really hungry. To be honest, I won't be able to keep anything down. Why don't I just get ready for class and we deal with that? She suggested, leaving no room for arguments. It was at that moment Aizawa remembered something. That's right, he grumbled, digging into his scarf. He pulled out a pair of pants, the same as the ones the boys wear to class. Wear this instead of the skirt. Everything else in the uniform is the same anyway. Sheru grabbed the pants and a grin formed on her face. She was practically vibrating with excitement. She quickly went to hug Aizawa before attempting to run back up the stairs to change. But the second she got to the stairs, she'd lost her footing and fell with her face landing perfectly so that the edge of a step hit her nose, once again injuring herself. Everyone took a step forwards to make sure she was okay. But she was back up in a matter of seconds and sprinting up the steps. No one bothered to move after that. Sheru may have even been badly injured. But she was way too exited to even consider that idea. She was so exited that she was ready and changed in barely any time at all and was running down the stairs. But as usual, she didn't have any luck with her footing. She slipped near the bottom and began to roll down each step. The second she finally got to the last step, she was in a lot of pain and groaning at the idea of getting up. Still, she pushed her body off the ground. She was kneeling down when she felt a hand grab her arm and start to pull her up. Shocked that anyone was willing to come near her, Sheru looked up. There she saw a wide smile and pink face, unless you looked at the bruised cheek. Sheru stood up and moved away from the pink girl. I'm sorry, she mumbled out. At the apology, Mina puffed up her cheeks, smile gone. She placed her hands on her hips and lightly glared at the other in a joking manner. Could you stop with the apologies? You seem more upset about it than me, and I'm the one who's turning purple. Mina giggled at herself a bit. Sheru only managed to look away and mumble out another apology. You have nothing to apologize for, Sheru, Mina spoke calmly. Sheru flinched. If anything, I should be the one apologizing, she stated, hiding her hands behind her back. Sheru looked up at Mina, surprised at what the girl had said. Nothing could ever make Sheru believe that. She'd thought over it again and again within the time span of a few seconds. But there was never a reason for Mina to apologize. Mina saw the confused look on Sheru's face, and her spirit dropped considerably. You really haven't had a good life, have you? She asked, only to see Sheru shake her head. I'm a Sheru. What do you expect? She asked back, believing that what she'd said explained it all. But it was something only she could understand. None of them would ever understand the title she owns, or the burden that one word carries. Sheru, Mina sighed, walking over to the girl. Aizawa's eyes grew at this as one thought came to his mind. He wasn't the only one. Sheru made sigh. I'm sorry. It was your first night. You were probably very scared and uncomfortable. I shouldn't have yelled at you the way I did, Mina spoke calmly. A small smile graced Mina's lips as she looked at Sheru. But Sheru didn't understand this in the slightest. Without even thinking, she bowed to the pink girl. I'm sorry, but please never apologize to me again, she yelled out, eyes held shut. The room stayed quiet for a good long minute. No one understood exactly what was happening. Someone was getting upset because someone apologized to them. It made no sense at all. A scream echoed through the dark room. Not a spot of the wooden walls and floor were clean. There were spots covered in dirt, grime, dust, and in some of the more common spots, blood. There was not a clean spot anywhere you'd look. There was a single window of which the moonlight barely managed to shine through. The sound of a girl crying made itself present as she wept out apology after apology with a shaky voice. Then the sharp scream again. In the corner of this room was the young girl. She was somewhere around the age of 14 or 15, but was extremely skinny. Her long black hair was all over the place, covering bits of her ghostly pale skin. Each of her wrists were soaked and dripping with blood from the shackles that held her against the wall. Tears flowed from her yellow eyes as she looked to the dark man in front of her. In one of his hands was a knife with a blade covered in her blood. In the other, he held onto her right leg. Her legs were littered with small cuts, some even shaped to make words. Most of them were either scabs or scarred up. But the few, still open cuts, were the problem. He dug the blade into the back of her calf and let her screams of pain bounce off the walls of his basement. He always seemed to find the spots on her legs she found most sensitive to pain. It wasn't hard to use them against her either. Don't expect me to stop. You're a Surebu. This is what you get, he growled out, carving out her title on her leg. The word Surebu was to scar on that leg, along with many other hurtful words that she could never get rid of. It's these scars that she hides to this day, as she walked down the halls of U. As a student for the first time. Her legs hadn't healed completely since that day in that man's basement. But it was healing, and hopefully will soon be gone. The title she holds is still etched into the back of her calf. It will never go away. But she doesn't care. She is a Surebu. There's nothing she can do to change it. She was the last Surebu left. The rest had died years ago, but not her. She fought tooth and nail just to be here today. Just to walk into class WhatIf for the first time and learn from the man who saved her from the hell of a Surebu. This doesn't mean he's saved her completely. That task will be a lot harder, but he's willing to try. That's what the girl can see. So when he pointed to the back of his classroom at an empty desk, this last fighting Surebu couldn't help but the skip in her step as she moved over to the desk on her damaged and scared legs just to sit down and look up at the front. It had been a hard, painful, and confusing morning for everyone. But now they sat in their seats as Aizawa told them what would happen and the new conditions of Surebu's presence. Not everyone was happy about the girl who wore a male's uniform, but no one was going to complain. She was a Class 1 student now, and she had to fit in with this wild group of kids somehow. The plan was to have her act like other students, but the second she looked up on the board, her mind went blank. All around her people were down writing the notes their teacher wanted them to. But Surebu didn't even have a book to write in, or any stationery to write with. No one had given any to her. Not to mention that she is a Surebu. A few minutes passed, then a few hours, and then finally the bell for lunch. Everyone moved off, but Surebu wasn't even told what the bell meant. All she knew was 1 second, she was staring blankly at the board on the verge of tears without anyone noticing. And the next everyone was leaving the room. She sat there confused all lunch since Aizawa had left after his lesson was over some time ago. He wasn't there to help her in any way, and the teacher she had wasn't told about her situation yet. That little detail for all the staff was for this afternoon's staff meeting. It was something small, but had a huge outcome on the poor girl. She'd sat in the room by herself with nothing to do, but let her mind roam to dark memories. There was one that stood out to her the most. It was in a dark alleyway where her life began to brighten. She could remember the bars of the small cage she was displayed in. It wasn't much, but her hands were free this time. The man from the basement had sat himself nearby and was glaring holes into her. It was dark, cold, and all Surebu had to cover herself was a rag shaped as a dress with rips all over. It didn't bother her though. She was used to this treatment by now. She could remember the distinct click of shoes on cement as it made itself present in the night. "You're late," the man spoke, finally taking his eyes off of the girl. It took everything in her not to look up to see who it was, but apparently whoever it was didn't care about the chit-chat much. There was two, Surebu could tell by now. One of them thought it was a better idea to ignore the man and go to the cage. He grabbed onto the bars next to her head, giving her a slight jump. "Scared? How long have you had her?" a scratchy voice asked. The man answered almost immediately. "Too long. Almost a year," he scoffed. "No one's willing to take her though," he finished off. Suddenly a hand was around her throat, but the pinky finger was lifted. Is it true? About your amazing quirk? The one behind her asked. Amazing quirk. That was something Surebu had never heard about herself before. The man was about to answer, but he was cut off before even speaking. I asked the girl, not you. He yelled like a spooled child telling off a younger sibling. I'm asking the girl. It's her quirk. She can answer, he explained before leaning into her ear. Tell me everything about it, he whispered, giving her chills. Surebu. She jumped back to life at her desk. She looked up at the person in front of her only to see Aizawa. He had his eyebrows knitted together. That only meant he was worried. Are you okay? You seemed a bit upset. And I didn't see you in the lunchroom with the others. This statement only proved it. He went looking for her as well. She only managed to look away from his gaze. A sigh escaped her new homeroom teacher. I'm guessing it was hard for you so far, he spoke. This time it was Surebu's time to sigh. She heard the bell ring once again. But without knowing what it meant, she continued. I don't belong here, she mumbled out. Aizawa's eyes grew slightly at this before he asked why she thought that. I'm stupid. I'm useless. Simply put, I'm a Surebu. I don't belong here. I belong 6 feet underground, she explained with a sad smile. Aizawa had no clue what to do at this point. He didn't know what she meant or why she thought she should be dead. But he couldn't let her talk like this. If you can beat me in hand-on-hand combat without using your quirk, you belong here. He attempted to make her feel better. But she wasn't willing to take this. I didn't beat you in hand-on-hand combat, and I did use my quirk. You just weren't paying attention at the time. She yelled out, letting the frustration of the day esper. Aizawa stared blankly at her. You were busy, but I snuck up behind you and used my curse to my advantage, she explained quietly, looking at the gloves on her hands. Aizawa decided to try one more time to help her. He grabbed her gloved hand with a soft smile that felt completely unnatural to him. You belong here, sir. That was all he was able to get out before the girl had finally snapped. She pulled her hand away from him and brought her legs up so her feet were on the edge of her desk. Don't call me that, she screamed out, pushing the table as hard as she could, making it fly into Aizawa and knock him onto the floor. The desk in front of where Surebu's was got hit and fell on top of Aizawa's body, bringing the chair with it. Silence filled the room as what Surebu had just done sunk into her mind and realization hit her like a bus. A voice came from the door, screaming out Aizawa's name. And that's when Surebu knew that those classmates had seen what she did to their teacher. Usually when Surebu does something bad, she is punished for it. But Aizawa was the most unusual person with her. Instead of him yelling and locking her up, he left it alone. This time, she wasn't punished. Aizawa wasn't hurt and shrugged it off, as if it was nothing. No one expected that or knew how to deal with it. Especially not Surebu. She didn't know what to do with herself. She sat there until class was over and waited for something to happen. Anything. The only thing that did happen, though, was Aizawa leading her to dinner. The second she walked in, silence hit anyone from her class. The unnatural silence from the usually loud group caused others to go quiet, wondering what caused these kids to react so out of character. Even though they all knew she was there, not one of them looked at her. A small detail Surebu picked up on quickly. Once Aizawa had gotten his and Surebu their food, he looked at her only to notice the uncomfortable look on her face. Thinking quickly, he came up with an idea. I'm supposed to be doing paperwork right now, but I can't leave you alone quite yet, he attempted to explain. Surebu only looked up at him confused. It looks like you'll be having dinner in the teacher's office, he finally explained. At his words, Surebu brightened up, grabbing her tray from Aizawa and running out of the room. Lunch Rush looked at Aizawa, not knowing who she was or what actually happened. Aizawa sighed before shrugging. He was in no mood to explain, or even think about dealing with this right now. He just walked out to follow the girl. Turns out, Surebu didn't run too far ahead. In fact, she stayed out in the hall waiting for Aizawa to come out. The walk was silent. Neither one talking to the other. Neither one knew what to say at the time. It just turns out that Aizawa didn't think this through very well, because the second he walked in, he had Heizashi clinging onto his side and unintentionally pushing Surebu away. The blonde didn't even notice the girl when she walked in. Aizawa let out a groan as he slipped out of the other male's grasp. Surebu watched the interaction with interest. She'd never watched an interaction such as this. These two really are close friends. This is what close friends act like. She sees these moments mentally, but never in the physical flesh. She was way too interested in this for her own good. She watched the two intently, eyeing each movement one made towards the other. She saw the slightest smile that graced Aizawa's features as Heizashi followed him around. This little fact made her think back a bit. It was freezing. Temperature below the normal for a winter in Tokyo. But this wasn't Tokyo. The snow scattered along the ground everywhere. There was no paths, only footprints. 2 sets of footprints to be specific. These 2 sets of footprints happened to lead to a small wooden cabin with a light trail of smoke coming from the chimney. Inside was 2 young girls huddled by a small fire. Neither of them were dressed for this weather. But neither of them were actually bothered by it either. The taller one had short black hair and dark purple orbs that glared daggers into the fire, as if she could scare it enough to make them both warm. The other had longer hair than the other, but the shade wasn't far off of the others. Her eyes were a bright yellow color. She watched the other with those eyes, wondering what was going through her head. Neither of them were of any age to be taking care of themselves. They were only children, but still. They were there. In that small cabin. Alone. With no one to save them from a harsh winter on the mountains. Surebu jolted back to reality as a hand touched her shoulder. She looked up to see the face of Cementos. She recognized him from her maths class earlier today. That was all she learned that lesson in complete honesty. "Are you okay, child?" he asked, bending down so that he could be on the same level as the girl. Surebu allowed a giant smile to spread across her face. It was the first time she felt that there was a good enough reason to smile since her time on those mountains. "I'm doing great, thank you for asking," she cheered into the suddenly silent room. Suddenly a bad feeling settled into her stomach. She looked over to Aizawa, who was holding Hazashi's mouth shut as the blonde screamed and pointed at the girl. In all this, Aizawa forgot that Heizashi and Toshinori already met Surebu from questioning and still thought of her as a villain. Aizawa attempted to whisper the latest developments about Surebu's situation in Heizashi's ear, but the other was thrashing in Aizawa's hold. Toshinori, on the other hand. He saw Surebu and froze. He looked at the girl, noticing she was in a school uniform, had a tray of food, and realized something was definitely going on. His head snapped over to Aizawa as a small flare of anger rose up in him. "Mind explaining?" he practically yelled across the room. Once again, silence became the most dominant feature in the room. Heizashi had stopped moving once Toshinori had spoke and tried to look at Aizawa, who only sighed before dropping him completely. "I made a deal with Nezu. She's a student of class 1 and now. Get over it," he explained, walking over to Surebu. "I'll lead you to my desk. You can sit with me if you want," he offered. Surebu smiled again, nodding. At that, Aizawa turned, but before B could start walking, he felt a small tug on the back of his shirt. He looked over his shoulder and saw she had grabbed onto the back of his shirt, as if it would stop her from getting lost along the way. A small chuckle escaped the sleep-deprived adult before he could stop it. Suddenly all eyes were drawn to him as he started to walk toward his desk, Surebu close behind. When he reached his seat, he sat down. It was then he noticed Surebu had let go of him. She was standing next to him with her tray of food, only she placed it in front of Aizawa instead. The dark-haired male looked up at her confused. "You dropped yours trying to stop present Mike from yelling." She fixed herself up and pointed over to Heizashi, where he sat in a bunch of food that had been dropped on the floor. "It's yours, Surebu. I don't need it." Aizawa tried to palm it back to the girl, but she was a step ahead of him. "You didn't have breakfast this morning because I got stuck in a wardrobe. You didn't have lunch because you were looking for me. I'm not having you miss dinner because of me too. Now eat," she spoke, crossing her arms over her chest. Aizawa was going to try again to get the girl to eat, but she held her hand up to stop him. "No need to worry about me, Aizawa. I'm used to skipping a day of eating," she explained before turning and walking away. She really left no room for arguments at times like these. Aizawa watched as she walked over to the other side of the room to grab a broom. Before anyone knew it, she was helping Heizashi up before cleaning up the food Aizawa had carelessly discarded. This wasn't even the biggest surprise to everyone. It was the relationship that this girl had with their caterpillar for a co-worker. Especially since right after she was done cleaning, causing the floor to look almost brand new, she had gone back over to Aizawa and hang over his shoulder, looking at the papers he was looking over. Not even Heizashi was allowed to do that. And he's known Aizawa for years. But Aizawa let her with no hesitation and no arguments. The meeting room was dead silent. Not one person was willing to speak. Not even Nezu. Then finally Snipe broke this chain of silence. What you're telling me is that this girl here?" He pointed to Surebu, who Aizawa had stated needed to be there, and had sat behind him so she'd feel a bit safer, or at least in his mind. "She is a villain," Snipe finished, earning a small nod from Nezu. Surebu physically retracted behind Aizawa to hide from this man's view. No, Aizawa growled in a stern tone. Everyone looked at Aizawa, slightly shocked, but also curious as to what he meant. She isn't a villain. To be honest, I don't think she ever really was, he shrugged. And what makes you say that, Aizawa? Nezu asked, curious about Aizawa's new development. Said man looked at Nezu with a bored looked over his face. She hasn't given us much reason to believe she isn't a villain, Nezu stated in a matter-of-fact tone. It was this point Aizawa felt he had to bring Surebu into the conversation. That's true. She hasn't given us anything to go on. She never actually stated whether or not she was a villain. He thought out loud before looking over his shoulder to the girl who sat with her legs retracted to her chest. Hey Surebu? The girl jolted hearing her name and looked at Aizawa. Are you a villain? He asked. Surebu looked around at the people in the room. She'll obviously say no, Vlad yelled from across the room. Aizawa's head snapped up at the loud voice and mentally decided to show his fangs to this guy for a change. Aizawa stood with a hard glare on his face and spamming his hands on the table. The clatter of glass cups reached everyone's ears as they all looked to Aizawa, who was visibly angry with the other male. Did I ask you? No, I asked her. Shut your mouth and maybe I'll get a clear answer out of her. The room fell into silence at Aizawa's words. Vlad broke eye contact with the smaller male, feeling a bit scared. Aizawa wasn't one to shout. He usually got Heizashi to yell for him since being loud came naturally for the blonde. But this was new. This was something completely out of the ordinary. No one had ever seen Aizawa so angry that he would verbally show it. Usually he'd just insult you, but not this time. He was completely pissed. Suddenly Aizawa's features softened. It was like watching a transformation from one person to another. Aizawa looked behind himself to Surebu, who had moved, so that she was holding onto the fabric of Aizawa's shirt. Tears were threatening to break free from the wall Surebu had pulled up. Just the sight of the girl made Aizawa's heart clench with concern. Don't get mad, please. You're scary when you're mad, she mumbled out with little sniffles here and there. Nezu stated blankly at this. The last time he saw her, she was as stubborn as was rude, and she wasn't willing to show any form of weakness. Now she was verbally saying that she felt scared. It was a drastic change that Nezu didn't see coming at all. Aizawa bent down to Surebu's level to give her a hug. She hesitated at first, but gladly accepted the gesture. She let her floodgates open and began to silently sob in Aizawa's arms. No one in the room even dared to speak. In fear of breaking up this sweet little moment, none of them ever thought would be coming from Aizawa. Not in a million years. You reminded me of Shigaraki, Surebu hiccuped. That was something no one was expecting. Aizawa moved away from the girl with an interested look on his face. He didn't think that was what was going through her mind at that point of time. Handman? He asked just to make sure he was thinking of the right Shigaraki that she was speaking of. A small nod came from the girl, proving that it was, in fact, the same Shigaraki. That's the same thing he said when we first met, she mumbled, looking down at the floor. He was asking me something and my owner tried to answer for me. Aizawa placed his hand on her knee, stopping her from continuing. Owner? He asked, looking her dead in the eye. She nodded, fiddling with the material of her gloves. You were sold to the League of Villains as a living weapon, weren't you? Aizawa asked, praying he was wrong, but also hoping he was right. I told you I was the weapon, Aizawa, she mumbled, blinking away tears. Once again, the room fell quiet. All that was heard was the occasional sniffle that came from the small girl. No one knew if she was trying to deny or confirm Aizawa's question. But no one in the room could see this small, fragile girl to be any kind of threat. It seemed like a distant thought that would never come to pass. Why you? Aizawa asked her. Why did they need you to be a weapon? He could put his finger on why they would torture this girl with that kind of a job. It was then something seemed to snap in Surebu's mind. Like that switch had flipped, and she'd be someone else. His eyes became dull and lifeless as they stared into Aizawa's curious ones. My quirk. Shigaraki was interested, and was training me to be able that's his enemies, she explained with a monotone voice. I can rival you, Aizawa. My skill level is impossible to reach at my age. Combine that with my ability to study an opponent, and find any weakness within the span of a few seconds, and think out the best way to exploit them. Why wouldn't they want me to be their weapon? At that point the switch in her brain wavered, and she let out a yawn. Surebu rubbed her eyes before looking back at Aizawa, visibly tired. I'd like to see these skills you speak of, Surebu, Nezu had stated, folding his hands in front of him. Surebu smiled at him. I'd be happy to demonstrate, as long as I don't have to hurt anyone. Nezu agreed to these terms she'd set, and fate was decided. Surebu was going to demonstrate her skills to the staff of U. Before they could trust her completely. Every member of the U. Staff found themselves out on the field with one thing on their minds. What was this girl was really capable of? Looking at her, all anyone could see was a very emotional 15-year-old girl in their male student's uniform. It was hard to think of her as dangerous in any way. But here they were. Time to assess the skills this girl talked about. Aizawa stepped forwards with Surebu, once again attached to his shirt and tailing behind. He didn't know what Nezu was planning to do to test her, but he would be there for her. Catching on to the fact no one knew his plan, Nezu cleared his throat. What kind of fighting do you do best in Surebu? He asked, catching the girl's attention. She let go of Aizawa and wondered to be in front of Nezu. Silence was all that seemed to be present as everyone watched her kneel down to be anywhere near the same level as Nezu. Seeing this, Heizashi had trouble holding in laughter. She knew Nezu was smaller than others, and she commented on it without saying a word, and a smile on her face. Once she'd finally found a comfortable way to sit on the ground, she began to explain. My quirk doesn't improve my physical ability like others, only my mental ability. In a fight for me, I can only do close-range attacks in hand-on-hand combat. Though I might be able to use a gun if given the chance, she added the last bit as a side note, smile widening as she went. Some of the staff members looked at Aizawa. He was the best they had in close-range hand-to-hand combat. She's better, he mumbled, noticing the looks he was getting. Some wore looks of amazement at this, others were shocked beyond belief. But the look that seemed to appear most, that look was fear. If she really was better than Aizawa at his own game, then how would they assess her ability? It's decided then, Nezu announced to those around him. Once again he had everyone's attention. I want you to go up against Sniper in a one-on-one. Suddenly Aizawa felt the need to step in. Slowly he walked over and grabbed the girl by the shoulder of her shirt and pulled her off the ground. You're getting your uniform dirty, he mumbled, pulling on her shirt a bit to get her away from the rat. Is that really the best matchup for her, Nezu? Midnight stepped in. Her question received a thankfully nod from Aizawa. He was glad someone was thinking clearly right now. Nezu, on the other hand, wasn't convinced. It's a perfect matchup. Snipe is a long-range fighter that takes out his enemies before they can get close. If she can beat him, she really is as good as I've been told, Nezu explained his answer. Hearing this, Surebu's face lit up as she pulled away from Aizawa's hold on her shoulder. Wait, Snipe is a shooter, she asked, exited. At this, Sniper stepped forwards holding a gun in each hand. Seeing this, Surebu gave off a squeal. It's been so long since I fought someone like you. I can't wait. She began to jump up and down on the spot. At this point, Aizawa had enough. He quietly walked over to stand next to the young girl. This is hardly fair, he announced. At the sound of Aizawa's voice, Surebu's ears twitched, and her head angled towards him slightly. Aizawa took note of this. It didn't matter who was talking to her, or what was going on around her. He still managed to grab her full attention with only his voice. What do you suggest we do to even the odds? Cementos asked, crossing his arms. At this stage point, Aizawa noticed that both Midnight and Cementos weren't defined of this matchup either. A small, barely noticeable smile appeared on Aizawa's face as he leaned closer to Surebu. Do you remember our fight in the alleyway? He asked her. She turned around with a big smile on her face. How could I ever forget? She shouted out, making Aizawa's smile grow the tiniest bit. What was your weapon of choice that night? He asked another question. Surebu's smile dulled as she thought that over. Just a knife. Nothing special, she mumbled, feeling a bit depleted. Handling a knife in a fight with guns didn't seem so flashy to her. But she'd be grateful to be back in her comfort zone, if she was being honest. Just as that thought went through her head, the shine of a silver blade made it to her range of vision. She looked to Aizawa's hand and saw her knife. The one she used the night they met. It wasn't much, really. A pocket knife. Actually, it was big for a pocket knife. The blade was 5 fingers long, and the usual height of a pocket knife was 3 at most. The handle was Surebu's little touch. It was made out of a neutral brown wood, but was covered with a black leather to make it easier to hide in the dark. Suddenly tears came to the corners of her eyes. My knife? She asked, raising her hand to grab it, but became hesitant and put her hand back down. No blood wounds, just like our fight, Aizawa ordered before grabbing her left hand and placing the knife there. And I want this back when you're done kicking his ass. Surebu looked Aizawa in the eyes with her smile taking over her features. Before anyone could stop her, she had her arms wrapped around the dark-haired male. I promise I'll be good, she stated just before letting go and walking over to Snipe. Is this okay? She asked, holding the knife out to him. If not, take it from me and I'll fight without it. Her face was serious and cold. She was really giving Snipe the option here. I won't shoot anything that can't be healed. You don't cut me. Agreed, Snipe commented, eyeing the knife. Surebu gave off a chuckle. Snipe's attention was instantly drawn up to Surebu's face. But it wasn't the face of an innocent little girl anymore. It was the face she used the night she fought Aizawa. The face of a killer. Agreed, was the last thing she said to him. It was at this point Snipe knew he should have taken that knife. The moment he stood in front of her, face to face, waiting to be told to begin the fight. A sad fact that came into being was that a few students wanted to use the field to train this afternoon. But this fight was too good to miss. Now the two had an audience. He looked over the crowd and pinpointed a few familiar faces. Kids from all years had gathered. Even one of the members of Class 1A, Kirishima, he believed the name was. Start, Nezu announced. Snipe pulled out his guns and pointed them at Surebu. Or where she was 5 seconds ago. Snipe lowered his guns and looked around, but didn't know where she was. Not until he felt pain in his back. Surebu had snuck up behind him and delivered a hard kick to knock him over. Snipe turned around and held up his guns, but no one was there. He sat up fast and looked for her on all angles. He didn't even know she was directly behind him, out of his range of vision. She held the knife up in her left hand, so that the blade wasn't even out anymore, and jabbed it into Snipe's back, just under his right shoulder. Snipe reacted instantly with a scream of pain as he jolted away. This time, though, Surebu let him catch her. He held up his left gun, but the other hand wasn't responding. What the? Snipe yelled, looking at his now useless arm. He looked back at Surebu, who was playing with the knife in her hand, spinning it that way and this way. Snipe eyed the blade as she handled it. The human body really is amazing. So many little points and buttons I can push. Each one has its own little reason and reaction. I just happen to have memorized each one years ago, Surebu told without taking her eyes off the knife. The body-numbing ones are my favorite to play with, she added as a side note. Off to the side, Aizawa came to a horrible realization. She was going easy on him that night. She was playing with Snipe, but that night, she wanted to be caught. She tried, but that was just to make it believable. She wasn't really fighting then. Once Aizawa realized this, he saw Surebu charge toward Snipe. The now one-armed gun holder shot for the first time this fight, but somehow missed. He was beginning to see double of the girl, and began to shoot randomly as he panicked. Surebu managed to get right in front of him. Quickly, she grabbed each of his shoulders and pulled her body up to knee him in the face. Snipe's body fell with a loud thud. He didn't move to get up. She won, that was clear. Surebu was lead into the small place. There was a small bar on one side and tables lining the other. Everyone in the room turned to look at who opened the door. Look what we got, Shigaraki announced, pushing the girl in. She happened to trip and stumble from the surprise. Toga took this time to bounce over. Her blonde messy hair jumped along with her. She bent down so Surebu could see her face. Who might you be? She asked with a crazed grin. She's our new weapon, Kirigiri answered, walking to the bar. Dabai laughed, looking at the girl on the floor, wearing some old rags and wrists chained together. Not very impressive, he mumbled, taking a swig of his drink. Shigaraki laughed at this, grabbing the girl's chains and dragging her up to her feet. I want to see what you can do, he chuckled, as if he was holding a bit of candy. Kirigiri cleared his throat, causing Shigaraki's joy to die. Just a little test. She won't even leave the room, he whined. Kirigiri gave him a stern look before nodding. If we lose her, you're to blame, he mumbled out. Shigaraki started to cackle. He brought the girl to his face to intimidate. But this was a Surebu. These things no longer fazed her. Have fun, he said, letting his quirk disintegrate the chains. Surebu looked at her hands for a moment. She wasn't caged or chained. She was free to a degree. That loud mouth over there, Surebu snapped back to reality, remembering she was here to serve. Shigaraki was pointing at Dabai. Since he's not impressed, why don't you impress him? Surebu nodded, having her orders. Dabai looked at the girl as she slowly stalked over. Her head was down, shading her eyes. Her fists were clenched and feet dragged along the ground in a bloody mess. The second he saw this, he spat out all the content in his mouth. It was like one of those scenes in a horror movie where the killer was sneaking up on the next victim. Okay, that's terrifying, he stated, hoping she'd stop. But she just kept moving forwards. You can stop now. I'm impressed with your acting, he growled. Still, she moved towards him. Seriously. Stop, he commanded. At this order, Surebu froze about a meter away. Dabai chuckled at this. That was good. But I don't see how that can be used against the heroes. Dabai laughed once again, getting something to drink. Like this, Shigaraki smiled, clicking his fingers. Dabai looked back at the girl just in time to see her yellow eyes as she jumped at him. Surebu jumped out of her bed in a cold sweat, the sheets clinging to any exposed skin as she panted. Her left hand reached up to clutch over her heart. She quickly looked around, then let out a sigh. Just a nightmare, she told herself, calming her breathing. Quietly, she moved the blankets off of her and walked over to the door. She grabbed the doorknob and jiggled it lightly. Locked. Aizawa already locked the door for the night. Surebu groaned, needing to escape these walls. She had to walk around for a bit. Gritting her teeth, she used her fingernails to pick at the lock. It took a few tries, but she managed. The girl smiled in victory. Once she opened the door, she looked out into the hall and quickly scanned to see if anyone was up. Seeing no one, she began to walk through the halls and down the stairs. She just wanted some air. That was it. She managed to get down the stairs to the common room and went to the kitchen. Quietly, she grabbed a glass and filled it with water. She began to quietly drink it, hoping to clear her mind of her dream. But it was not that easy. It never was. She finished the glass of water and let out a small sigh. Looking around, she noticed that no one had done any cleaning in the kitchen that night. Everyone ran off when they knew she was headed up to the dorms. It was that detail that seemed to sting the most. Surebu shook the sad thoughts away. She had to stay as positive as possible. She had to show that she wasn't just a ticking time bomb. That's when she decided that years of cleaning other people's messes was a good thing. Silently, she went through the drawers in the kitchen for the cleaning supplies she needed to get this done. Because if she had anything to say about it, this place was going to be so clean, she'd be able to lick the floor without risk of getting sick. 2.5 hours later, and she was just finishing up with scrubbing the floor clean. She'd done everything. The kitchen, lounge area, and the dining area. It was all clean beyond belief. All she had to do now was dispose of the evidence and get back to her room, so Aizawa doesn't know she was out of her room overnight. She was going to get to her room quietly. But going upstairs was never her strong suit. 1 second she's about to go to her room again. The next she's on the perfectly clean floor. "Are you okay?" A deep voice called as the sound of slippers on wood echoed in Surebu's head. She was going to respond. But then she realized that she didn't even know who was there, and she needed to make a clean getaway. Without even looking back, she stood and began to stumble up the steps to get to her room. She heard the person yelling after her. She could hear them following up the steps. She only managed to run faster. It hurt, and she could feel cuts from past memories ripping open. It hurt and stung, and just caused more problems for her. But still, she managed to get to her room before being caught and locking the door quickly. Hearing footsteps in the halls, Surebu knew that she was caught. The sound of a door opening reached her ears as they twitched to attention. Momo had gone to check on what was going on, Surebu had guessed. "Ida," Momo's soft voice whispered. "What are you doing here?" She sounded confused, but also irritated. The sound of someone, probably Ida, moving around became present. "Momo? I was following Surebu," he explained plainly. Momo began to scuff her feet around, proving that she was nervous. "She was downstairs cleaning up after us, and fell over trying to get away before anyone woke up," he finished up. It suddenly became quiet through the hall. "Is she okay?" Momo finally broke the silence. "I don't know. She ran off the second she knew I was there," Ida answered. He sounded confused. The sound of feet dragging along the floor slightly became present as someone moved closer to Surebu's door. Knowing what was coming, she reacted by running over to her bed, but no one knocked. Surebu looked to the door confused. The sound of keys jingling came into being as a realization came to the girl. Aizawa had come to pick her up. Needless to say, there was a bit of a scolding from the dark-haired adult. Sneaking out was not acceptable for any reason. He couldn't stretch how disappointed he was. He went to pick her up. But when he overheard Momo and Ida talking, he grew worried. He attempted to open the door, but it was locked. He then used the keys and walked in to see Surebu sitting on her bed with her head down. She knew what she did was wrong, and she knew she couldn't get away with it. The two had this discussion over breakfast. It ended in Surebu explaining her nightmare, and Aizawa feeling bad for the girl. She also told him that she was very prone to nightmares. They haunt her and her dreams. After that, things continued as normal. Surebu was strictly told not to sneak out again, and if she did, she had to be more careful and make sure she doesn't get caught. Aizawa was just way too kind with this girl. Going towards the end of the day, Aizawa was taking Surebu back to the dorms and Surebu lost any skip in her step. She didn't want to go back there while everyone else was. She just stuck out like a sore thumb. They were halfway when a head of purple hair came into view. Surebu stopped noticing the kid first. She never met him, but she knew him by name. "You okay, Surebu?" Aizawa questioned, wondering why they've stopped. "How are things going with Shinsu?" she asked back, ignoring Aizawa's original question. Aizawa looked at the girl, then around the path they were on. Needless to say, he saw the kid as well. He's doing well with his training. He's getting there, slowly but surely. Surebu noticed a fond smile on Aizawa's face and chuckled a bit. "You might as well adopt the kid," she stated before continuing to walk. Aizawa was a little surprised by Surebu's words, but decided not to question it. He wasn't willing to solve one of her impossible riddles right now. Just as they were passing the purple-haired boy, he jumped forwards. "Aizawa," he shouted, beginning to walk alongside with the two. "I got an A on that test," Shinsu informed. "He sounds like he's exited," Surebu chuckled out. It was that moment that Shinsu acknowledged the girl. "Who are you?" he found himself asking with a small glare. Aizawa was going to answer this, but Surebu jumped right in. "I'm the girl you should avoid," she told sadly. Shinsu looked at Aizawa with a confused stare. "She's new in Class 1A. Her name is Surebu," Aizawa explained with an irritated groan. Surebu laughed at this. "Though I think you could learn a lot from her. Her fighting ability is extraordinary." Aizawa felt as though he was promoting the girl, but he wasn't lying. Shinsu's face visibly changed. He didn't seem like it mattered, but in truth, he was interested. If Aizawa was talking about how good she was, and not where she could improve, she had to be worth the hero course. "Then why doesn't she come along for training?" he asked, hoping to see what she could do. Aizawa felt as though that was a good idea. She could teach Shinsu a lot. But when he actually looked at the girl, he knew she wasn't even paying attention. She was looking off into the distance, completely still. She was practically a statue. With that all noted, Aizawa grabbed her by the arm and shook her lightly. Surebu instantly reacted by grabbing that hand, pushing a pressure point, causing Aizawa to let go before twisting it until Aizawa's entire body was turned over. A second passed. Then Surebu realized what she was doing and let go. "Sorry," she mumbled out, walking away. Aizawa rubbed his wrist where she had grabbed, a red mark forming already. "Can you teach me what you just did?" Shinsu asked, moving closer to the girl. Surebu looked at him and shrugged. "It's not hard." And with those words, the three were headed to the field to do some training. Right, pause, left, pause, left, quick shot, double right, dodge to the right, left hook. The motions continued, and if she was honest, Surebu wasn't even trying. Aizawa might be training the boy, but that said little to nothing. Shinsu was fast and strong, and kept his mind open while fighting. These were all good things to have in a fight. The speed is for fast and continuous blows if needed, or a quick dodge. Strength is a self-explanatory necessity when in combat. Add on an open mind, and you'd be ready for the fight to change, and your ability to adapt to any form of change could possibly save your life. That's the way Surebu thought of this. But even though Shinsu had all these things, he would still die if put in a real villain fight, and Surebu knew this. She grabbed Shinsu's fist as it moved towards her bored, expressionless face, and turned her head to Aizawa. "You're going to kill the boy," she announced. Aizawa crossed his arms and gave her a disapproving shake of his head. Shrugging, Surebu decided to finish the practice match by pulling the boy's arm, forcing his body to propel forwards. Just like that night with Mina, she moved her elbow so that the other would collide with the tip of her elbow. Instead of a hit to his face, however, he was found clutching his left shoulder in pain. Surebu moved over to him, sighing deeply. It really was disappointing to go up against anyone these days. She gets exited about the fight, but then she wins without even trying, and is bored the whole time. How hard is it for a Surebu to find a challenge? "I thought you were going to teach me what you did to Aizawa, not break my shoulder," Shinsu mumbled, glaring at her. This caused Surebu to chuckle. She was going to enjoy this. To be able to teach, one needs to understand. "If I want to teach you something, I must first understand your limitations," she explained, sounding like Nezu giving students a lecture. "And at most it's dislocated, not broken. It'll definitely bruise either way," Surebu quickly added on, looking up slightly. Shinsu looked at her with a face of confusion before turning to Aizawa. It was almost like he was asking the older of the two if this girl was sane. Aizawa could only shrug. "So now you know my limitations. Teach me something." Shinsu was beyond frustrated with this already. He was here to train and learn something that could help him get into the hero course. Instead, he was getting his shoulder bruised, and probably dislocated or sprained. No, Surebu answered, turning her back to the boy. Shinsu's eyes shot up at her. You're not ready to be learning new things. You have all the right steps to being a good fighter. All but one. She held up a single finger on her gloved hand so that Shinsu could see it. I know this might be hard to even consider since you're going to have someone's fist fly at your face, but try to relax a bit. She turned back around to look at the boy. His eyes were faced to the ground. If your body is stiff and unwilling to adapt, but your brain is, you might as well run into the fist for your opponent. Let your body and mind communicate through the fight. Get both to work together and function on the same wavelength, she explained, rocking back and forth on her feet with her hands behind her back. And how am I supposed to do that? Shinsu asked, glaring at everything and anything in his sight of vision. At this, Surebu smiled. Now that I can teach you, was all she said before walking next to him and moving into a fighting stance. Shinsu caught onto her plan and copied the stance. The next hour or so was built up of Shinsu copying Surebu as she went through a few drills she would use to get her body and mind working together. Every now and again she'd say something to Shinsu about his form or speed, and the boy would listen and adjust so that he was in the right form. Eventually, Aizawa joined in as well. Soon enough time was up, and the three had to get to their dorms or to work. Either way, Shinsu agreed to walk with Aizawa and Surebu to the Class 1 dorms. On the way it seemed that Shinsu and Surebu got along quite well. He was asking her about things he was hoping to learn, while she explained a few things that could improve him enough to be capable to do those moves. Finally, Aizawa had opened the door to the Class 1 dorms. How are you even so good at this? Shinsu asked at the door. Those inside seemed to tune in on the conversation as it went on. Well, I don't limit myself to just one thing, Surebu answered without hesitation. When there was no response from the taller teen, she explained. Defense is more than just fighting. I also do things like dance, yoga, and meditation when I can. Many things can be brought together so that someone can protect themselves. Shinsu looked at her confused. How does any of that help with fighting? He found himself asking. Well, the meditation is to relax my mind and body. Yoga is to create a slow combination of thinking your actions through before you do them, or getting your mind and body on the same wavelength. Finally, dance. It's something I enjoy and keeps me physically fit, so it works. Shinsu nodded at her logic. It all really did come together when you thought it through like that. Shinsu ended up glaring at the ground in thought, making Surebu laugh. Night, Shinsu. I'll see you tomorrow. Surebu waved, walking into the dorms. Shinsu shook himself out of his thoughts and waved back before someone could close the door. That someone happened to be Surebu. Once the door was closed, she instantly went to the stairs and went to her room. She could feel the stares of those around her, and she didn't like it. On the other side of the door, Aizawa and Shinsu were walking back to get Shinsu to his dorm. You seem to get along with her quite well, Aizawa pointed out, looking at the purple-haired boy through the corner of his eye. Shinsu straightened up once addressed before answering. She is interesting. She also seems to know what she's talking about, Shinsu stated, carefully picking his words. Aizawa looked forwards for a moment. He wasn't sure if he should say what he's going to, but this was Shinsu. So do you plan on being friends with her? He asked, trying to ease into this conversation. Shinsu grew confused at the statement, but answered anyway. Well, I wouldn't mind being friends if she wants to, he answered honestly. Aizawa nodded at this. Will anything you find out about her change that? Aizawa refused to look at the boy at this point. Shinsu realized Aizawa was trying to tell him something and stopped in his steps, causing Aizawa to pause in his walking as well. What are you trying to say, Aizawa? He asked in a serious tone. He only saw the older male's back, but he could tell Aizawa was thinking over his words. There was a sigh in the silence, and Aizawa turned. I found her with a league of villains, he stated. Shinsu's eyes grew in size at this news. She was their secret weapon, he continued. Question after question seemed to roll through Shinsu's head as he thought over the news. She and I were head-to-head in a fight. I won, but I think she wanted me too. This only made it harder for Shinsu to process. She's refusing to give us information about the villain's plans, but she's also refusing to go back to them. What? The house was small, but warm. There wasn't much for the light-haired woman, but she'd manage. She would do anything to take care of her child. She would make sure her daughter would be happy, even if the girl reminded her of her ex-husband. It wouldn't matter. This night was no exception. She sat on the lounge with her child on her lap. The sweet girl had her father's black hair, but she never knew where the yellow eyes came from. The little girl was no more than 3 at the time, and she didn't understand. But that didn't make her any less human. The woman placed her hand on her little girl's head and began to sing. The song was one of love and honesty, and the tune was smooth and caring. Everything the girl needed was right there, and that's the way it was going to stay. Sheru chuckled to herself as she mixed the eggs in the frying pan. That was a very long time ago, and she had no clue what made her mind wander to that point of her life. When her mother actually cared. Sheru forced those thoughts out of her mind. She couldn't think of them right now. She had to stay focused on her task. The sun had only just begun to rise. Sheru took note of this detail. That only meant that she had to pick up the pace. She was hopping to do a nice gesture for her class, but she knew that anything they knew she did would be questioned, so she's doing it in secret. It wasn't something big either, just a small gesture. She was making them all a small breakfast. It just happened that in her brain, a small breakfast was 5 stacks of pancakes of multiple flavors with toppings on the table. A few stacks of eggs and bacon separated. Multiple different flavored jars of spread like peanut butter and jam and many others. There was also mountains of toast to go with it. She wouldn't even admit it to herself, but she was going all out for this. Before anyone even bothered to leave their rooms that morning, Sheru was already back in hers. The only proof that she'd even left was on the dining table, ready to be eaten. She even cleaned all the dishes after using them. It was about half an hour before Sheru heard Aizawa at her door. Even though she cleared up after herself, Aizawa knew it was her, and one look at his face when he walked in, and she knew he knew. "Sorry, Aizawa," she mumbled out, looking away. Aizawa sighed, walking over to sit next to her. She was ready for the day and seemed completely fine. But she once again broke the rules. "Why?" he asked, making her flinch slightly. The girl shrugged. "Sheru, you can't keep breaking the rules like this. How do you even get out? I locked the door, right?" Aizawa looked to the door, thinking over the night before to remember that he did lock it. As he was about to get up to check the lock, Sheru grabbed his shirt sleeve and pulled him back down. "I'm good with locks. Had to escape a cage or two before. You can't help but catch on to the basics of it quickly enough," she admitted. Aizawa wasn't sure how to respond to this at all. He could continue the conversation, but he wasn't sure that the girl next to him was comfortable with that. "Cage?" he managed to say, hoping he wouldn't offend her. "Sherus belong in cages, Aizawa. It's the safest place for us, and everyone around us," she stated, getting up. "I need to get to class. You're here to take me." "Let's go," she ordered, walking out. Aizawa looked from where she was seated before to the door she just exited through. He didn't know what to make of this. He never knew anymore. All he could do was take Sheru to her class, as if nothing had happened. He felt as though the more he learnt about her, the more confused he would get. As if all she wanted was to create a web that would tangle anyone in an incomplete story. Some part of him was wondering if he'd ever get the entire story, but he knew that was a stretch. Wishful thinking. Class goes by smoothly these days. Sheru learned to just sit there silently, unless it was English classes. In the lessons that Present Mike would teach, Sheru was just learning the language from the start. It was a lot simpler. Not to mention that Aizawa had bought her some school supplies. It was that fact that made Sheru laugh, since it was, funnily enough, either cat-themed or Eraserhead-themed. The afternoons with Shinsu were getting better as well. Some days he even went to stay and talk in her dorm room after training. He knew she came from the villains, but she never found out he knew. Not to mention that, to him, she was not a villain. She was just misled and making the wrong friends at some point. The weekends were what killed her. She'd trap herself in her room all day, unless Aizawa or Shinsu came by. They would take her out of the dorms and out for training, though it was only to work. It was all she had at this point. It became a common thing for Sheru to sneak out of her room as well. She'd make breakfast once in a while for the class and disappear. No one seemed to catch on to the fact that it was her. Eventually, they stopped questioning it. Days went past. Then weeks. Soon enough, Sheru had been there a month. But Sheru had never actually gone head-to-head with anyone in her class. Every hero training class, Sheru would either stand in the corner, or just stand there and watch. It was a very unsettling thing for her classmates, especially after the first day when Kirishima came running into the common room, yelling about how Sheru managed to beat Snipe in a fight with nothing but a knife. No one really wanted to fight her after that. But thinking that she doesn't want to fight for some reason. Something about it was really off-putting. Everyone wanted to see what she could do, but no one was willing to ask her to fight. That was until Bakugo let his curiosity get the better of him. Today was one-on-one, hand-to-hand combat. Something simple for them to do. And it gave Bakugo this chance by walking up to Surebu as she talked to Toshinori. He wasn't even willing to register the fact that Surebu was quietly helping her teacher analyze his students. "Hey, illiterate fuck," Bakugo yelled, causing Surebu to tense up. Everyone stopped and turned to Bakugo to watch this exchange. Toshinori saw this could end very badly and stepped in. "Young Bakugo, I believe that was a little uncalled for," he spoke with his hands held out in front of him. Seeing this reaction from her teacher, Surebu moved to face the blonde boy. "No, honestly, that is an improvement from what I actually get called," she stated with a shrug. "What do you want?" she asked with a slight glare. Bakugo smirked at her reaction. "You're going to fight me. Now," he commanded. He saw something change to the girl's posture as she nodded. Her eyes suddenly became dead and numb. But Bakugo didn't care. He'll get to beat her in a fight and prove himself better than her. The two stood facing each other, both ready for the fight ahead of them. "Don't hold back, Surebu," Toshinori ordered, only for Surebu to run forwards. In her mind, an image flashed of an old man with her pocket knife as he stood, ready to fight. Bakugo moved away from the girl to avoid getting hit. Suddenly, Surebu was in an open backyard with a large gray wooden house behind her. That man moved to strike. "If you can't beat me, then expect to die in that ring," he yelled as his hand collided with her ribs. Her eyes clenched shut, and when she opened them again, she was in a large ditch, one big enough to fight in. Dirt surrounded her, as did the walls. To her side was a small, fragile boy, covered head to toe in rags and cuts. "Please, kill me," he whimpered, walking over to her. She shut her eyes again, breathing heavily. When her eyes opened again, a fist collided with her face. Surebu looked to the owner and saw a large man with muscles everywhere. "Weak little girl, want to cry?" he asked in a mocking tone. Something switched in Surebu's mind at that moment. She felt the tears running down her face as she ran at the man. 1 hit. 2 hits. 3 hits. It just kept going. Hit after hit after hit. It was unstoppable. It wasn't until she felt someone grab her and pull her off that she came to her senses. Someone was yelling at her. The voice was foggy, and she couldn't hear it properly, just like her vision. Nothing was clear anymore. It was all dark and foggy. "Don't hold back," Shigaraki's voice rang in her head, bouncing back and forth as she kicked and screamed to be freed. "Not again, please, I don't want to. Not again," she screamed over and over, begging for her mind to stop its torture. Toshinori did his best to hold her until Aizawa came to help. But she was not letting up. It was like she was fighting for her life and wasn't willing to give up. In her mind, she was. When Aizawa finally got to them, he was horrified. On the ground was a beat half to death Bakugo, as Toshinori held a screaming and kicking Surebu. He listened to her closely. The words she spoke were ones of a prisoner forced to do something horrible. He'd heard it once before from one of his students. He hated to think Surebu was the same. Aizawa didn't need to think this through. He walked over to the thrashing girl and grabbed her wrists. She fought back, obviously. But when Toshinori let go, he dragged Surebu into a hug, and she became still. "We won't make you do anything." His voice was as soft and soothing as he could make it. She struggled a bit in his hold, but he didn't let go. Instead, he put his hand on her head and began to stroke her hair. It was a mess. Maybe he should get her a hairbrush. Maybe that thought should have come to him long before now. He internally groaned at himself. "I'm sorry," he was broken from his thought as he looked down. He saw nothing but fear in Surebu's eyes, and he could feel her shaking. "I'm so sorry," she sobbed, burying her face into Aizawa's chest. She began to let out little sobs as she hugged back. "I know you are Surebu." She dreaded walking into class that morning. She had no excuse or reason she was willing to share for what she did. She couldn't explain the horrors of her past. It only pushes people away. Not to mention, it still scared her. Aizawa was a bit unsure about her going to classes, but he also couldn't leave her alone in the dorms all day. She hadn't told Aizawa what she saw while fighting Bakugo. She couldn't, so he didn't know what to do. In the end, it was decided that she would go to classes as usual. So here she was, waiting out the door for the confidence to finally walk in. She could hear the chatter of her classmates. She could barely make out the words, but they sounded cheerful. Hopefully, they were in good moods. She took a long, slow breath to prepare herself for what was to come. She nodded to herself, putting on a determined face. Swinging the door open lightly, she walked into the room, and suddenly, silence. Surebu was being watched by everyone in the room, even when she walked to her desk to sit down. Their eyes were glued to her no matter what. They were scared. Scared of what this girl might do to them and the rest of UA. Classes seemed to grow tense. All the time spent in that classroom were a challenge for Surebu's mental capacity. She was used to people hating her. She was used to people letting her know when they hated her and being upfront about it. She was used to getting beaten because people hated her. She never knew that not knowing what people thought of you was more painful than the physical torture she'd been through. Lunchtime was reasonable. Surebu and Shinsu would grab their food, then go to Aizawa and eat with him in the teacher's offices. It was considered weird, but neither of them really fit in anywhere else. Over the last week, Surebu found Shinsu being pushed into the wall, his work thrown out the window, and his food tray slammed into his face over and over again. It was a daily cycle. That was until Surebu stepped in. Everyone sees me as a villain. Guess it's okay to act like one if it means I can keep Shinsu safe and happy. That's what she told herself in the mornings. That's what got her through what she did. As long as she could help Shinsu. Monday on this new week. Surebu was up before everyone else, made breakfast for everyone else, and made sure she was ready. These days Aizawa has given up keeping her in her room. As long as she wasn't caught, he was happy. It was on this day Surebu made sure she could walk Shinsu to class. She had climbed up his dorm building once before, so it wasn't difficult to do it again. She was at his balcony before he could even begin to think she'd do something like this. He was always up early. Actually, it was hard to get him to sleep in general. When she knocked on his window, he could easily open it for her to enter. I thought Aizawa said no more sneaking out, Shinsu stated the second he saw her. She smiled and laughed as she walked into his room to sit on the bed. He only says that to keep Nezu in check, she replied. Shinsu couldn't help but smile. He was the only one she'd open up like this with. It made him feel special in a way. She had soon announced how she was going to walk him to class. He did attempt a protest, but she was already handing him his bag, a cup of coffee, and shoving some toast in his mouth. No arguing with this girl in the mornings. The walk to class was silent. Shinsu expected Surebu to be chatting away, but when he looked at her, he could see she was planning something. Her eyes whipped from one spot to the other, as if expecting something to happen. She was, but it wasn't like Shinsu needed to know that right now. They were halfway to his class. It was this point the two were stopped, but not by anyone hostile. Izuku Midoriya. He was only trying to be polite to Shinsu, and Surebu knew this, but problem was that Surebu noticed the small things. Midoriya was shooting glances at Surebu through the entire conversation. It made her feel untrusted and not wanted. She was just there without a purpose or a need. It didn't take long before the two boys felt need to separate and shoved off to class. Something else Surebu noticed was, Midoriya stopped to watch as Shinsu and herself walked away until they were out of sight. Then it finally happened. Two boys pushed Shinsu back into the hall. He landed on his back, and since he hadn't closed his bag that morning, everything flew out of it. It was almost like one of Bakugo's explosions, but without the fire. Surebu heard running and knew Midoriya was going over to help Shinsu, and probably thought it was Surebu who did this. Surebu only sighed, rolling her eyes at that though. Two boys. They looked like second years. One was tall with black hair and brown eyes. Nothing to note exactly who he was. Surebu looked harder. There was a green and yellow shine in his eyes. Something she could recognize easily. The second boy was a bit smaller than the other. His hair was an abstract orange color, and it covered his eyes. He had Tsuyu's mouth. Big and froggy. They were both laughing at Shinsu as he and Midoriya went to pick up his things. Surebu grinned, grabbing the taller boy by the front of his shirt. She'd changed her face into the psychotic look she had the night she met Aizawa. The boy began to protest and grabbed Surebu's hand to pull it off. But her hand didn't budge. He kept struggling in the grip, and Surebu did notice that her hand wavered the slightest bit. She could hear Shinsu behind her telling her to stop, but that wouldn't do any good. She dragged the boy's face down to hers and chuckled. I've been looking for the ones hurting my friend here. Now that I found you, I can't help but wonder what you'd look like as a carpet. The boy's face instantly paled at her words. If I hear about this happening again, I will find you. She took her glove off of her free hand and lightly stroked his cheek. He shivered out of fear as his life flashed in front Surebu's eyes. Now I know where you live. I know where you sleep. This better not happen again. That was the last thing she said before throwing him to the floor. She walked over to her purple-haired friend as he stared in disbelief. He wasn't expecting that one bit. He looked at the two boys as they ran down the halls, then to Surebu with a curious expression. A carpet. he asked, watching her bend down to pick up the remaining papers and pencils. She gave a little chuckle as Midoriya stared at the two, horrified. I had to scare him with something. Telling him I could make him a carpet seemed like a good one. She shrugged, getting back up to pass the school supplies to the messy purple-haired boy. So you were walking me to class just to threaten my bullies so they'd leave me alone. He took his things and began to shove them in his bag. Surebu smiled with a nod of her head. Now that my job is done, for now, I'll go to class. She gave Shinsu a quick hug. He hated how she'd invade his personal space like that, but he wouldn't complain. As soon as she began walking down the halls to go to class 1A, Midoriya came up next to her. That was a really nice thing you did, he was mumbling. She could understand him, but she wasn't fond of mumbling considering where she came from. The only time you'd mumble is when you want to feel pain. Shinsu is like a brother to me. I'd do anything for him, she stated, clear in her words and refusing to look at the boy. She was surprised that the halls were void of life at this hour. Normally people are running across the hall to get to class on time. Or to socialize. You could be expelled for that, Surebu, the green-haired boy stated. Surebu paused in her walking, causing Midoriya to do the same. He looked at her and saw she wasn't joking as she spoke. You think I care about my life in this school? The only thing I like about this place is Shinsu and Aizawa. They're almost like the family I was taken away from. Why would I care about throwing away a life I don't like living for someone I care about to live a better one? Those boys have been bullying him for way too long. Do you really think I'd let that continue? Am I really that heartless to you? Midoriya looked to the ground, feeling shame. He really didn't think she was kind enough to do that. And she also gave away the fact that she is an orphan, leaving him guilty. She walked away with a scoff when she didn't get a response from the broccoli boy. She went to class. She didn't stop for anyone or anything. She didn't care what they had to say. She's heard it all before. Classes can go by quickly when you've trained your brain to simply freeze while you look out a window or blankly at the wall. It was impossible not to miss what was being said. Other than the morning confrontation, nothing seemed out of place to Surebu. Everyone treated her the same old way, but one thing did catch her attention. Something she knew wasn't normal. Something being how a head of green hair would shift so that the freckled face could see her every so often. She knew that what happened this morning gave the boy a lot to think about, so she let him be. She had more pressing things to worry about. Like the fact she could sense eyes on her frame, and not the eyes of those in her class. These eyes were with dangerous intent. It was familiar, but she couldn't quite place it. The bell signaling the end of the day rang through the room, and everyone shoved off. It was just another day, and just like every other day, Surebu and Shinsu had afternoon plans. Instead of going to meet with Aizawa, Surebu dragged the boy over to the class 1A dorms. She didn't take him to the door. Instead, they went around the back. Together, they helped each other climb up to the balcony connecting to Surebu's room. Shinsu knew Surebu hated walking through the dorms, and Surebu knew Shinsu needed something to laugh about some days. They helped each other in ways no one else could ever understand. The two planned to study. That was what they had expected, but that didn't mean that was what happened. A long time ago, as Shinsu and Surebu were studying, Shinsu had noticed that the girl was very frustrated and asked if she was okay. Her answer surprised him instantly. I can't read this, she had mumbled, pointing at the pages. Shinsu hadn't really known how to react to that. But by the time that study session was over, Shinsu agreed to teach Surebu how to read Japanese, as well as keep it a secret from anyone. That's usually where their lessons start. A quick lesson on reading and writing. It helped Surebu gain confidence. Around the end of this quick lesson, Aizawa had decided to go look for the two since they were skipping training. He checked in Shinsu's dorms, not there, so the last place to check really was Surebu's room. Those were the places those two hid together when wanting to block out the world. He walked into the dorms of class 1A and found the main room full. Some of the kids were playing games on the TV, while others were watching, studying, or just trying to relax. Each one looked at him once he walked in, stopping in whatever activity they were doing just to see what was happening. Have any of you seen Surebu or Shinsu since class ended? Aizawa asked, trying to sound casual about the situation. Everyone looked around before giving off small shakes of their heads, still very confused about what was going on in the first place. Midoriya stepped forwards from his small study circle of friends. I heard something about them wanting to study earlier, he mumbled, looking to the floor. Aizawa nodded at this, now positive that these two had snuck into Surebu's room. He began to walk to the elevator when the sound of laughter began to float down the stairs. Everyone looked to the stairs, expecting a reasonable explanation for what was considered so funny. But instead they heard a yelp, Then the sound of something falling and rolling down the stairs. It was a little bit before they saw both Surebu and Shinsu topple the entire way down in a joined heap. The two began to laugh at themselves. Let's agree to never do that again. Shinsu laughed out, getting off the ground and sitting instead. Surebu continued to chuckle for a bit before finally sitting up. Again, she called, causing Shinsu's face to pale. Are you numb to pain? He asked before properly thinking through his words. Surebu's smile faded until it was all but gone now. Not exactly, she stated, trying to think her next words through. I just got so used to feeling pain that it's a natural thing for me now. I haven't gone through a day without forming a new bruise or cut. I guess I'm just too used to it, really. She looked at the purple-haired boy with a smile and stood up. We should get you to recovery, girl, just in case. She held her hand out for him, and he gladly took it. Now both standing up, they turned to the door, only to come face to face with Aizawa. The two froze, seeing Aizawa's glare, and began to shuffle back towards the stairs. Studying, Aizawa's voice suddenly appeared. Everyone flinched at the sudden sound of anger, but the small smile on his face wasn't forgotten. Sorry, Papsiwa, Surebu called, bowing. The room fell into silence at her words, and Surebu's body grew stiff, as if only just realizing what she'd said. Suddenly her head flew back up as she grabbed Shinsu's arm sleeve. To recovery, girl, she yelled, dragging him to the door, sliding past Aizawa and outside before anyone could recover from her slip-up. That would be hard to explain. The weekend. That was always going to be Surebu's favorite time of any week at U. For a few reasons. Reason 1? Half the class goes to visit family through the day, and don't bother her with scared glances and glares. Reason 2. She's allowed to do what she wants instead of going to classes and looking out a window all day. She never understood the reason for those windows. Anyone could look in to find someone sitting in class. It was unsettling. Reason 3. This one was her favorite out of all. Over the weekend, she got to spend time with her two favorite people in the school, or as she'd started calling them, Papazawa and brother Shinsu. Neither of them really said anything against her calling them that. In fact, they didn't even seem fazed. It was almost like they expected it, really. The only problem was that they didn't want others peeking into their private lives, and didn't want others knowing about these little nicknames. Surebu didn't mind having to hold her tongue in public places. She had a family again. Saturday mornings are usually slow, mainly since Surebu has an alarm built into her brain, telling her to wake up at 5 in the morning. By 6, she's ready for the day and goes to her balcony carrying a shoulder-strap bag. She hates using the front door for any reason. Today, Surebu had something she needed done, so against the liking of brother Shinsu, she had to wake him up. Just like with her room, she goes through the balcony to get to Shinsu. Once she was at the window, she began knocking. She waited, but no answer, so she tried again. She hated having to wake him up, but this was important. They needed to get this done now. Brother Shinsu, if you don't get your butt to the window right now, I'm telling Papa you drank all the coffee, she yelled, hoping that would work. She heard a groan and some shuffling from in the room. It actually worked. Quickly, she dug into her bag, looking for something. She heard the window open and saw a very tired-looking Shinsu. You do know it's Saturday, right? He yawned, rubbing his eyes. Surebu nodded, pulling out a few of Aizawa's morning custards with a large smile. I brought breakfast. Her smile grew as she looked to the boy. Shinsu let out a sigh, grabbing one of them and making a quick meal. He walked back into the room to sit on his bed, while Surebu practically skipped in. Look, I know it's early, but you promised me you would help me with this since I can't write properly, she mumbled with a slight pout. Shinsu stared at her blankly, impressed with the change she's had since starting at UA. Obviously, she only acted this way with Aizawa or himself, but she was definitely getting better. What do you want me to write today? He asked, knowing what she wanted. She did this every morning since she got rid of his bullies. She'd come to his room early in the morning and ask him to write something for her. Suddenly, a notebook was flashed in front of his face to break him from his thoughts. As he thought, the notebook. It reminded him of Midoriya's notebooks, in all honesty. He assumed that was the point. What else would I get you to write? She asked in an angered tone. But Shinsu could tell she wasn't actually mad. Only playing. Homework. Maybe the schoolwork you haven't done in classes. Or maybe even an apology letter to Aizawa for stealing his food. Shinsu smiled, eating a bit more of what Surebu brought with her. The girl sighed. Yeah, I get it. I'm a horrible student and not so legal adopted daughter. I get it. Just help me, she whined, holding up the book. Shinsu couldn't help but smile at her childish behavior and dedication. Look, he's been nice to me. That's not normal for my class. I just really want to thank him for it. She sighed, causing Shinsu's smile to fade. Let's get this done then. He finally agreed, grabbing the book. He flicked it open to a page with a drawn picture of Endeavor done with a lead pencil. Red pen marked here and there in circles to show weak spots Surebu knew of. Other than that, there was no other information. This page wasn't even in the middle of the book yet. Shinsu groaned, knowing he agreed to a warning of an injured wrist. By the way, Surebu's voice broke through to Shinsu, and he looked up at her smiling face as she held up the custards. I may have taken them, but you were the one that ate them. Suddenly Shinsu felt dread. When it reached 8 in the morning, both Shinsu and Surebu agreed to call it quits until the next chance they got. Surebu went back to her room, and Shinsu went back to bed. It was 8:30 when Aizawa came along to Surebu's room to take her out for the day. This was a weekly thing her and Aizawa would do now. Each weekend he would take her someplace new and show her a part of society he knew she'd never seen before. Each trip was a mystery for Surebu. She loved it though. It was different from all the other times someone took her on a trip. Today, Aizawa had something different planned though. Silently, they went to the teacher's dorms without even a hint of what he had planned. Once finally in the dorm, Surebu was bombarded with people. Every single UA staff member was there waiting for her. She was confused by this, but when she saw Aizawa smiling, she calmed down a bit. Surebu, Nezu's voice was a bit unsteady, and he sounded nervous. That worried the dark-haired girl to no end. It has been brought to our attention that you are an orphan. She smiled as she walked down the halls. She couldn't stop herself. She felt like something was different today. She didn't know what was different, but she was excited to learn. Especially after the amazing surprise that the weekend before held. She was a bit later today than usual because she was getting that notebook for Midoriya finished up. But it was with her no. A full description of some of the latest heroes, plus some extra bits Surebu made sure to apply. He's been trying to get these notes down for way too long, but because of the dorms and extra training, he found it hard to get the time to get it done. So Surebu decided to add her knowledge and skills into the mix. It took her and Shinsu far too long just to get the information they needed. She'd have to pay Shinsu back for all of this. But she really wanted to do something for the green-haired boy. He'd been so kind ever since he saw her stand up to Shinsu's bullies. It made her happy. So what if she was a bit late? Aizawa wouldn't care anyway. She walked up to the door of class 101 when a voice was present. She just assumed it was the normal chatter of the class and walked right in. But everyone stopped what they were doing to watch her. Seeing their reactions, she froze, notebook in hand. Even Bakugo had a look on his face that told her something wasn't right. Midoriya was the first to walk up to her. His bright smile reassured her that everything was fine, but something was hidden in his eyes that told her otherwise. Hey Surebu, you're late today? He seemed to ask more than state with a slightly shaky voice. Yeah, Surebu stated, a bit unsure of what was happening. Everyone was watching her, studying her movements. It was normal, but this time they held more fear than normal. She started to feel bad about that time. She did the same thing to Aizawa. It was an unpleasant feeling to be watched like that. How long were you out there? Momo asked, backing away cautiously. That movement confused Surebu. She was very observant and a quick learner in any aspect. What happened while she was getting that damned notebook? Not long. Just got here really, Surebu told honestly. At her words, the tension left the room as a collective sigh washed over half the occupants. Now Surebu was mad. They did something they knew would get her mad. She was frustrated. But as always, she hid it from everyone. Midoriya began to walk away from her. She hadn't given him the notebook yet. She had to do it before class started, or she could forget, or may never get the chance again. Reacting purely on instinct, she grabbed his hand, calling out his name. Big mistake. She only just realized what was different. It wasn't her morning routine, though it was messy this morning. She'd forgotten her gloves. The one thing she can never forget was forgotten. Midoriya's life flashed in Surebu's mind in the span of a second. But the last couple of minutes before she walked in seemed to go in slow motion. It was blurry, but she could recognize everything by memory. Midoriya was at his desk, talking with Uraraka and Ida, when he heard Bakugo's voice. She's stupid and annoying. Nothing else to it. Come on, man. There's gotta be one good thing about Surebu. Sure, she can be annoying and weird at times, and she's kind of dangerous, like a ticking time bomb. But she seems nice enough. Kirishima tried to change Bakugo's opinion. But that's easier said than done. That was something Kirishima knew best. She seems nice. Not like you've seen or experienced it, Bakugo stated without hesitation. She refuses to get work done in class. She disappears when Aizawa-sensei needs her, or is expecting to see her, and for the classes she goes to, she sleeps or just stares out the window the whole time. You're right about that. Kirishima backed down, accepting defeat like a man. Midoriya walked over feeling confident about his next action. After seeing what she's willing to do for Shinsu, these facts about her were obviously only half-truths. You shouldn't talk about someone when they aren't there to defend themselves. She might have a good reason as to why she does these things. Midoriya was suddenly nervous. He wasn't looking to Bakugo out of fear of the glare he knew was aimed at him. Where did his confidence go? Like the one she had for pushing Aizawa-sensei into a table? Bakugo smirked, knowing he'd won. It was in his voice. He was amused by Midoriya's attempt. Wait, she didn't have a reason, did she? Bakugo growled out. No matter what, Midoriya couldn't argue with that. He couldn't remember a time she had an explanation for what she had done, except that time with those bullies, but that was different. Then a thought hit him. He knew he'd regret it, but what Bakugo was doing was wrong. She's here to become a hero, just like us. She might be different or do things differently, but that won't make her any less of a hero. He would have said more, but Bakugo cut in. She's a villain. It's obvious she doesn't belong here. Bakugo spoke calmly, as if he had only just realized it himself. Kaminari decided at that moment to join the conversation. She does seem a bit out of place here. This started a row of comments to occur. She acts out quite a bit, Ida. She doesn't try to get along with anyone, Mina. And when someone tries to talk to her outside of school, she gets distant and leaves, Uraraka. She isn't allowed to leave the dorms without a teacher, Zero. Even with that rule, she leaves without permission anyway, Ojiro. She doesn't do any work, Momo. She doesn't listen to the teachers, Jiro. She is a bit of a handful, Midoriya had to admit. She's a distraction, Bakugo stated, breaking the chain of comments. She should save us all the trouble and jump off the roof. This caused Kirishima to jump up. That's a little harsh, Bakugo, he told in a calm manner. As long as I don't have to see her in this classroom again, I don't care what happens to her, Bakugo told blankly. It looked like Mina was going to say something, but the door opened and Surebu stood there, looking confused and worried. Surebu let go of Midoriya's hand, realizing that she was in the wrong place. They were all right. She wasn't supposed to be here. All anyone saw her as was a villain. That was all she could ever be. She even thought that maybe she was doing something right here. Something. Anything. But no. Surebu. She looked up at the sound of her name to see Midoriya with a face of worry. Are you crying? He asked. Surebu lifted her hand to her cheek only to be met with a warm, but wet surface. Was she crying? She couldn't remember a time she cried without screaming at the top of her lungs. Are you okay? She tried to speak, but her voice wasn't working. She wanted to scream, cry, yell until her voice cut out, but she couldn't. She couldn't even move. Suddenly an image flashed in her mind. It was a body on the ground soaked in blood. Then the last words that man ever spoke echoed in her brain. No matter what you do to change yourself, you'll always be a villain after this. Those words haunted her. They would never leave her mind. She stood there at the door, shaking. Was she scared? Angry? Sad? She couldn't tell. Maybe all three. Was that possible? She'd never had that before. Just shows how stupid she was. That's right. She was stupid. That stuck in her brain. She had asked for help to write in a damned notebook for the love of God. She felt so damned stupid. Stupid for doing that. Stupid for trusting these people. Stupid for ever thinking she could be anything more than what society saw her as. A villain. That was where she belongs. That's what she deserves. Not these complimentary lies these so-called classmates would dish out. Aizawa was wrong. No one ever had a choice in this world. You are what people see you as. A hand on her shoulder shocked her out of her thoughts. Out of fear she screamed, jumping away from whoever it was that touched her. But by doing so she had fallen into one of the tables and hurt her left arm. Getting over the pain quickly, she looked up to see Aizawa looking at her with worry written all over his face. Think of the devil, she thought. Surebu, what's wrong? He asked, sounding almost like a concerned parent. Surebu looked around her. Everyone was backing away from her, scared of what she would do next. Surebu, Aizawa repeated, holding out a hand. But she backed away, remembering what had happened with Midoriya only a moment ago. She didn't want to feel any more pain from other memories. She didn't think she could handle it. Surebu, Aizawa said one last time. Don't touch me, she mumbled. Her voice croaked instead of spoke, but it was something. For some reason Bakugo took her words as a challenge and flicked her forehead. Suddenly hundreds of horrible words Bakugo had aimed at her when she wasn't around had flooded her mind. "Bakugo," Aizawa screamed at the angry teen. "See me after class." Those words were like a trigger. The switch that's always been in her brain had switched over again. But this was not someone she was familiar with. It was always either the obedient child or the crazy girl with a taste for blood. This one was emotionless. She sat up with a tear-stained face. Slowly, she stood up. Every bit of the pain she had felt was gone, and was replaced with a heavy, hollow feeling. She didn't like that feeling, but she'd rather it over the emotional pain. Slowly, she walked down to the back of the room and sat down at her desk without a single word and placed the notebook down. Aizawa tried to talk to her, to get her to talk back, but it was almost like she couldn't even hear him. The only thing she heard was the echoing words of her classmates from Midoriya and Bakugo's memories. That damn quirk. After a few hours, she began to come back to reality. Everything she could feel came washing over her. She couldn't stop herself. She began to cry. Began to scream. She lost all control over her actions and her mind. Everything that just happened was running wild in her head, over and over. She'd been through so much in her life, but none of the physical torture came close to the mental torture and emotional pain she felt right now. This was a new feeling completely, and she didn't know what to do at all. "Give me the physical pain again. Please." She continued to internally beg whatever God would listen. Her mind was clouded, and everything began to blur. She couldn't think properly. All she knew was she was all alone in this dark, cruel world. Then something happened. It wasn't much, but a light came into view in the darkness as a hand touched her head, causing her to look for the owner. There, in front of her, was Aizawa, the one who brought her here and have her hope for a good life. Without even thinking about her actions, she jumped out of her chair and hugged him. She couldn't remember a time she felt that she needed this kind of comfort. But it helped get rid of the clouds in her mind, so she could see clearly again. She had only just realized that Aizawa was hugging her back. She felt safe. "Talk to me, Surebu," he whispered, stroking her hair. The lesson had finished some time ago, but Surebu hadn't moved, so Aizawa stayed in the room, waiting for when she was ready. He didn't think this would happen. He didn't know what to do when he heard her screaming. He was only trying to get her to calm down, but when she had looked to him like that, he could see all the pain and could see the betrayal she had felt. Once she had jumped up to hug him, he suddenly realized that she had been slowly breaking, and that any wrong move will cause her to shatter. He held her close to him in hopes that maybe he could hold all the pieces together. That maybe if he kept a hold of her, she wouldn't break. "Why am I so horrible?" she hiccuped. At those words, Aizawa felt fear. He didn't know what had happened in the time between waking up to getting to class to make her think that. But he had to get rid of this thought immediately. "You're not horrible, Surebu. What on earth made you think something so wrong?" He had to know where this thought came from. If he didn't, then he might as well just leave. "They're right about me," she whispered. Aizawa was confused at her words and continued to question. "Who?" "The class." Something hit Aizawa at that moment. It was guilt. He kept a close eye on her and her interactions with those outside of his class, not the ones inside Class 1A, even though those were the ones with her the most. "I'm nothing more than a misplaced villain." Once again, the guilt grew. "You're not a villain, Surebu. You are what you want to be," he told her. She continued to cry, and Aizawa decided it was best to get her to her room. Carefully, he picked her up and made his way to her room. By the time he had opened the door, she appeared to be asleep, so Aizawa laid her down on the bed and left. He had another busy night of work to deal with before he could deal with his class. Making an in-the-moment devotion, he went to work, and was planning to talk to the whole class, all at once the second they were all in the classroom the next morning. And he wasn't going to be late this time. He wouldn't let anything else happen to her. Not when he could stop it. The second the door closed, Surebu sat up. She was alone again, and all the light that was there was now gone. She could think clearly now. She knew exactly what she needed to do. Silently, she opened the door to her room. Aizawa didn't lock the door today. Just as quietly, she walked up every set of stairs. Even when her legs began to burn, she kept walking. She was close to the top when Bakugo's voice echoed in her brain. "As long as I don't have to see her in this classroom again, I don't care." She began to sprint up the stairs, taking them two at a time. She needed to get away from these walls. She felt trapped. Finally, she burst through the door to the roof to see the sun hitting the edge of the horizon. The sky was turning all shades of colors, but none were as dark as the demon that was sneaking up in her mind, telling her she was as useless as could be. Slowly, she walked up to the edge of the roof. She looked down to the ground. It was a fair distance away. Definitely would kill anyone who fell or jumped. Suddenly a raindrop came into view, falling right past her and down to the bottom of the building. She looked up at the darkening sky, but no clouds were anywhere to be seen. She touched her right cheek, and there it was. Not rain, but a tear. She was crying. Maybe because she didn't think that this was how it was going to be. Maybe because she knew that this was the way it had to be. Either way, she knew this was how it was. "Sorry, Papa," she whispered, looking forward to the horizon. "Sorry, brother." The sun was almost gone now, and the sky had grown considerably darker. She felt a connection to the sunset, slowly going darker and darker until no light remained, and only one option was left behind. She should save us all the trouble and just jump off the roof. Bakugo may not have been the best hero, but he was a better hero than her. With those words bouncing in her head, Sheru took a deep breath and leaned forwards, not enough to instantly plummet, but enough to know there was no turning back. The wind whistled in her ear as the ground grew closer and closer. She had angled herself so that she was head first. Despite her situation, she smiled. She felt relief wash over her. She'd never hurt anyone again. Just as she was about to greet the hard floor, Sheru closed her eyes. She was ready. This was her fate, and she accepted it. She was welcoming it with open arms. "Goodbye," she whispered an inch away from the ground. 2 words that would be forever lost in the darkness of the night. Students filled the classroom slowly, each one happy, not one knowing the events of the night before. Finally, everyone has filed in, all except Sheru. They were all happily chatting away until the sound of the door slamming informed them that Bakugo had entered. But he was already seated and ready for the day. Slowly, everyone turned around to see Shota Aizawa emitting an energy of pure rage. You could practically see the aura of anger that surrounded him. He had activated his quirk, and his hair was up like a black flame that framed his face. Suddenly, fear entered everyone's minds. "I'm only going to say this once. If I don't get an answer, I'm going to expel every single one of you," he growled out. Not one person was willing to speak until Aizawa was done. Not one dared. "Where is she?" he asked. But no one had an answer. They didn't know who she was. At least, most of them didn't know. "No one's seen her since you took her to her room yesterday," Bakugo mumbled out, looking to the back of the room. Everyone followed Bakugo's line of vision, and found themselves all looking to Shorubu's empty desk. "She's not in her room," Aizawa spoke, causing everyone to turn back to him. His quirk deactivated as he closed his eyes. It may have been hard to notice, but a tear managed to fight its way past his defenses. "She isn't in the dorms. She isn't in the cafeteria. She isn't with Nezu or Present Mike. She's not even in the teacher's office," Aizawa explained. Shock seemed to go through everyone's minds. Sheru was usually somewhere Aizawa would find her. I even asked Shinsu if he'd seen her, but nothing. Whether anyone was willing to admit it or not, Sheru had a huge impact on Aizawa. He treated her like a delicate flower, while everyone else was just his students. "She has to be somewhere," Momo mumbled in thought. "It's not like her to just disappear without a trace." At that, Aizawa's anger returned full force. "That's right." He glared out at his class, not one willing to even breath. Aizawa silently walked over to his desk and sat down, not taking his eyes off the kids. "So I have one more question." He attempted to calm himself as much as he could, remembering the day just prior, as he continued. "What did you do to my daughter to make her think of herself as useless?" Not one person was capable of answering that question. Aizawa just called Sheru his daughter in front of the class without hesitation. That was the top of the shocks contained within his words. Second was the idea that she thought she was worthless when she was so skilled. None of them saw that coming. Sure, she was shy and closed off, but she showed purpose. The last one was the fact that Aizawa thought it was them to blame for her thoughts. "Don't go blaming us for Shorubu's thoughts. What proof do you have that we did anything?" Bakugo called out angrily from his seat. Aizawa sighed at this. He knew Bakugo wouldn't believe he was at fault for someone else's problems. "She told me yesterday that you were all right about her, and that all she can ever be is a villain." Silence was all that was heard as a response for Aizawa's words, so he continued. "Sheru catches on to things easily. You may not have said anything, but your body language, or the way you talk to her compared to others. She knows it all, and can decipher your entire personality in seconds. All you need to do is say hello before she knows what you think of her." Once again, silence. "She's had a bad life. I believe some abuse was present almost daily." For a second, Midoriya felt his heart stop beating at the thought. Did she really have it that bad? Physical and verbal abuse, maybe. Either way, her mind is built to protect her body, leading to hurting others unintentionally at times. None of you saw a reason to protect yourselves. Guilt filled everyone's minds, even Bakugo's, though he'd never admit it. There's always a reason with her, believe it or not. She's always got an excuse. It's just no one cares enough to ask for it. Aizawa mumbled, getting up and walking to the door. I'm going to look for her until she's back. Until then, do your work and forget about helping, because all you'll do is hurt her again, he said before disappearing through the door. Silence plagued the room as they all processed the words of their sensei. Finally, Midoriya gained courage and spoke his mind. I told you she had a reason. His voice was clear and loud in the space, like a knife cutting through the tension. Bakugo turned to the green-haired boy with a face of rage, already knowing Midoriya was talking to him. It was threatening, but nowhere near as terrifying as Aizawa a few moments ago. What did you say, Deku? He growled out, glare in place. You heard me, Kaken. Midoriya sat up straight and tall. He was right, and he wasn't willing to let Bakugo prove him wrong. He won't back down this time. Bakugo stood up from his chair and leaned over Midoriya's desk, holding his glare in place. You judge people too quickly, Kaken. You see them and believe they are a threat, when in reality, the only threat you have to worry about is yourself. Izuku attempted to sound confident and brave, but his voice was wavering. A beat passed as the two just stayed there, each one staring down the other, until Bakugo backed down. He turned around and went back to his seat without a word. Silence became Class 1A's best friend that day. Not a single person was willing to speak up. They all just sat there. Even when lunch rolled around, all they did was quietly go about their daily lives. That was until they heard a scream. On the other side of the lunchroom, on a table, was one of Kirigiri's purple portals. Everyone got ready, waiting for League of Villains to come out of the portal. But all that appeared was a small girl in the female uniform of UA. This girl wore a black face mask with only one glowing yellow eye that seemed to shine on each one of them, and a razor-sharp smile sewn on. But it was easy to see the zipper to her real mouth. She had a dark hood over her head, covering her hair completely. Her uniform had blood stains here and there, and showed off the scars that littered her legs, each scar telling the story of 1,000 lives before her. In her hand was a hammer taller than she was. She leaned over those at the table who were scurrying away, but there was no escape. Instantly, those from the hero course of all years got ready to fight. The girl jumped down on her scarred legs with an evil chuckle. She scanned the room quickly, then paused, seeing the table some kids from Class 1 were seated at. She started walking in that direction, causing those from the hero course to attack. One kid from Class 3B jumped at her, but the girl used her hammer to jump out of the way. This was all that seemed to happen, as she avoiding everything thrown at her, refusing to harm anyone that jumped at her or used their quirks. To say she struggled would be a lie. She struggled quite a bit, but she had a mission that needed to be complete. Finally, she got to her destination. She had managed to disappear from sight. Not a single person could find her. It was as if you blink, and she's gone. Then Kirishima shouted over to Bakugo. Said boy felt a hand on his throat, and a blade to his back, and froze. Not a single person was willing to move as this girl moved her face to Bakugo's left ear, zipper undone. Who are we kidding? She whispered, causing a shiver to go down Bakugo's spine. Now let's not get overzealous here. The blade dug into his back slightly, but not enough to break skin. You've always been a huge piece of shit. The voice was getting louder so that others could hear her as well, until everyone could hear her rage-filled voice. If I could kill you, I would. But it's frowned upon in all 50 states. There was a chuckle laced in her voice as she moved the knife and grabbed on to the back of his shirt. Having said all that, suddenly Bakugo was launched across the room. Burn in hell. Seeing an opening, everyone began to charge over for the capture as her laughter filled the room. She slowly backed up, and a new portal opened up in the floor. She crossed her arms over her chest and jumped. She was gone before anyone even got close. But that wasn't the part that scared everyone. On the wall behind where she had disappeared was, in dripping red lettering, "Thank you for Surebu." The room was silent, as they all looked from one to the other, hoping for someone to start this meeting. Every member of the UA staff are now sat in the same room, where Surebu was once sat with them, the day they all met her. A layer of dread filled the room as each one of them remembered the last hour. After the villain attack, all the students were forced to return to their dorm rooms for safety reasons, and the staff all went to discuss the events. They all heard about what had happened in the cafeteria, and they all saw the writing. They knew the League somehow got their hands on Surebu again. Aizawa, everyone turned to Nezu as he spoke, refusing to look up. Aizawa looked at him with pained eyes, just knowing what Nezu was going to say before he said it. You failed. The room was silent once again, as they all looked between Aizawa and Nezu, curious about what Nezu meant. As the silence stretched on, Present Mike cleared his throat. It was almost like everything came back to Aizawa at the sound, and he snapped his head to his best friend. It doesn't make any sense, Hisashi stated. She was happy. We were going to. He paused, covering his face with his hands and letting out a groan of confusion and frustration. That's where you're wrong, Aizawa cut in. Suddenly everyone had turned to look at him, waiting for him to continue. He sighed, irritated, before explaining the events of the last couple days. All from the morning Surebu broke down to right now. So your class made her believe she was a villain? Vlad questioned, royally pissed about the very idea of young heroes in training turning on someone like that. When Aizawa nodded, it suddenly went quiet. When someone tells you something enough times, you start to believe it, Nezu had suddenly spoke out. Surebu is a funny case now. As far as we know, she's done nothing but follow orders her entire life. She does what she's told. Follows others' commands. When someone calls her something, she feels obliged to be it, Nezu explained, getting nods from everyone in the room. They all knew this about the girl already. It was easy to pick up on if you kept a close eye on her like they did. It seems our voices weren't as loud as the students, Midnight chuckled, thinking of the situation. If only we were a bit faster in making our decision. If only we made her question the action she took. She began massaging her temples, trying to rid herself of whatever migraine she had. I'm going to find her, Aizawa suddenly announced. This was my fault. I had too much faith in my students and hadn't kept a close enough eye on her. Just because she's with the villains, that doesn't mean I'm giving up on my daughter, he announced with a look of determination. The room broke out in smiles at his words, for they all needed to hear them. Mike placed a hand on Aizawa's shoulder, making him turn to his high school friend. I'm going to look for her as well, and bring her home, he stated. Suddenly everyone in the room was saying that they were also going to look for her, as they all wanted her back. Villain or not, she was the child of the U. A staff if she liked it or not. Once the meeting was called to a close, Nezu came up with a schedule so everyone still had enough time to do their jobs at school and look for the girl they all cared for. No one would argue, since it was still a priority to keep the school running at full capacity. Even though they all knew that the school wouldn't be functioning like it used to until Surebu was home and safe. It just happens that they don't actually need to go very far to look for the girl, as she was already in the school. Over by the dorms of 1A, the place she once lived, Surebu was back. She stood in front of the door, holding her hammer, wearing exactly what she did in the cafeteria, only without the mask. She made sure she was blocking the way, so that the class 1A students couldn't get in when they got there. When the kids got to the dorm and saw Surebu standing there with her hammer and a huge grin on her face, they all paused. Out of all things that they were expecting, this was not one of them. The girl looked at them. Only 10 meters came between them. She placed the hammer down so that the head was on the floor and tilted her head, closing her eyes and smiling widely. What's the password? She shouted, leaning on the door. Bakugo pushed through them all to get to Surebu. Get out of my way, extra, he shouted, charging at her with explosions coming from his hands. Surebu's face changed into one of anger as she lifted her hammer and slammed it against Bakugo's hand, forcing him back. No entry, she shouted, putting the hammer back the way it was. Suddenly, there was a tension between them. Bakugo cradling his injured hand, Surebu blocking the door, and all the class 1A kids remaining looking at the girl confused. Why are you doing this? Midoriya asked, stepping forwards, hoping to understand her actions. Surebu turned her yellow eyes to the green-haired boy and smiled. Not the password, sorry. She turned her head away again to look out at the horizon this time and began humming to herself. Jiro strained her ears, trying to hear the tune better. She remembered it from somewhere. Just as she figured it out, Kirishima started walking forwards. He moved to the wall instead of the door. Everyone watched as he moved over to the window and opened it up. If we can't use the door, use the window, he announced, getting ready to climb through. Surebu turned to face him with a smile. Close enough, I guess, she announced, turning and opening the door. Everyone watched as she picked up her hammer and walked into the dorms. Everyone quickly ran in, Kirishima still using the window. But when they got in, Surebu was gone, and the windows to the other side of the common room were all open. She was gone yet again. The dorms were noisy like usual, as everyone had sat in the common room, television on. Some were in the kitchen, cooking, baking, or just there to have conversation. Others were playing a game on the TV, while everyone else was studying or playing card games. It was almost like they hadn't had Surebu blocking their front door a day just before. They'd all agreed to pretend it had never happened. It was better if they all forgot it had even happened. If they don't acknowledge it, then it's never happened, right? Everything was calm. That was until Kaminari started yelling over at Shiro. They had been the ones playing the game and Shiro had won. In truth, Kaminari was just a sore loser, but an even worse winner. It was one of those situations where you'd be yelled at no matter what happened. I call cheat, you cheated, Kaminari yelled in his friend's ear. Everyone either rolled their eyes, ignored it, or groaned about this argument happening all over again. Shiro just sighed, covering the ear closest to his blonde friend, and looked over to the TV once again. Once his eyes landed on the screen, he froze wide-eyed. For right there, behind the huge screen, leaning over to look at the screen itself, was the one person who could mess with every single one of them, all just by being there. Suddenly, without thinking through his movements, Shiro bolted up, pointing to the dark-haired girl. "Surebu," he shouted, causing everyone to turn away from what they were doing to look at her. She tore her eyes from the screen and looked at them all, staring at her. She gave a bright smile, one they never saw on her before. "That was really well done, Shiro. Kaminari, maybe try not being such a baby when you lose. It's annoying." She spoke what everyone was thinking. Or they were before they saw her. "What are you doing here?" Bakugo growled, getting into a fighting stance. Surebu turned to him, placing a finger to her chin and humming in thought. There was a pause as they all watched this. Surebu wasn't armed as far as they could see. In fact, she wasn't wearing the school uniform again either. Only a dark blue hoodie with the word "sorry, I don't care" over her chest. But then again, they couldn't see past her stomach to see if she was armed. It was only a guess right now. Since there was no sign of hostility, it seemed everyone else was practically unresponsive. But Bakugo. Surebu finally clicked her fingers, as if remembering something, and her face lit up. She moved out from behind the TV, conforming everyone's suspensions of her not having a weapon, and walked over to the staircase, humming a tune that seemed all too familiar. Once she was gone from sight, there was a small cough from Ojiro, instantly gaining everyone's attention. He let out a sigh, knowing his next words would cause problems. "Shouldn't we tell Sensei?" he mumbled out loud enough for them all to hear. Suddenly, glares were faced at him. He knew they'd be against it, but Aizawa really wanted to at least see Surebu again. They all knew it. In fact, none of the teachers were actually focusing on teaching. Instead, they ignored their students outside of the classroom and only answered questions in class. They really just left it to the kids now. After a moment, they all looked back to the staircase, hearing the humming once again. They watched as the dark-haired girl trotted down the stairs without shoes and wearing full-length black tights. This time, though, she was carrying the little teddy bear Momo had made her when she first came to the dorms. The girl smiled once at the bottom of the stairs, holding up the bear. "I was getting autumn," she stated, walking over to the door. Before she walked out to disappear once again, she turned to them once more. "Say hi to Papa Aizawa for me." Just like that, she walked out, closing the door behind her. No one bothered to move, to go after her, for something told them that this wasn't the last they'd see of her. Also that they wouldn't be able to catch her if they tried. Ojiro stood in place, silently waiting for someone or something to happen. He knew he should go get the teachers, but everyone seemed to believe that they could deal with Surebu without the teachers getting involved. Him though. He just knew that when it came to her, he was useless. "Hey Bakugo?" Jiro suddenly spoke, ending all silence that was in the room. Bakugo grunted at the girl, signaling for her to continue. "What did Surebu say to you in the cafeteria?" The question made Bakugo freeze for a second. He looked at the girl who had sat herself on a one-seater lounge and was looking down at her phone, earphone jacks plugged in. He took a moment to answer, remembering that moment of his life clearly. To the point he was scared. It was one of those points he felt completely useless. It was all because of her. Who are we kidding? Now let's not get overzealous here. You've always been a huge piece of shit. If I could kill you, I would. But it's frowned upon in all 50 states. Having said that, burn in hell, he quoted word for word as he watched Jiro tap on her phone silently. Everyone watched the girl intently as she stopped her tapping and closed her eyes. A moment passed before Jiro snapped back into reality. She quickly unplugged the phone and rewinded the song by a few seconds. She placed the device on the coffee table face down and let the song Sheep in Wolf's Clothing play for them all to hear. But only that one bit. It was the exact words Surebu had spoken to him. It was the exact wording. She wasn't threatening him, she was singing to him. But why? And why that specific song? When I first met her, once again all attention was on Jiro. She told me that if it wasn't for music, she wouldn't be alive. Now she's singing a song about the lies hidden everywhere people don't want to look. And directly aimed it at Bakugo, she explained, looking up at the blonde. Wonder why she targeted you out of all of us. The night was dark, and the dorms were quiet. Unless you look at Kirishima's room. Yes, he was asleep in his bed. Yes, he was being quiet while laying in bed. It's just that someone stood outside his door with an evil grin on her face. Knock knock, I'm outside your door now, I am coming in. No need for me to ask permission, she sang in a high-pitched voice as she opened the door and walked in. At this point, Kirishima was moving in his sleep thanks to the noise. She smiled, walking over to the bed. She kneeled down next to it and gave a little chuckle before going under it, completely disappearing. There was a pause where only silence was present. Then there were footsteps. Quiet ones that entered the room and moved over to the bed. Kirishima, Bakugo quietly whispered, shaking his friend awake. It took a little more force the next try to finally wake up the redhead. He looked up at Bakugo, squinting to see him. Someone opened your door, Bakugo stated in a rushed tone. Suddenly Kirishima was up in a seated position. He looked at the door as it was swinging back and forth slightly due to the breeze coming from the balcony. Wait. Bakugo mumbled, running to the open balcony doors. Those were closed when I went to sleep, Kirishima informed his friend. There was silence as Bakugo looked out over the platform. Silently, he closed them and decided to search the entire room. Sheru, on the other hand, she was climbing down the building, just like she always used to. She had managed to sneak past both boys and exit through the balcony doors. She had silently applauded herself for being able to trick them like this. She grinned in the cool air, reaching the next floor. Her victory was a small one, though, as a single fluffy tail came into view. He may have been a room away, but he could still see her, and she could see him. Surebu froze up, thinking she'd been caught. Then she saw Ojiro smile as he waved her over. Maybe this wasn't bad. She shrugged, seeing no problem with staying a little longer. She looked at the room next to Ojiro's. Ida. He'd definitely be in a deep sleep by now. Not even thinking twice, she jumped onto the balcony railings and jumped onto the balcony. She walked over to the blonde casually and leaned on the railing closest to Ojiro. He copied her actions with a serious face, countering her kind-looking smile. Kirishima no huh? He asked in a hushed voice to prevent waking anyone up. Instantly, her smile was gone. She wasn't only caught, but she was figured out as well. He wasn't out there by chance. He planned to meet her here. Are the villains really that boring? He asked, noting how her posture had changed. Not so much boring, just repetitive, she mumbled, looking away from the other. It's always the same thing, and whenever something changes I just know I'll be used or abused, she explained, grabbing the sleeves of her gray, woolen sweater and pulling them over her hands to hide any skin. Ojiro's eyes grew wide at her comment and sudden shyness. Is it really that bad with them? He asked, now more worried than anything else. He wasn't stupid or oblivious. He knew there was something about all of this that she never mentioned. Most of them are fine. Really friendly to me. Shigaraki is the main problem. He only wants me there to do the dirty work. She gave off a shudder as if cold. Ojiro nodded, considering the idea. Shigaraki always did seem like the one to do anything to get what he wants. Like a spoiled child, he had to get his way. Well, at least you get the time to mess with us, right? Ojiro only wanted to get her mind off of whatever Shigaraki was getting her to do. Thankfully, it seemed to work. Yeah, it's the only fun I get. It stops me from missing you guys too much, she stated sarcastically with a grin. Ojiro laughed at this, then changed back into his serious face. What about Aizawa, or Shinsu? She froze up at these words. Seems like Ojiro had hit a nerve. You know, I talked to Shinsu about an hour after you left with your teddy bear. Her head snapped up to look at him, and he could only smile. He did the exact same thing when I told him I saw you. The girl deflated, slightly pouting at his words. He had obviously known she hadn't gone to see him, as she had really done nothing but mess with her old classmates. It was the fact she hated herself for. She'd gone out of her way to see her classmates, but not her brother. He told me to tell you he's sorry, Ojiro stated, causing Surebu to look at him confused. He's sorry he couldn't be the hero you thought he was, and help you stay away from the villains, he explained. And it was those words that were the breaking point. Without even noticing, Surebu's eyes watered as the weight of what she did came crashing down on her. All because she wanted to stop herself from hurting others. She lost everyone she really cared about. And instead of hurting people, She shook her head at that. She couldn't focus on that right now. That's for a later date. Like the day she dies. It can wait that long. Tell him he didn't do anything wrong. It was my fault and my stupidity. That I'll be back as soon as I can, she spoke softly, not even expecting Ojiro to answer to her. Still, The blonde boy nodded his head before watching her slip off the side of the balcony and onto the wall to continue her climb down. He watched her get to the grass on the floor. He watched as she looked back up at him to mouth her thanks. He watched as she ran off into the darkness to disappear once again, as if she were never there to begin with. He didn't stop her or call out for someone. He wasn't even going to tell anyone in his class. Only Shinsu. He was the only one that needed to know what had happened that night on his and Ida's balconies. Yellow eyes bore holes through the woman as she looked at her child. The girl looked at her mother through the bars of her cage. They weren't eyes of anger like the woman expected. They were eyes of sorrow, pain, and confusion. It made her want to rip her own heart out. The woman turned away from her daughter, refusing to look at her, while this all happened. There was nothing she could do now. Not that she wanted to. She wanted that child gone, no matter what. A man walked up to the woman with a dirty grin. "Thank you very much, ma'am. She will fit in well with the others," he grinned, turning to the girl. "She really is a beauty, isn't she?" he chuckled out harshly before hitting the cage. The girl jumped back to get away from the blow and hid on the other side of the cage. She could barely even fit in the first place. "Just make sure I never have to see her again," the woman said in a strong and clear tone before walking away, money from the exchange in hand. The man let out another chuckle. The girl finally broke. She began to cry, reaching out a hand through the bars to her mother. "Mummy," she yelled out, causing the woman to pause. Sadly, it also caused a pole to slam into her arm. "Quiet, you useless child," the man screamed, holding up a metal pole in the darkness of the night. Suddenly, a black cloth was placed over the cage, hiding the contents inside. The small girl cradled her now injured arm to her chest as she huddled into the corner of the small space she had. "Mummy, why? What did I do?" she cried out quietly as she felt herself begin to move as the truck she was in made its way from the meeting point. That night seemed like any other to the rest of the world. No one noticed the change, or how one life was just ruined. It happens all the time, but still the world keeps turning. It's still spinning, and no one notices the ones being shipped off to do another's bidding. Sheru shook her head, then looked to her left. Toga was out cold. Her right, twice, was under the bar. She let out a sigh before resting her head on the smooth wooden planks. Kirishima couldn't help but chuckle. "Bored again, Sheru?" he asked, cleaning a glass from the other side of the bar. Sheru looked up at him slightly and let go of another sigh. "I'm so bored, Kirishima. There's nothing to do," she admitted, folding her arms to make a pillow. "Well, I'm sure Shigaraki will have something for you to do soon," Kirishima tried to reassure. Sheru looked away with an angry pout, remembering what she'd told Ojiro to pass on. "There better be." "So she will be back?" Shinsu asked, looking at the blonde. Ojiro shrugged, not quite sure what to say at this point anymore. "That's all she said," he mumbled, sadly shrugging. There was a sigh as Shinsu combed his hand through his hair. "Thank you for passing this on. I know it would have been hard for you to talk to me the first time. I'm sure you'd like to go now, so I won't keep you here any longer." Shinsu rushed out, getting ready to walk away. Ojiro frowned at these words and grabbed the purple-haired boy by the arm. "What's that supposed to mean?" he asked, sounding harsher than he intended. At this, Shinsu shivered and averted his eyes from the blonde, at all costs. "Well," he cut himself off before shaking his head and turning away from the other. Ojiro refuses to let go at this point, as he let his frustration with the other show. "Aren't you scared?" There was a pause as Ojiro's eyes widened and Shinsu looked to the floor. It's true that Ojiro was once scared of Shinsu. Scared to be anywhere near him. After the sports festival, he couldn't even look at the boy without going on the defense. Ever since he saw Shinsu fall down the stairs with Surebu, however, he found himself much more comfortable. He didn't know why, but he could look at the other. He could talk to him now without fear of being controlled. "I admit, I was once." Shinsu physically flinched at those words and tried to pull Ojiro's hand off of him. "But I haven't been for a long time, Shinsu. I trust you," he spoke in his kindest tone of voice as he gave Shinsu's arm a small squeeze before letting go. "So I'm not scary, but Surebu was." Shinsu's voice suddenly became harsh as he turned to glare at Ojiro. The blonde was taken aback. He wasn't expecting this at all. Why did it have to be her? Why not someone else, like Manama? He's done much worse things to you all over a much longer time. There was nothing Ojiro could say. There was no reason he could give the other. No excuses he could come up with. He looked down, disappointed in himself. "I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I have no way to answer that," he mumbled, closing his eyes. He was expecting Shinsu to yell, shout, or something. Not his soft sniffles. Ojiro looked up to see Shinsu trying his hardest to wipe away his tears. She was my first real friend in UA. Everyone else was either scared of my quirk or bullied me. She was the first person to forget what my quirk was. Literally forget. Shinsu tried over and over to stop himself from crying, but he'd healed it all in for so long that there was no way to stop once it started. I knew she was having trouble fitting in with your class. I agreed to help her get some stuff ready for some of you to see if gifts made you guys like her. Other than that, I did nothing. Ojiro stepped forward, grabbing Shinsu and pulling him into a hug. There wasn't much else he could think of to do. He didn't know what to say to him or what to do to help him. He just stood there, holding the boy in his arms. Then it came to him. The perfect thing to say. I promise she'll be back. Even if I have to drag her here myself. The room was quiet as they all looked at the blonde one in front of them. Ojiro looked down nervously, fiddling with his fingers. He knew his classmates would be upset with what he was doing, but he knew a hero did what was right. That was why he was here in front of every single one of his teachers. Ojiro had told Aizawa he had some news about Surebu that they all should know, so his homeroom teacher called a staff meeting. Now that he'd finally explained everything from the day Surebu was at their front door to when she snuck into Kirishima's room, he made sure to leave out the fact she was stopping to chit-chat with him. She's targeting Bakugo? Lunch Rush questioned in thought, trying to put the pieces of this puzzle together. Ojiro nodded without a second thought. This information caused a few mumbles to come into existence. Ojiro stood there looking out as each of the staff members mumbled to each other. He didn't know what any of them were saying, but he wasn't willing to interrupt them. That was until President Mike let out a loud, but short scream that silenced everyone. Hisashi was rubbing his ribs due to pain as he pouted, looking at the one next to him. Aizawa. All I want to know is how to get her back, not who she's messing with, he growled out before turning to Ojiro. Do you have any information on that? Ojiro stood there looking at Aizawa for a moment. He thought about his options before letting go of a sigh. He had already gone this far, right? Might as well finish the job. She said she'll be back, he stated confidently as he looked at his teacher. She said? The question hovered in the silent room as Ojiro nodded again. He didn't know why he was so nervous right now, but for some reason he regretted being here as his teachers all looked at him with serious faces. You can leave now, Ojiro, Nezu instructed him. The boy bowed, confused by his principal's sudden statement, and walked out without another word. The room was silent as they all processed what they had been told. What should we do now? Hisashi asked, ready to burst into tears at any second. We wait for her to return? Vlad seemed so unsure of himself, and it was very unsettling for those around him. We could start organizing better classes and tasks for her now. So when she gets here, she's separated from Class 1A as much as possible. Aizawa's monotone voice broke through the room, and suddenly the idea became a necessity. Ojiro felt horrible. He'd betrayed his friends and classmates, but it was for the better, wasn't it? He sighed as he got to the dorm. He really wasn't fond of telling them he'd gone to see the teachers yet. He hoped that maybe they'd all be distracted enough to leave him alone. If any of them asked where he'd been, it was over. He wasn't going to lie. Taking a deep breath, he walked in with a smile on his face and his head held high. His hopes were in vain as half of the people in the common room turned to him, and the first thing he'd heard was, "Hey Ojiro, where have you been?" His smile was gone, and his breath caught in his throat. He really didn't want to answer this. Then it came to him. He saw it in the corner of his eye, and a small, amused smile touched his lips. Surebu, are you used to hiding there, or is this some new thing you recently picked up? He asked, not even looking at the girl. This caused everyone to look around confused for a moment. Then finally, she came out from behind the TV with a small pout. It's warm here, okay? Leave me alone, she answered, crossing her arms over her chest. Ojiro turned to face her as everyone else started to panic once again about the idea of her being there. I'm not judging. I sit on the floor, even when no one else is on the lounge. I can't judge, he stated, causing the others in the room to grow confused. He was talking to Surebu as if they were good friends. If he fits, he sits, she shrugged, smiling at the blonde. She understood the idea of clearing a space for others very well. I'm guessing things haven't gotten better with Shigaraki? Ojiro asked, actually hoping it has gotten a bit better. Suddenly Surebu tensed up and looked down at the floor, eyes terrifyingly wide. This worried Ojiro, so he walked over to her, leaning on the wall next to her. He gave me my first test run this morning, she mumbled, horrified of her thoughts, as the events ran through her head over and over. He said one more, and I will be ready for the real thing. But I really don't want to do it again. She closed her eyes shut, scrunching up her entire face in the process. This made everyone stop and stare. They thought Surebu had wanted to do what Shigaraki told her. So that's why you're here? To distract yourself? Ojiro questioned, feeling sorry for the girl. He knew she chose the villains, but she didn't deserve this. She nodded, answering Ojiro's question, and he let out a low hum in thought. Do you know any card games? He asked, hoping to get her mind off of whatever had happened. She looked up, slightly surprised by the question. I've been playing poker since I was 10, and Toga taught me how to play Uno, she answered, looking at the other. Ojiro nodded, looking away from her. I don't know much about poker, but... He looked over to Mina with a smile. Can I borrow your Uno cards? He asked, only for Mina to smile, looking from the blonde to Surebu. If I get to play as well, then sure thing. The three sat at the coffee table silently, as Mina dealt out the cards one by one. Ojiro was smiling kindly as he counted each card that was placed in front of him. Surebu looked at each of them intently, confused by how she had ended up in this situation in the first place. Finally, 7 cards were dealt out, and each one picked them up. Ojiro's smile widened as he saw the blue +2 and wild card in his hand. Mina frowned, seeing only a single green reverse. All the while, Surebu blankly stared at the +4, red skip, and blue reverse. The game started off with a blue 2, Ojiro's start. He placed down a 5 of the same color, leaving him with 6 cards now. Surebu was next, and casually put down a green 5 on top of his pile. This made Mina's face light up, since most of her cards were green. She slapped down a 0, knowing how hard it was to change the color when a 0 was placed. Ojiro let out a sigh, getting rid of his only green card. Green 3. Surebu yawned, placing down her +4, making Mina's mouth open wide as she grumbled about the sudden switch in this girl. Slowly, she grabbed the extra 4 cards. Now she had 10 in her pink hands. Color is red, Surebu announced, looking to Ojiro. He nodded, looking down at his cards. No red. He sighed, putting down his wild card. I'd rather blue, honestly, he stated, right back, looking at Surebu. She smiled sweetly, causing Ojiro to go wide-eyed. Thank you, she stated, putting down a blue 2. Mina grumbled under her breath and put down a blue 7. Ojiro continued, worried about what Surebu had planned. He mentally decided not to use the +2 just in case she had already planned for that. So down went the blue 1. Surebu smiled once again, putting down her blue reverse. Ojiro's turn once again, only this time he had only 1 blue card left. He looked up at Mina, already feeling bad. I'm sorry, Mina, he mumbled, putting down the blue card. Pick up 2, he sighed out, looking down. Mina groaned, glaring at the cards as she picked up 2 more. All the while, Surebu kept her evil smile in place. She put down a blue 9 casually as she turned her face back into one of a blank expression. Uno, she announced, causing both Mina and Ojiro to look at her confused. Where did her cards go? Mina asked, beyond confused. When did you say you learned how to play? Ojiro asked, actually curious about how good she was. Surebu looked up as if in thought and gave out a little hum. Toga taught me to play the night I disappeared. She refused to play with me the day after, so I asked the others. Now they all refuse to play card games with me, she explained, looking to the blonde. I'm good at reading people's expressions and body language, so it gives me a good idea as to what they have. I'm also a really quick thinker, so I have tactics easily as well, she explained before looking at the blonde expectantly. Your turn. Ojiro shook himself back to reality as he looked at his hand. He had 2 yellow cards. He needed blue, or a color change. He let out a sigh before looking at Surebu. She looked at him, then the deck of cards they picked up from. She knew. He picked up the card. Yes, a blue 4. He slapped that down with a smile on his face. He looked back up at Surebu to see her watching Mina expectantly. Mina looked at her cards. The only ones that would work right now would be a blue 3, 8, or her skip. She looked at Surebu and smiled, slapping down the skip. Revenge, she shouted. Then she saw Surebu smile as she looked back at Ojiro. He picked up again, only to get another yellow card inside. Mina smiled, putting down a blue 3, happy. She was able to put down cards now. The two looked over to Surebu as she slowly picked up a card. Blue +2. She put it down and heard Ojiro groan. Oh no. Her voice quietly spoke as she looked down at her last card. She needed to think of something faster for once in her life. She looked at Ojiro right in the eyes and saw the yellow of his cards. She knew he had 2 yellow, but now she could see red and blue too. She just hoped it was what she wanted it to be. Without even meaning to, she'd held her breath. Surebu held in her breath as she looked at Ojiro. He knew she didn't have a blue, so making her pick up seemed like the best option right now. He sighed, looked over to Mina. He could see she was willing to do anything to change the game so she could win. He wanted to do the same. He had to do it. Blue skip. He looked at Surebu once more to see her sigh of relief. She was so thankful she had a bit of luck right now and put down her red skip. I've been trying to get rid of that the entire game, she mumbled, smiling. Both Mina and Ojiro paused, seeing what just happened. She won. She beat them both and only started playing a little while ago. Was she really this good? Was this just dumb luck? No. This had to be why the villains refused to play with her now. She was just that good at Uno. Honestly, I'm surprised you both agreed to play with a villain, Surebu mumbled, getting up. Ojiro sighed again for what seemed like the 100th time, just for this game. You aren't a villain, Surebu. You might be seen as one right now, but we both know you aren't. Ojiro spoke loud and clear before walking to the stairs to go to his room. I mean, seriously, you come here just to get away from the villains, and we treat you terribly. He walked out after that, making sure everyone heard. He knew he couldn't change their opinion on her, but he can make it obvious that he isn't the same. It hadn't been very long since the Uno game between Surebu, Mina, and Ojiro. It was the last time any of them saw her too. This Wednesday marked the 3rd day since she last showed up. Even Bakugo had noticed and was getting anxious about it. Sure, he hated her, but she was with the villains. If she didn't have spare time anymore, they were planning something. That was all he could think. It seemed like a calm afternoon in the dorms. Then it happened. The news was always lovely, wasn't it? Especially when it told this story. Hero killer returned. Just earlier today, a pro hero was found in his own home, stabbed and murdered. After careful investigation, it was proven that his entire body was shut down through his nervous system just before the murder. No one knows exactly how this was done, and authorities have announced to the pro heroes to be careful of this villain. The news anchor announced with a slight hint of worry in his voice. At these words, everyone had been silenced in one go. They watched the screen as new information about all of this was placed in front of them. A new hero killer was out there, and seemed more terrifying than the last. There was a loud sigh from on the lounge, next to Yororaka, that made everyone turn and watch as Surebu rolled her head back in irritation. Suddenly fear hit home. This is all I hear about now. That was such an easy kill. Why can't it be me they talk about? God, Shiki, get a life, she rambled. So this wasn't the League of Villains? Ojiro suddenly asked, coming up next to her. Surebu looked at him with a bored expression and turned back to the news report. Not my Shiki who did it. Though I do know how to work pressure points, she admitted, causing everyone to grow worried. Pressure points like that are very tricky. One that instantly shuts down the human body. She let out a dark chuckle. She wasn't at all happy, and it was easy to tell through her laugh. Sounds to me like the killer was going for an instant kill, and they slipped. Since you can't do an instant kill with pressure points right after putting them into a comatose state, they'd have to kill them another way, given the stab wound, she finished explaining before looking at Ojiro. Sounds like a noob to me. That, or very nervous. Wait, what makes you say all this? Kirishima cut in frantically. There was a pause as they all watched Surebu's head turn slowly to the red head. In her eyes, an image flashed of an old man charging at her full speed. No weapons. No need. This was a fist fight, and was more dangerous than any other. Because I'm a Surebu. These things are obvious for a Surebu like me, she stated, turning away. She sure hoped no one noticed her thoughts wandering like that. She was really hoping to forget that. In fact, she wanted to forget everything except for the teachers and staff at U. And Shinsu. Those were the only people she'd let herself remember. Do you know who did it? Midoriya asked, hoping to maybe put a stop to another hero killer before it got too out of hand. Surebu let out a hum and thought. Can't tell you, Midoriya, but chances are we were trained by the same master, she concluded, getting up from the seat and making her way to the door. You had a master? Bakugo suddenly shouted out across the room. At this, Surebu turned to him with a smile. Well, someone had to teach me how to kill right. With that spoken, she moved over to the door and left without another word. I told you she was a villain, but did any of you believe me? Bakugo growled out, looking over to the TV. At this, everyone groaned. Even Kirishima had enough of the blonde and got up to leave with the rest of the Baku squad to find something better to do. Soon enough, Bakugo was the only one left in the room, sitting there on the lounge, alone to watch the rest of the news. Surebu sighed, walking into the villain base. She paused to take a quick look around. Shigaraki didn't seem to be there, but Toga had started a game of Twister with a couple of the other members. It seemed as she was grinning evilly. Surebu let go of a small smile at the sight before walking over to Kirigiri. "Where's Shiggy?" Her voice was emotionless as she looked at the living purple flame. Kirigiri paused in his movements to look at the dark-haired girl. "He's gone out. Said he needed to clear his head," he explained in a kind manner. Surebu could literally feel the smile in his voice radiating off of him, and had to force herself to turn away. "Or looking for the next person he wants me to kill," she mumbled, darkly looking down at her hands. The skin tone changed into a splatter of red, staining the pale color before changing back. Kirigiri watched the girl as she did this. He knew she hadn't wanted to kill a person from the very beginning, and all she was doing was paying back a debt. That was why he wanted Shigaraki to take this seriously. If he keeps messing around and refusing to use her for his true purpose, she won't need to follow his orders anymore when he finally does. "Right foot blue," Toga suddenly shouted, pulling both Surebu and Kirigiri out of their thoughts. They both looked up to watch as Twice attempted to move his right foot around the tangle of bodies to a blue circle. He hadn't gotten very far as they all toppled over into a heap of tangled human bodies. There was nothing but groaning and Toga's yelling as the group managed to get back up off the ground. Soon enough, they all agreed to never play again, and that was final. "What am I supposed to do with these then?" Toga shouted, pointing to the mat and the spinning wheel. At this, Surebu grew a smile. "I've got an idea." Shigaraki walked through the door without a worry. He didn't think anything would happen while he was gone. Surebu was out yet again, and everyone else was just talking or enjoying their days. He was not expecting to see Surebu back yet, or even dancing on a twister mat to the song Panic Room, as Toga yelled out color after color. After close inspection, Shigaraki had noticed how Surebu would put her foot on whatever color Toga would say. Needless to say, he was confused. When did Surebu get back? Why was there a twister mat? Where did the mat come from? Why was she dancing on it? So many questions that he won't get an answer to by just standing there. He walked in slowly, closing the door behind him, and walked over to Kirigiri, who was clapping along with the song. There was a small pause in his movements when he noticed Shigaraki. Not much, just a small hesitation. "What?" "Just," that was all Shigaraki was able to say, as he wasn't too sure about how to ask or what he should ask first. There was a small sigh from the other as he turned to face Shigaraki. They were playing Twister, and all practically gave up the second Surebu came back. Toga got upset since she had nothing else to use the mat for, so Surebu gave her a new game to play with it, was Kirigiri's long explanation. Shigaraki looked from Kirigiri to Surebu with a glare. "How was your walk?" Kirigiri asked, changing the topic. This made Shigaraki smile. "I have Surebu's new target," he stated loud and clear enough for everyone to hear over the music. Surebu slipped on the shifting mat under her feet and fell to the ground. This caused an eruption of both laughter and concern to mix together in the air. They all looked to Shigaraki once they realized what he actually meant, and waited for him to give Surebu her job. The girl, on the other hand, looked down at the ground, not moving from the floor. She knew what she had to do, but she really didn't want to. She's a pro hero and very well known. She likes to get in my way when I'm on my walks, and it's getting frustrating. "I want you to kill her," were his orders. Surebu only nodded, getting up and walking over to Kirigiri. The purple one handed her the knife she used while here. It was nothing like her other knife. In fact, she hated this one because she knew that when she held it, someone was going to die. Kirigiri opened up a portal for the girl, who didn't hesitate to walk through it to her designated location. She was at a pretty popular park. She noticed all the people. It was as she was scanning the area that a picture was shoved in her face. She grabbed a hold of it, looking closely at the woman in the image. "She's the target," Shigaraki whispered into her ear before going back through the portal to the base. Once Shigaraki left, the portal closed, and Surebu knew she was alone in this now. She looked at the picture again, then scanned the area for a woman that resembles the picture. Then she saw a pro hero with pale brown hair on patrol. The picture. There was the target. Surebu followed the woman from afar as she had continued her patrol. It was a solid hour now of just Surebu hiding, as she watched this lady do what she was told to do. This was her job. Why she had to be killed for it, Surebu didn't know. But these were her orders. Finally, the woman moved into a closed-off alleyway. Surebu knew she did that on purpose. She spotted Surebu and was going to be waiting in that alleyway for her. Jokes on the hero. Surebu wasn't that stupid. She continued on walking along the path, as if it was just where she needed to go. Once she passed the alleyway, she walked into the closest shop. She waited there for a few minutes, looking out the window for her target. Finally, it came into view, walking once again. Surebu knew she was too obvious just following the hero like this. She had caught on and devised a plan to confuse the one following her. It hadn't worked, but it was a good move. Surebu needed to think. There we go. She left the shop at a quick pace and moved into another alleyway. Quickly, but quietly, she climbed up to the roof. Up there, she could easily find and follow her target without being spotted. A few more hours passed and Surebu was sat on top of a hero agency. She assumed the one this hero worked for. It was dark now, and getting a bit cold. Surebu noticed the little to no amount of people on the streets. It was only heroes. She let out a sigh looking at the entrance to the agency. The hero should be done soon and leave to go home. That was the best option. Get her while she's going home. That way no one should see it and Surebu still had time to run before the body is found. In the corner of Surebu's eye, she saw movement. She looked over to the figure up on the roof to see her target staring at her. You followed me this far, huh? The hero asked, looking at this young girl. Surebu moved quickly, grabbing the hood of her hoodie and pulling it over her head as she stood up. The hero smiled at this. I've already seen your face, hero killer. The tone was dark and made Surebu shudder. Looks like this hero has a lot of experience. Surebu looked at her and felt fear. She wasn't afraid of this hero, not at all. She was afraid that she was going to follow Shigaraki's orders. She always got like this when about to kill. She'd shiver and shake until her brain would force a switch from one girl to another. I'm sorry, Surebu mumbled with fear in her voice. What was she doing? She was acting completely different from previous years. She needed to calm down. Sorry for what? The question came into the cold air as harshly as they were spoken. Surebu looked at this hero. She wasn't sure what to do now. This was completely new. She was frozen. I don't want to, was all Surebu had managed to say as she shifted her eyes down. Then don't. It's that simple, the hero stated, as if it really was that easy. But Surebu knew better. It was never that easy. The lady gave out an irritated sigh and began walking over to the girl. I'm going to have to hand you over to the police. I hope you know that, she said, grabbing Surebu's shoulder. There it was. The switch. Surebu's mind went completely blank, and when the darkness faded away, Surebu was standing over the hero's dead body. She let her tears go now. She felt horrible. She always had. But it was either this hero or another one. There was no escape from this. Surebu knew it. She let out a loud yell and ran off, jumping off the roof and into the alleyways. She jumped and moved her body around the buildings and obstacles, refusing to look at where she was going. Finally, she looked back. No one was there, but there was someone in front of her. She ran into the body at full speed, falling over instantly. The room was filled with chatter left and right. This early in the morning, Aizawa hadn't even come to class yet. It was lively. It was full of smiles. Then suddenly it all went quiet. Everyone was faced at the door as a dark figure stood there. She was wearing a dark blue hoodie with a hood over her head and a pair of black gloves. She wore black jeans without shoes, strangely enough. Only white socks making the red stains almost impossible to ignore. She stood there silently with papers in her hand. She refused to look from the ground, and who could blame her? She was being stared down by the class yet again. Slowly, she walked over to the desk, placed the papers down and walked back to the door. It's good being back. I missed getting glared at in this room, she stated clearly and confidently before walking back out. Not a single person in the room moved. Surebu was back at the school. Officially, and wasn't afraid to state her mind this time. They had been wondering what had happened to her lately. None of them had seen or heard about her for over 2 weeks. Now here she is. As the day went on, the kids in Wana had noticed that Surebu would knock on the door to deliver papers to the teachers. She also started to wear shoes at some point. It was like she was the school's messenger now instead of a student. Eventually, the lunch bell rang and everyone shuffled off to get their food. Ideas as to why Surebu was suddenly back and what happened to her seemed to appear everywhere. Not a single person in class 1 was willing to ignore it. As far as they knew, she was a missing villain just the other day, and now she's going back and forth skipping through the halls singing to herself as she goes. Some believed she was mind-controlled to do what she did, or that she was forced to do things against her will. It was Ojiro's suggestions. Another theory was that she didn't like being with the villains and came back. Kaminari really believed she hated them. Along with those, they also believed that the second she would try to leave, she was forced to stay in some way. No matter what they came up with, they were never actually completely correct. None of them understood completely what was happening. The theories continued to be thrown across the room as they all began to eat. Even Bakugo tuned in. Considering what was happening, they all sat upon the same table at lunch, struggling to find one large enough for them all. Suddenly, Midoriya noticed something as he ate. Is it just me, or does the food taste different to you? I mean, it's familiar, but not like our usual lunches that lunch rush makes us, he said, looking at his food. It was only then that people actually paid attention to the flavor of what they were eating. It really did taste different. It wasn't a bad different, just different. As for familiar, it was scarily so, but no one could place where this explosion of flavor came from. Soon after this discovery, Shinsu and Surebu walked past the table, each holding their own trays of food, walking to find a table of their own. You're a good cook, Shinsu mumbled through a large bite of food. Surebu smiled brightly at him. Thank you. I can't believe they actually let me help with lunch. I'm surprised, Shinsu nodded at this bit of knowledge. He had to agree. It was a surprise. Once they were out of earshot, the table with the class 1 kids seemed to be plagued with silence. Each one looked down at their food. Suddenly Sato looked up with a thought. Do you all remember those surprise breakfasts that used to randomly pop up every now and again? Suddenly, realization hit them all like a speeding bus on a highway with Toga at the wheel. Guess we finally figured out who the secret cook was, he chuckled. But it was a sad, hollow chuckle. Not a single sign of happiness in his voice. Not another peep came from those at the table. But every now and again, their eyes would wander over to Surebu and Shinsu as they ate and talked. Few times they spotted the two standing or laughing. No one knew what they were doing, but it seemed like they were having fun. Another thing they noticed was how those two seemed to separate themselves from everyone else. No one came to sit with them, as they were in the very back of the room. The far back. The place where only one table was placed. A table no one had ever actually used, until today. It was nearing the end of lunch, when the two had gotten up and began to walk towards the kitchen with their trays. Class 1 seemed to play the mannequin game as they walked past. Freeze. So you only need to do the hero training now. So unfair. Shinsu looked down to his now empty tray as Surebu pat his back. Actually, I'm getting private English, modern literature and math lessons from Heizashi, ectoplasm and Cementos. Aizawa just wanted to minimalize contact and time spent with class 1 for now. Surebu explained, making Shinsu pause in his steps. Were they really that bad? He found himself asking with a slight tilt of his head. Surebu glared at him slightly. Check what you say and where you say it, bro, she mumbled, jabbing her thumb at the table of living statues. Shinsu looked at them and seemed to understand. How long have they been frozen like that? He asked, genuinely concerned for their mental state. Maybe it was a quirk. Since we began to walk, she answered in a monotone voice. Is this normal? He had to check. It had to be some sort of quirk. No. Usually their eyes follow me everywhere. Honestly, gives me nightmares. Now I understand why you went to the villains. Shinsu shuffled past uncomfortably to get past them. They did that of their own free will, so they weren't under the influence of a quirk and just did it to avoid them. Well, that's only a small fraction of the story. Besides, the villains were just plain rude. Though they knew how to throw a party, Surebu began to walk off again. This time Shinsu was behind her, looking back at the kids he thought were going to be great heroes one day. I'd run away as well, honestly. That treatment is just wrong, was the last thing Shinsu had said before his entire body was forced to a stop by Surebu's next words. I didn't run away, Shinsu. I jumped, technically speaking. Surebu mumbled the last bit so that it was barely audible. After finally processing those words, Shinsu turned away from the frozen 1 kids and jogged to Surebu's side. Slowly, everyone at the table began to move again. But not one was willing to speak. She's back. It was dark, and all she could feel was pain. She tried to pry her eyes open, but they wouldn't budge. Her head was pounding, and it felt as if her heart was in her throat. The last thing she remembered was holding her mother's hand. And then pictures swarmed into her mind like an ant mind, suddenly being filled with the many who live in it in the middle of a wild storm. Suddenly, there were voices that broke her out of her thoughts. Small mumbles and whispers, she could barely make them out. I don't understand what happened to her. It was the worried voice of her own mother. The young girl suddenly felt guilt. She worried her mother, and now she didn't even know what was going on. How old did you say your daughter was? It was a deeper voice, the voice of a male. She couldn't recognize it, but she assumed the person was trying to help her mother calm down. She was grateful for the help, considering she could barely even move. She may be young, but she could tell what voice came from her mother. She recognizes the difference between people due to the sounds of the vocals, even with something as simple as a sigh. She's 4 years and 3 months old in a couple more weeks, her mother had simply stated. The very fact that her mother kept track of this made her feel uneasy. Why did her mother feel the need to keep track of this? Yes, this was the world of quirks, and the ages of which you develop your quirk is from birth to 5 years old. But the fact that her mother had kept track to the exact detail of her age, it made her nervous. So she's still within the age to develop a quirk? The other voice asked. There was a moment of silence, and the girl only assumed that her mother had confirmed it silently. Would you like me to run a few tests to see if her quirk has developed? And what it might be? Once again, silence was the only answer she could hear. Shinsu jumped at the sound of someone knocking on his balcony window. It had been a very long time since he's heard it. He smiled, remembering that Surebu was home once again, and moved over to the window, opening it for her come in. When he looked at her, though, something seemed different. Instead of her usual posture, she held her hands to her chest, as if trying to keep something safe. She smiled nonetheless. A smile Shinsu had to return. He moved out of the way, letting Surebu waddle in, still clutching her hands to her chest. Okay, what are you hiding, Surebu? He asked, knowing her way too well. Surebu let out a little chuckle, already knowing she has been caught. She was just thankful that she made it to Shinsu before anyone else got suspicious. She turned to face him before slowly stretching her hands to show him what was hidden in them. Shinsu let out a surprised gasp as he looked down at the contents in his sister's hands. Surebu let out a chuckle before explaining. I may or may not have decided to go for a little wander around town without anyone knowing. She was in a cardboard box, and I didn't know what else to do. I remember that both you and Papazawa would like to keep her, and you seem to be the better choice. Shinsu looked from Surebu to the small white cat in her hands. It was only a kitten, and they looked half-starved. Without thinking over his actions, he carefully grabbed the kitten from his sister's hands and clutched it close to his chest as it shivered. She was covered in dirt and grime. It obviously lacked cleanliness. Without saying a word, Shinsu had agreed to raise this cat, and Surebu had agreed to keep it a secret. Does she have a name? Shinsu asked, sitting down on his bed. Surebu followed and sat down next to him with a shrug. It wasn't like she'd had a name when Surebu picked up the cat. It was a street cat. As if it had a name. The two sat there in silence for a moment, watching the cat as it shivered in Shinsu's hands. After a little while, the two decided to give her a wash and feed her, while they think up a name. Instead, as they were washing her in a small bowl of warm water, a different topic arose as Shinsu opened his mouth. So when are you going back to classes with 1A? He asked, genuinely curious. She told him she wasn't doing normal classes with them. But she hadn't yet had any interactions with them other than walking in and out of their classroom and lunch. Papa said my first class in the hero course is tomorrow. Nezu wanted me to get used to being in school a little bit before going back to being in the same class as them. She gave out the answer, as if it was completely obvious. Shinsu had to admit that was probably a better idea than just throwing her into it like Aizawa did when she first started in UA. A small meow suddenly broke up the conversation as they both stared down at the kitten as it yelped up at them. Both of their hearts melted looking at the now clean cat. Surebu grabbed it out of the bowl and wrapped it in one of Shinsu's old shirts and grinned. Hey, that's my favorite shirt. Shinsu protested, angry at the other. Can we call her Hunter? Surebu asked suddenly. Shinsu paused to look at Surebu's face. He saw the news report 2 weeks ago. He knew it was Surebu who did that to the pro hero. He also knew her hero name. Sighing, Shinsu nodded. He guessed that naming this cat after the pro hero she murdered was her way of mentally moving past it. If that's what it would take, he was completely fine with it. He didn't have a better name anyway. Sounds like a perfect name for her. He finally spoke up, acting as if he had no idea about Surebu's thought process. Then he gained enough courage to finally ask what he has been wondering since she got back. Surebu, you disappeared for 2 weeks without a trace. You stopped harassing your classmates, and there was no sighting of you as a villain. What happened? Surebu froze from drying off Hunter as she remembered who she'd bumped into. Slowly, she turned to Shinsu with nothing but pure fear in her eyes. Needless to say that Shinsu was taken aback by this. But Surebu's next shaky, terrified words would forever haunt him. Don't tell Aizawa. It was almost time for the first practical hero training for Surebu since she came back. Aizawa sat in the teacher's shared office thinking over the lesson. He didn't know what to do. Really, anything he decided would either insult Surebu or piss off Bakugo. There was no winning in this situation. He rubbed his head in frustration. He'd been stuck on this for so long and still had no idea. Suddenly someone sat in the seat next to him. Present Mike, maybe. The person grabbed his hand and it was at that moment Aizawa realized it wasn't Mike. He jolted, looking to the seat, only to see Surebu with a concerned look. She looked at him and sighed. "If you can't make everyone happy, then make them all miserable," she stated, moving her hand to a mop. "That's right, she cleans and runs errands instead of classes now." That made Aizawa feel a bit guilty, in all honesty. She might as well be the school's janitor. "What do you mean?" Aizawa asked, looking away. He didn't need any distractions right now. But it was Surebu, and he didn't mind her company in the slightest. He actually missed it. "The training today," she stated. At this, she had Aizawa's undivided attention. "Me and Bakugo. If you can't make us both happy, then make us both upset." Aizawa's face dropped at the thought. He didn't want to do that, let alone he didn't know how. Or, once again, Aizawa was frozen, waiting for her to continue. "If you really want to make us both happy, I might have an idea for you." As she explained, Aizawa grew fonder of the idea. It was the work of a genius. He did have a few concerns, though. But his faith in her ability overweighed any concern. And soon enough it was time. Aizawa and Surebu caught up with Toshinori before the class to explain the plan. It was a bad idea in his mind, but not even All Might could stop things once these two started up. Add Shinsu, and it's a disaster waiting to happen. Soon enough the three walked into the monitoring room, where present Mike and Nezu were preparing the class for their hero training. They all wanted to be there for the girl on her first lesson back. Needless to say that once the class saw Surebu, the mood in the room had drastically changed. They had all seen what she could do as a hero and villain, so whatever was planned, it was going to be a pain for all of them. Aizawa moved to the front of the room with a small smile on his face. He was pleased with this idea. Surebu moved over to a bench and sat down. All Might in his hero form, on the other hand, was trying to convince Nezu to stop Aizawa before he began. Too late. "Today, we'll be trying something a bit different." Everyone stopped to listen to Aizawa. But not a single person in the room missed the way Surebu smiled. "You will play a game of hide and seek." A few groans were made present. But then there was a laugh. A chuckle from the gates of hell. Everyone turned to look at Surebu, who had that psychotic look they all remembered from that time they saw her as a villain. "Good times," she whispered, thinking of that time she broke into Kirishima's room. She looked over to Aizawa, who nodded, seeing her excitement. But no one else thought that this game was a safe idea with her sudden reaction. Nezu began to ask All Might exactly what this game was, because he knew that there was something that Aizawa hadn't said yet. But All Might didn't answer in time. When a villain has escaped the scene of the crime, the hero needs to chase them. Sometimes the villain has a head start and is hard to catch. In this case, the villain has hidden a hostage in the city, and you must find the villain, get the location of this hostage, and save them. Everyone was excited for this. It seemed like a fun idea. Bonus points will be given out to the one who gets a secret object from this villain. Suddenly the game seemed to get harder. "And the one who catches the villain gets a prize," he quickly added on. "So we split them into groups to face off with the villain." "Good idea." Present Mike nodded approvingly, using his loud radio announcer voice. But the look he saw Surebu make told him he was wrong. Actually, they will all be going after the villain, all at once. This caused quite a few strange looks. No one thought that this would be a challenge. All of them going after this villain at once. First person to catch the villain will pass today's test. Then you will each have turns interrogating them if you manage to catch them. Winner gets first chance. Whoever gets the hostage wins altogether. And as stated, bonus points will be given out to those the villain sees fit. As the rules made things more complicated, Momo threw her hand up, curious as to how this was fair. "Who's the villain?" she asked before told she could speak. Aizawa looked at her. He stared blankly before turning away. "Do you all understand the game?" he asked. Everyone yelled that they understood, noting how Aizawa avoided answering Momo's question. "For now, your objective is to get the villain, nothing else. If you try to defeat the villain completely, then you can't interrogate and will fail." Once again everyone said they understood. "Good. Villain, have you set up beforehand?" Everyone stared at Aizawa, curious as to who he was talking to. He nodded before anyone could realize that the villain had answered. "You have a small head start. You hold up your end of the deal. No severe injuries." Once again the villain had answered before anyone knew it. "Then go hide," Aizawa ordered, turning to the screen behind him. Suddenly Surebu jumped off the bench she was perched on and walked past the class one by one with a smile on her face. "The fuck are you doing?" Bakugo growled as she passed him. "Hiding," she stated, grinning at Bakugo. "I look forward to the hunt," was all she said before turning to walk into the field. Now everyone knew Surebu was the villain they'd have to catch and interrogate. Didn't seem like that big of a struggle to some, but to those who had taken the time to figure out anything about her, This wasn't going to be so easy. Aizawa-sensei? Aizawa turned hearing this voice. Why did you pick Surebu? Isn't that a bit risky? It was Ida's question, and Aizawa felt fine with answering this one. She's had experience with villains, as you all know. She knows how a villain acts, thinks and behaves better than anyone else. No one could disagree with the statement. It was true, she was once a villain. Not to mention the fact that she is a good fighter, hider, hunter, and a strategic thinker. This was new information to the class. Her skill is hers alone, no quirk, and yet, Aizawa paused to look at his hand, the one she bit so long ago. It had scarred a bit, but not much. He always thought of it as a reminder of what she could do and how they met. I can't beat her one-on-one. Wait, what? Present Mike ran up to Aizawa with shock all over his features. You did beat her though, remember? No, not in a fair fight. I had cheated, and she was captured. If I didn't do what I did when I did, she would have won. Also, I have a sneaking suspicion that she was going easy. Aizawa looked over to the students. She is a lot more than what you see. There are scars you haven't yet seen and stories she may never tell you. It's what made her who she is. Suddenly the mood had changed again. Aizawa stared at Bakugo with a serious face. As Surebu had once told me, some villains are only following orders, while others turn into villains for the ones they love. Some are villains because it's their job, and some villains are just looking for acceptance. But the villain to fear the most? It's the villain that you helped create. Bakugo's eyes grew wide as his teeth clenched. Aizawa was blaming him for Surebu turning into a villain to some degree, and Bakugo just knew it. Why is that important? Kaminari asked suddenly. Everyone looked to him, then to Aizawa. She doesn't go to classes with you for a reason. Can anyone guess what that reason is? Aizawa's answer only made more questions. They didn't know if there was a true meaning behind Aizawa's words or not. But he sounded extremely disappointed. It was in his voice and the facial expression he had at that point. Aizawa turned back to the screen. Go catch your villain, he ordered, and the game had started with many confused teenagers to catch someone none of them truly understood the limitations of. It was decided that some would be in groups. Ida, Uraraka, Izuku, and Tsuyu all teamed up and agreed to take the higher ground. It would be easier to find Surebu to them. Kirishima, Kaminari, Mina, and Shiro were following Bakugo as he ran through the fake city, as Bakugo was blinded by rage. But none of them knew it. Ojiro, Taro, Todoroki, Jiro, and Momo calmly walked around each building, keeping a close eye out for anything that may be considered as a clue. Others either paired up or relied on their own skills. It was a whole 10 minutes before someone had spotted Surebu. Bakugo had finally stopped running and paused. It was then he realized he had no idea what he was doing. He looked behind him to the others running to catch up to him and saw her. It had to be her. Someone running behind them from one building to the other. She was so fast Bakugo almost missed her. The Baku squad found themselves in a large open area, easy for an ambush. That little fact Bakugo picked up on. Suddenly, there was a laugh. A dark, hollow laugh that echoed from all angles. Kirishima looked to the side in between two buildings and saw her. She just stood there frozen. Kirishima ran at her smiling. She made it way too easy. He was about 10 meters away from her when he activated his quirk. Kirishima, stop, Bakugo screamed. Kirishima began to skid to a stop, but he was already at too high of a speed. He skidded right into a trap. Not even noticing that there was a line of fishing wire connecting each of the buildings he had to run through to get to her. Kirishima was on the floor before anyone could even notice the line, clutching at his throat with small coughs. Seeing her plan had worked, Surebu took off to the left to get away from the group. Bakugo came up to Kirishima yelling about how much of an idiot he was before going after Surebu. Kirishima naturally followed and Kaminari was already chasing after her. But Mina and Shiro paused to check the line. It was there, but if it had been one of them, they wouldn't have survived. Suddenly the line became loose on the right side. Both Mina and Shiro looked to their right to see that Surebu had just cut the line and was running in the opposite direction. She had somehow gotten away from the other three and was heading in the other direction. The two began to chase after her knowing that they couldn't lose sight of her. But she turned to the left down an alley and disappeared. By doing so, she had led the two into the perfect line to run into Kota. At that moment, a group of 5 became 2 groups of 3, and they still lost the target. In a building right next to Shiro, Kota, and Mina, Surebu was running up the stairs to the roof. As she did so, her mind went back to the day she became a true villain. The day she tried to save many from herself and failed. Growling, she ran faster. She couldn't allow her memories to wander freely. She had a job to do. She had to forget how she ran up those stairs only to end her own life. With that in mind, she made it to the roof. She had just split up the Baku squad. One team down, 2 to go, and the next team was going to be a little more fun. She'd get to mess with some of these kids a bit better. Grinning, she ran to the edge of the roof and jumped to her next target. She could easily spot them jumping from roof to roof just like her. They had no clue as to what was to come. Shorebu calculated the direction they were heading and noticed that Tsuyu was at the back, helping Uraraka along with her tongue. Just as she thought. Acting quickly, she jumped right in front of Tsuyu, causing the girl to lose her footing out of surprise and fall into the gap in between the two buildings, taking Uraraka with her. Izuku and Ida stopped after hearing Uraraka scream from shock and began to head back to find the girls, but a chuckle caused them both to turn to the left. There she was, Shorebu. She just stood there on the building next to them. Taking a deep breath, they silently agreed that Izuku would go after Shorebu, while Ida found the girls. Ida ran off and Izuku silently jumped over to the next roof. Just as his feet hit the ground, Shorebu took off to the next roof. Izuku followed, watching as she went to the next roof, then the next, and it continued like that until, finally, she jumped off the roof into an alley. Without thinking it over, Izuku jumped down after her. But once his feet hit the ground, he noticed that she wasn't running. She was sitting on a step to the balconies they have near each apartment. So, what now? She asked, smiling. You fight me? Izuku suddenly got a sense of dread. He saw the knife she held in her left hand as she span it on her finger. Sweet Deku, she laughed, standing up. We both know you won't win, she told, walking over. Izuku began to back up. She was right. But he couldn't just give up. Izuku looked down, trying to think over what he was going to do to beat her. But suddenly a book was tossed in front of his vision. Izuku looked at Shorebu to see her teary eyes. Shorebu, he asked, not knowing what to do. I was supposed to give it to you that day. The day I left. Izuku looked at the book. It looked like his hero notebooks. He picked it up for closer inspection. It looked exactly the same. I made it on some of those heroes you couldn't figure out. Plus extra. Izuku's head whipped back up to look at Shorebu. It's my way of saying thanks for being so nice to me at the time, she smiled, letting the tears flood out. I really thought we could be friends. We are friends. I always thought of you as a friend, Izuku spoke before thinking. Prove it, Deku, Shorebu shouted at him. Prove to me that you thought of me as your friend, and not that girl in your class that happened to make too many mistakes. What are you talking about? Izuku asked suddenly. Everyone makes mistakes, Shorebu. All that matters is how you deal with them. Shorebu laughed at his words. Izuku looked past Shorebu and saw Takoyami standing there waiting to see what was going to happen. Deku. Izuku's eyes went back to Shorebu, hearing her say his hero name. Read the whole thing, and you might just figure out a few little details. Her face became cold and painful. Heroes are supposed to be the perfect symbol to those around them. But without heroes, the villains would grow bored, she told, walking away. Seeing the target leaving, Takoyami jumped in using Dark Shadow. But once again, Shorebu was gone before anything could be done. It was almost like they blinked, and she was gone. Deku and Takoyami are stuck together to piece up a puzzle neither of them knew existed. Ida, Uraraka, and Tsuyu are without their leader. Mina, Shiro, and Kota are lost, wondering what to do next, and Bakugo is blindly leading Kirishima and Kaminari through the city in a blind rage. Things are going well, Shorebu whispered, skipping to her next destination. 2 out of 3. One more game to go. Ojiro, Duro, Todoroki, Jiro, and Momo. The last team. They were not too far away from Shorebu's current position. She thought out her next moves quickly. This group was quite as skilled alone. Each one is capable in their own field. Put them together, and it's a trap waiting to happen. Shorebu smiled at the thought. She liked making the impossible possible. She is 15 after all. Shorebu tripped over and landed on her face. Looking up, she saw Momo. Just as she thought. They had set a trap. Jiro used her ear jack to trip her over, and the rest surrounded her. Shorebu smiled, knowing this would be their tactic before they even left the starting point. Come quietly, Momo ordered. This only made Shorebu chuckle. Suddenly everyone got a bad feeling. What's so funny? Momo asked, voice wavering slightly. Bet you always thought this was how it would end with me, huh? Shorebu asked, confusing everyone. I'm always the villain in the eyes of you heroes, even when I tried so hard to change that. Shorebu looked up to Momo. But there was always a reason for what I did, you know? Shorebu gave a kind smile that made Momo relax a bit. It didn't look like Shorebu was in any condition to fight. She only wanted to talk. There was a reason why I would disobey orders, reasons why I couldn't do my work most days, she chuckled. Actually, the only thing I could do was English. That was just sad. She looked down again. What is this? Ojiro asked, concerned about what was happening. Do you know how horrible it felt to sit in class and watch as everyone else could write down the notes that you couldn't? How inferior it felt to be so far behind. To look up at the notes we were meant to be writing and have no idea what it even said. This took the group by surprise as they all remembered the days in class. The days she'd stare at the board as if it would eat her whole, and it took them until now to figure it out. Pathetic heroes. That's what they believed they were. They couldn't even save their classmate from the darkness of villainy. Instead, they waited until it was her only real option. Some villains are only looking for acceptance, Todoroki stated, connecting the dots. But the villain to fear the most. It's the villain that you helped create, Jiro continued. Suddenly a realization washed over the group. It really was their fault. I'm so sorry, Surebu. I didn't know. Momo attempted to comfort the girl by leaning down and grabbing onto her shoulder. Where was that apology as I was running to the roof of the dorms? Surebu whispered, grabbing Momo's arm. Where was this understanding when I took his advice and jumped off the roof of the place you call your dorms? She looked up, glaring at Momo, who suddenly felt fear wash over her. Where were any of you heroes when I really needed you? She shouted, throwing Momo into Todoroki. As those two were down, she punched Turo, knocking her over before running away with Ojiro and Jiro following not too far behind. Once all there, Aizawa spoke up. Jiro. She looked up at Aizawa after hearing her name. I was thinking that maybe this could solve a mystery I've been trying to solve since Surebu disappeared. He answered her question from earlier. And it's working so far, he stated. At this, Jiro nodded. As long as Aizawa knew what he was doing, then this should be fine, right? Aizawa looked at a sheet of paper, then back at his class. Surebu, do you have any notes for anyone here? Everyone seemed shocked, including Surebu. With all respect, Aizawa, but why are you asking me this? She asked once again, shocking everyone. She was like a completely different person compared to the psychopath they just had to capture. You're the one that experienced this firsthand. You'd be better at knowing what they did right or wrong, Aizawa explained, taking a seat. Besides, it was your tactic that seemed to work the best out there. Aizawa smiled, causing Surebu to do the same. He wasn't wrong. Her plan did work perfectly. Go ahead and explain the situation they placed themselves and each other in. Given full permission, Surebu walked out in front of the class and took a deep breath. Bakugo allowed his rage to take hold and got lost within the first stretch there, as planned. Bakugo growled at her statement, but that didn't stop her. Kaminari and Kirishima. You two need to learn to take your own path in some situations. If all you do is follow after Bakugo, then you'll never become real heroes. Kirishima and Kaminari looked down the statement. She was right. Not to mention that if the enemy is just standing there not doing anything, then obviously something is going on. You need to stop and think, Kirishima. Don't rush into the fight without knowing what is around you. That could have killed him, Bakugo growled out. Everyone turned to look at him. If his quirk wasn't activated, or it was anyone else, Surebu held up her hand, telling Bakugo to stop. Don't you act all high and mighty, because you aren't. I know. I'm not the best hero, or the smartest academic in this room. Nowhere near as good, but I'm not stupid. I always have a tactical advantage, because I always have a plan. Surebu grinned at Bakugo's angry face. But my plan seemed to work so well that I had separated every group to the point that none of you stood a chance and messed with each one of you in my own way. She stepped forwards. Which reminds me, she paused. Don't listen to anything your capture says. When about to be taken in, the villain will spout anything to distract you, or even make you feel sorry for them. You let them have their monologue about vengeance in court or questioning. Don't let them spout nonsense. The room became silent until Momo spoke up. So you were lying to us? She seemed hurt by the thought of Surebu even daring to lie about something like that. But she also understood that she had to play the role of the villain and had to do so. No, suddenly Momo was wishing she misheard. I didn't lie about anything out there, she didn't mishear, and she instantly regretted it being an honest truth. Surebu looked at Izuku. I really don't believe anyone in here ever thought I was their friend, though I did try. Silence fell through the room at her words. No one knew how to react. Not even the teachers understood what to do. If we were friends, then you wouldn't have hurt me the way you did, she smiled kindly, as if discussing the weather or something in class. Next she looked to Momo. I honestly do think you all expected me to fall to the villains, even though in complete truth, it wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for the way I was mistreated. Her smile never left her face, but tears did. And there was always a reason for my actions, and I always did my English work. It's just no one cared about that. Momo thought back to one of their English classes, and it was true. It was the only lesson Surebu actually participated and attempted to do her work. I never noticed, Momo mumbled, suddenly feeling guilt fill her mind. No one did, Surebu stated before continuing. I really did struggle just to write notes in class. I really did hate how it felt to know I was the dumbest in the class. Or think it at that time at least. Her smile faded as she looked up and thought. And I really was not looking for any damned apology. It was way too late for that. Especially since I had already attempted to kill myself over your mistakes. Suddenly horror filled the room. That was the only thing Momo needed to be a lie. But it wasn't. And it was that attempt that caused the villains to get their hands on me in the first place. It also happened that because of that I owed them my life. She smiled again and looked at Bakugo. You should watch your wording, Bakugo. One misinterpreted sentence can lead to suicide. I lent that firsthand, she stated, leaning forwards with her hands cupped behind her back, smile never leaving her face. Bakugo stared at her in horror as what she'd said processed. You heard that? Bakugo practically whispered. She heard him say that back then and took it so seriously that it played to the villain's game. No, I didn't, Surebu stated calmly. Bakugo looked at her confused. Only activated my quirk at the wrong time and lent it instead. She had pulled out her knife and began to inspect it, as if it was a piece of expensive jewelry. Hate that damn quirk. It really loves to sneak up on me, she chuckled a bit as she walked over to Aizawa. She handed him the knife and bowed politely. I'll take my leave. I think I need to see Recovery Girl, she told, holding her ribs. Aizawa opened his mouth as if to ask why, but she skipped past him to the monitoring screen and fiddled with a few buttons. The screen moved into a rewind and played a single moment over and over. As this played, Surebu walked away yelling out the words instant replay before she was gone. The scene that played was when she was being chased by Izuku. The moment she jumped off the roof. She landed with her ribs caught on one of the balconies before she fell to the ground coughing up blood. She only just managed to get up and sit down before Izuku jumped down. All Izuku could think of was how he didn't even notice. Now that he thought over it, the signs were all there. The blood on the floor and in the corner of her mouth. It was all there. Izuku clutched the book she gave him. He wasn't ever getting rid of it. Then there was Momo's group. None of them even began to notice. How did Surebu keep it hidden? How in the world did she manage to continue when she may have broken ribs and internal bleeding? Then everyone remembered. This is Surebu they were thinking of. No one could even scrape the surface of what she was capable of. And that alone was terrifying. Guess I finally found out how the villains got a hold of her, Aizawa suddenly spoke. Everyone looked over at him. Kirishima would have opened up a portal to stop her from ending her life. And she did as told to pay them back for saving her. Knew she wasn't an actual villain. Guess I was the only one who knew though. Aizawa looked back at his class with a look of disappointment. Dismissed, he stated, walking out. He couldn't believe that the students he was teaching were so quick to judge someone he was responsible for. He felt the guilt, and he hated it. Once Aizawa left the room, some ended up in tears. They knew they were all to blame. All they needed to do was talk to the girl. But instead they avoided her to the point they couldn't tell she was dying inside. To the point she was mentally gone. But Bakugo, he was trying his hardest to push the guilt away. He was the one to believe she was a villain to begin with. He was the one to turn the others against her. He was the one who said she should have killed herself. He really was to blame. At that point Izuku thought of something. Momo, he practically yelled out, causing everyone in the room to jump. Momo turned to him. She told you she wasn't able to read or write. Momo nodded at his question. Izuku looked down at his book. Then how? He trailed off before finally opening the book and reading the first page. Izuku's Hero Notes. Written by Shinsu and Surebu. Hope you like it. Suddenly Izuku's face paled. She got Shinsu to write it all for her, just so Izuku could have these notes.